Told by Uncle Remus. The reason why. The main reason why Uncle Remus retired from business as a storyteller was because the little boy to whom he had told his tales grew to be a very big boy, and grew till he couldn't grow any bigger. Meanwhile, his father and mother moved to Atlanta and lived there for several years. Uncle Remus moved with them, but he soon grew tired of the dubious ways of city life, and one day he told his Miss Sally that if she didn't mind, he was going back to the plantation where he could get a breath of fresh air. He was overjoyed when the lady told him that they were all going back as soon as the son married. As this event was to occur in the course of a few weeks, Uncle Remus decided to wait for the rest of the family. The wedding came off, and then the father and mother returned to the plantation and made their home there, much to the delight of the old Negro. In course of time, the man who had been the little boy for ever so long came to have a little boy of his own. And then it happened in the most natural way in the world that the little boy's little boy fell under the spell of Uncle Remus, who was still hale and hearty in spite of his age. This latest little boy was frailer and quieter than his father had been. Indeed, he was fragile and had hardly any color in his face. But he was a beautiful child, too beautiful for a boy. He had large, dreamy eyes and the quaintest little ways that ever were seen, and he was polite and thoughtful of others. He was very choice in the use of words, and talked as if he had picked his language out of a book. He was a source of perpetual wonder to Uncle Remus. Indeed, he was the wonder of wonders, and the old Negro had a way of watching him curiously. Sometimes, as the result of this investigation, which was continuous, Uncle Remus would shake his head and chuckle. At other times, he would shake his head and sigh. This little boy was not like the other little boy. He was more like a girl in his refinement. All the boyishness had been taken out of him by that mysterious course of discipline that some mothers know how to apply. He seemed to belong to a different agedo, a different time. Just how or why, it would be impossible to say. Still, the fact was so plain that anyone old enough and wise enough to compare the two little boyson the father of the other could not fail to see the difference. And it was a difference not wholly on the surface. Miss Sally, the grandmother, could see it, and Uncle Remus could see it. But for all the rest, the tendencies and characteristics of this later little boy were a matter of course. Miss Sally, said Uncle Remus, a few days after the arrival of the little boy and his mother, what day gwinter do wid dat chili? What day gwinter make out NIM? I'm sure I don't know, she replied. A grandmother doesn't count for much these days unless there is illness. She is everything for a few hours, and then she is nothing. There was no bitterness in the lady's tone, but there was plenty of feeling that only a grandmother can appreciate and understand. I spec dat so, Uncle Remus remarked, and a ol' nigger dat oughter been dead long ago, by good rights, don't count no time and no har. But it's a pity, a mighty pity. What is a pity? The lady inquired, though she knew full well what was in the old negro's mind. I can't tell you, Mom, and too oldn't be my place ter tell you if I could, but dar tease, and you can't rub it out. I see it, but I can't say it. I knows it, but I can't show you how ter put yo finger on it. Yit it's dar if I'm named Remus. The grandmother sat silent so long, and gazed at the old Negro so seriously, that he became restive. He placed the weight of his body first on one foot and then on the other, and finally struck blindly at some imaginary object with the end of his walking cane. I hope you ain't mad wid me, Miss Sally, he said. With you, she cried. Why, she was sitting in an easy chair on the back porch, where the warmth of the sun could reach her, but she rose suddenly and went into the house. She made a noise with her throat as she went, so that Uncle Remus thought she was laughing, and chuckled in response, though he felt little like chuckling. As a matter of fact, if his Miss Sally had remained on the porch one moment longer, she would have burst into tears. She went in the house, however, and was able to restrain herself. The little boy caught at the skirt of her dress, saying, Grandmother, you have been sitting in the sun, and your face is red. Mother never allows me to sit in the sun for fear I will freckle. Father says a few freckles would help me, but Mother says they would be shocking. Uncle Remus received his dinner from the big house that day, and by that token he knew that his Miss Sally was very well pleased with him. The dinner was brought on a waiter by a strapping black girl, with a saucy smile and ivory-white teeth. She was a favorite with Uncle Remus because she was full of fun. I dunner how come de white folks treat you better dan dey does de balance on us, she declared, as she sat the waiter on the small pine table and removed the snowy napkin with which it was covered. I know it ain't on count yo beauty, kase yo ain't no purtier dan what I is, she went on, tossing her head and showing her white teeth. Uncle Remus looked all around on the floor, pretending to be looking for some weapon that would be immediately available. Finding none, He turned with a terrible make-believe frown and pointed his forefinger at the girl, who was now as far as the door, her white teeth gleaming as she laughed. "Mark my words," he said solemnly. "Ef I don't brain you befo' de week's out, it'll be because you done been gobbled up by de uncolopsanal." The girl stopped laughing instantly and became serious. The threats of age have a meaning that all the gaiety of youth cannot overcome. The gray hair of Uncle Remus, his impersonation of wrath, his forefinger held up in warning, made his threat so uncanny that the girl shivered in spite of the fact that she thought he was joking. Let age shake a finger at you, and you feel that there is something serious behind the gesture. Now, Miss Sally had taken advantage of the opportunity to send the grandchild with the girl. She was anxious that he should make the acquaintance of Uncle Remus, and have instilled into his mind the quaint humor that she knew would remain with him all his life, and become a fragrant memory when he grew old. But the later little boy was very shy, and when he saw the terrible frown and the threatening gesture with which Uncle Remus had greeted the girl, he shrank back in a corner, seeing which the old Negro began to laugh. It was not a genuine laugh, but it was so well done that it answered every purpose. "I don't see nothin' ter laugh at," remarked the girl, and with that she flirted out. Uncle Remus turned to the little boy. "Honey, you look so much like Br'er Rabbit dat I bleeze ter laugh. Long at fust, I had a notion dat you mought be Mr. Cricket. But y'all are too big fer dat, and den you ain't got no elbows in yo legs. And den I knowed 'twas Br'er Rabbit I had in min yasser. Dey ain't no two ways 'bout daddy look like Br'er Rabbit when he tryin' fer ter make up his min wedder ter run no." Then, without waiting to see the effect of this remark, Uncle Remus turned his attention to the waiter and its contents. "Well, sah," he exclaimed with apparent surprise, "ef dar ain't a sleesh tater custard, and ef I ain't done gone stone blin, dar's a dish hominy wid ham gravy on it. Yes, and bless gracious, dar's a piece ham. Dey all look like all acquaintances which dey been gone a long time and des come back, and dey look like dey're laughin' kase dey're glad ter see me. I wish you'd come here, honey, and see ef dey ain't laughin'. You got better eyes dan what I is." The lure was entirely successful. The little boy came forward timidly, and when he was within reach, Uncle Remus placed him gently on his knee. The child glanced curiously at the dishes. He had heard so much of Uncle Remus from his father and his grandmother that he was inclined to believe everything the old man said. "Why, they are not laughing," he exclaimed. "How could they?" "I spec my eyes is bad," replied Uncle Remus. "When anybody gets ter be a himbly and humbly year all day liable fer ter see double." The child was a very serious child, but he laughed in spite of himself. "Oh, pshaw," he exclaimed. "I'm mighty glad you said dat," remarked Uncle Remus, smacking his lips, "kase ef you hadn't said it, it'd a been a bleeze ter say it myself." "Say what?" inquired the little boy, who was unused to the quips of the old man. "'Bout dat tater custard. It's de funniest tater custard dat I ever laid eyes on. Dey ain't no two ways 'bout dat." "Grandmother wanted to give me some," said the little boy longingly, "but mother said it wasn't good for me." "Aha!" exclaimed Uncle Remus in a tone of triumph. "What I tell you? Miss Sally writ on here wid de said dishes dat she want you ter eat dat tater custard. Mo dan dat she sont two pieces. Dar's one, and dar de yuther." There wasn't anything wrong about this counting, except that Uncle Remus pointed twice at the same piece. The little boy was sitting on Uncle Remus' knee, and he turned suddenly and looked into the weather-beaten face that had harbored so many smiles. The child seemed to be searching for something in that venerable countenance, and he must have found it, for he allowed his head to fall against the old negro's shoulder and held it there. The movement was as familiar to Uncle Remus as the walls of his cabin, for among all the children that he had known well, not one had failed to lay his head where that of the little boy now rested. "Miss Sally is de onlyest somebody in de round world dat know what you and me like ter eat," remarked Uncle Remus, making a great pretense of chewing. "I done her how she fin out, but fin out she did, and we oughter be mighty much beholden ter her. I done at my piece tater custard," he went on, "and you kin eat yon when you get good and ready." "I saw only one piece," remarked the child, without raising his head, "and if you have eaten that there is none left for me." Uncle Remus closed his eyes and allowed his head to fall back. This was his favorite attitude when confronted by something that he could not comprehend. This was his predicament now, for there was something in this child that was quite beyond him. Small as the lad was, he was old-fashioned. He thought and spoke like a grown person, and this, the old Negro knew, was not according to nature. The trouble with the boy was that he had had no childhood. He had been subdued and weakened by the abnormal training he had received. "To be show you ain't seed Uncle Remus declared, returning to the matter of the potato custard. "Ef yo pa had a been in yo place he'd a seed Case when he was long 'bout yo age, he had mo eyes in his stomach dan what he had his head. But de all nigger was a little too quick for you. I seed de 2 pieces time de gal snatched a towel off, and I low ter myself dat if I didn't snatch one, it'd not get none. Yasser, I was a little too quick for you. The child turned his head and saw that the slice of potato custard was still on the plate. I am so sorry that mother thinks it will hurt me, he said with a sigh. Well, whatsomver she say 'bout de other piece custard, I bound she ain't say dat piece ud hurt you, case she ain't never lay eyes on it. And mo dan dat, Uncle Remus went on with a very serious face. Miss Sally writ wid de dishes, dat one de pieces tater custard was fur you. I don't see any writing, the child declared, with a longing look at the potato custard. Miss Sally ain't aim for you ter see it, case if you could see it, everybody could see it, and dat ain't all de reason why you can't see it. You been hemmed up dar in a big town, and yo eyes ain't good. But dar's de written des as plain as pig tracks. Uncle Remus made believe to spell out the writing, pointing at a separate dish every time he pronounced a word. Let me see, she put dis dish fust 1 pieces fur to chill. The little boy reflected a moment. There are only 5 dishes, he said very gravely, and you pointed at one of them twice. To be show I did, Uncle Remus replied with well-affected solemnity. Ain't dat de way you does in books? The little lad was too young to be well-grounded in books, but he had his ideas nevertheless. I don't see how it can be done, he suggested. Or is always a. Ahi, exclaimed Uncle Remus triumphantly. It's allers bigger little a, but I want callin' out no letters. I was callin' out de words what yo grandmammy writ wid de dishes. The little boy still looked doubtful, and Uncle Remus went on. Now, spazen yo pa was ter come long and say, Unc Remus, I wanter gi you a cuff. And den, spazen I was ter low, yasser, and thank ye too, but you better gi me a par while you bout it. And spazen he be talkin' bout maulin' me, whiles I was talkin' bout dem contraptions what you got on yo shirt sleeves, and you ain't got no mo business wid dan a rooster is wid britches. Spazen all dat was ter happen, how you spec id feel. Something in the argument, or the way Uncle Remus held his head, appealed to the little boy's sense of humor, and he laughed heartily for the first time since Uncle Remus had known him. It was real laughter, too, so real that the old Negro joined in with gusto, and the two laughed and laughed until it seemed unreasonable to laugh any more. To make matters worse, Uncle Remus pretended to become very solemn all of a sudden, and then just as suddenly went back to laughter again. This was more than the little chap could stand. He laughed until he writhed in the old man's arms, in fact, till laughter became painful. Ef we go on dis away, Uncle Remus remarked, y'all never eat yo tater custard in de whirl. With that, he seized a biscuit and pretended to place the whole of it in his mouth at once, closing his eyes with a smile of ecstasy on his face. Don't, Uncle Remus, please don't, cried the little boy who had laughed until he was sore. At this the old man became serious again. I hear say, he remarked with some gravity, dat if you laugh too much y'all sprain yo guzlium, maybe get yo throat lech outer jint. Dat de reason you see me lookin' so solemncholy all de time. You watch me right close, and y'all see fur Yosef. The little boy ceased laughing, and regarded Uncle Remus closely. The old Negro's face was as solemn as the countenance of one of the early Puritans. You were laughing just now, said the child. You were laughing when I laughed. The old man looked off into space as though he were considering a serious problem. Then he said with a sigh, I spec I did, honey, but how I gwinter hep mysef when I see you winkin' at dat tater custard? I mought not a laugh des at dat, but when I see you biknin at it wid yo tongue, I was bleased ter turn loose my hyas. This was the beginning of the little boy's acquaintance with Uncle Remus, of whom he had heard so much. Some of the results of that acquaintance are to be set forth in the pages that follow. Why Mr. Cricket has elbows on his legs. It was not often that Uncle Remus had to search for the boys who had, in the course of a very long life, fallen under his influence. On the contrary, he had sometimes to plan to get rid of them when he had work of importance to do. But now, here he was in his old age searching all about for a little chap who wasn't as big as a pound of soap after a hard day's washing, as the old man had said more than once. The child had promised to go with Uncle Remus to fetch a wagon load of corn that had been placed under shelter in a distant part of the plantation. And though the appointed hour had arrived, and the carriage horses had been hitched to the wagon, he had failed to put in an appearance. Uncle Remus had asked the nurse, a mulatto woman from the city, where the child was, and the only reply she deigned to make was that he was all right. This nurse had been offended by Uncle Remus, who, on more than one occasion, had sent her about her business when he wanted the little boy to himself. She resented this and lost no opportunity to show her contempt. All his other resources failing, Uncle Remus went to the big house and asked his Miss Sally. She, being the child's grandmother, was presumed to know his whereabouts, but Miss Sally was not in a very good humor. She sent word that she was very busy and didn't want to be bothered, but before Uncle Remus could retire, after the message had been delivered, she relented. "What is it now?" she inquired, coming to the door. "I was des huntin' fur de little chap," Uncle Remus replied, "and I lowed maybe you'd know whar he was at. We was gwine fur ter haul a load corn, but he ain't showed up. Well, I made him some molasses candy something I shouldn't have done and he has been put in jail because he wiped his mouth on his coat sleeve." "In jail, Mom?" Uncle Remus asked, astonishment written on his face. "He might as well be in jail, he's in the parlor. Wid de winders all down, hell stifle in dar." The grandmother went into the house too indignant to inform Uncle Remus that she had sent the housegirl to open the windows under the pretense of dusting and cleaning. The old man was somewhat doubtful as to how he should proceed. He knew that in a case of this kind, Miss Sally could not help him. She had set herself to win over the young wife of her son, and she knew that she would cease to be the child's grandmother and become the mother-in-law the moment her views clashed with those of the lad's mother, and we all know from the newspapers what a terrible thing a mother-in-law is. Knowing that he would have to act alone, Uncle Remus proceeded very cautiously. He went around into the front yard and saw that all the parlor windows were up and the curtains looped back, something that had never happened before in his experience. To his mind, the parlor was a dungeon, and a very dark one at that, and he chuckled when he saw the sunshine freely admitted, with no fear that it would injure the carpet. If one little bit of a boy could cause such a change in immemorial custom, what would two little boys be able to do? With these and similar homely thoughts in his mind, Uncle Remus cut short his chuckle and began to sing about little Crickety Cricket, who lives in the thicket. Naturally, this song attracted the attention of the little lad, who had exhausted whatever interest there had been in an album, and was now beginning to realize that he was a prisoner. He stuck his head out of the window and regarded the old man rather ruefully. "I couldn't go with you after the corn, Uncle Remus. Mother said I was too naughty." "I ain't been atter no corn, honey. I hear tell yo gwines on, and I felt too bad fur ter go atter de corn, but de wagon's all ready and a waitin'. Dey ain't no hurry 'bout dat corn. Ef you can't go ter day, maybe you kin go termora, or ef not, den some yuther day. Dey ain't nobody hankerin' atter corn but de all gray mule, and he de hanker and wicker fur it ef you was ter feed I am a wagon load 3 times a day. How come you ter be so bad dat yo ma hatter shet you up in dat dungeon? What you been doin'?" "Mother said I was very naughty and made me come in here," the little lad replied. "I bet you ef dey had a put yo pa in dere, dey wouldn't a been no penner lef, and de carpet would a looked like it been through a hurricane. Dey shet I am up in a room once, and dey was a clock in it, and he tuck dat clock ter pieces fur ter see what make it run. 'Twant no big clock needer, but yo pa got nuff wheels out dat clock fur ter fill a peck measure, and when dey sawn it ter town fur ter have it mended, de clock man say he know mighty well dat all dem wheels ain't come outer dat clock. He mended it all right, but he had nuff wheels and whirligigs left over fur ter make a ner clock." "There's a clock in here," said the little boy, "but it's in a glass case. Don't pester it, honey, kase it's yo grandma's, and 'twant yo grandma dat had you shot up in dar. No, suh, not her never in de round whirl." The little prisoner sighed, but said nothing. He was not a talkative chap. He had been taught that it is impolite to ask questions, and as a child's conversation must necessarily be made up of questions, he had little to say. Uncle Remus found a rake leaning against the chimney. This he took and examined critically, and found that one of the teeth was broken out. "Now, I wonder who could have done dat," he exclaimed. "Sho'ly nobody wouldn't a come long and knocked de tooth out des fur fun. Ef de times was diff'ent, I'd say dat a cricket hauled off and kicked it out wid one er his behind legs. But times done change. Dey done change so dat when I turn my head and look backwards, I hadder catch my breath I get so skeer Roman 500. Dey done been sech a change dat de crickets ain't dast ter kick sense, all grandaddy cricket had his great kickin' match. I laid off fur ter tell you 'bout it when we was gwine atter dat load corn dat's waitin' fur us. But stidder gwine atter corn, here you is settin' in de parlor countin' out yo money." Uncle Remus came close to the window and looked in. "All Miss Usetter keep de Bible on de table dariasser. Darties, de same all Bible dat's been in de family since de year 1. You better get it down, honey, and read dat ar piece 'bout de projikin son, kase ef dey shet you up in de parlor now, dey'll hatter put you in jail time yower 10-year all." This remark was intended for the ear of the young mother, who had come into the front yard searching for roses. Uncle Remus had seen her from the corner of his eye, and he determined to talk so she could hear and understand. "But what will they put me in jail for?" the child asked. "What day put you in dar fur? Case you wipe yo moof on yo sleeve. Well, when you get a little bigger, y'all say ter Yosef, dey shet me into parlor for nothin', and now il see f day ll put me in jail for sompin'. And den y'all make a move at de governor up dar in Atlanta, no right war his house issen dale slap you in jail and never ax yo name ner where you come from. Dat's de way dey does in dat town, case I done been dar and see dare carryins on." "I believe I'll try it when I go back home," said the little lad. "Coase you will," Uncle Remus assented, "and y'all be glad fur ter get in jail atter bane in a parlor what de sun ain't shinin' sense de war. You come down here fur ter get strong and well, and here you is in de dampest room in de house. Y'all get wello, yes. I see you well right now, specially atter you done had de croup and de pneumony, and de brown creeters." "There's mother," said the little boy under his breath. "I wish 'twas yo daddy," Uncle Remus replied. "Idgie I am a piecer my min as long as a wagon tongue." But the young mother never heard this remark. She had felt she was doing wrong when she banished the child to the parlor for a trivial fault, and now she made haste to undo it. She ran into the house and released the little boy, and told him to run to play. "Thank you, mother," he said courteously, and then when he disappeared, what should the young mother do but cry? The child, however, was very far from crying. He ran around to the front yard just in time to meet Uncle Remus as he came out. He seized the old darkey's hand and went skipping along by his side. "You put me in all grandaddy cricket bout de time he had his big kickin' match. He show was lively." "That was just what I was going to ask you about," said the child enthusiastically, for his instinct told him that Uncle Remus' remarks about Granddaddy Cricket were intended to lead up to a story. When they had both climbed into the wagon and were well on their way to the wood lot, where the surplus corn had been temporarily stored, the old man, after some preliminaries, such as looking in his hat to see if he had lost his hankshire, as he called it, and inquiring of the horses if they knew where they were going and what they were going after, suddenly turned to the child with a question. "Ain't I hear you ax me 'bout sumpin' ner, honey? I'm gettin' so all and wobbly dat it seem like I'm deaf. Yet ef anybody was ter call me ter dinner, I spec I could hear 'em a mile off ef dey so much as whispered it." "Yes," the child replied. "It was about old Granddaddy Cricket. I thought maybe you knew something about him." "Who, me, honey? Why, my great-granddaddy's great-granddaddy lived next door ter where all Granddaddy Cricket live at. Folks is lots littler now dan what day was in dem days, and likewise de creeters, and de creepin' and crawlin' things. My granddaddy say dat his great-granddaddy would make two men like him, and my granddaddy was a monstrous big man. Dey ain't no two ways 'bout dat. It seems like dat folks is swunk up. My granddaddy's great-granddaddy say it's kase dey done quit eatin' raw meat. I can't tell you 'bout dat myself, but my great-granddaddy's great-great-granddaddy could eat a whole steer in 2 days, horn and huff, and dem what tall me ain't make no brags 'bout it. Dey done like dey'd seen it happen 9 times a month off and on fur 40 year or mo." "Well, den," Uncle Remus went on, looking at the little chap to see if he was swallowing the story with a good digestion well, "den, dat bane de case. It stands ter reason dat de creeters and de crawlin' and creepin' things was lots bigger dan what dey is now. Dey had bigger houses. Ef dey had any tall, and ef dey had bigger houses dey musta had bigger chimbleys. So den, all dat bane settle, I am gwine tell yo 'bout all Granddaddy Cricket. He must have been a granddaddy long 'bout de time dat my great-granddaddy's great-granddaddy was workin' for his great-granddaddy. Howsomever dat mought be, all Granddaddy Cricket was on hand, and fum all I hear he was bigger dan a midland-sized goat. All endurin' de hot weather, he dee stay out in de woods wid his fife and his fiddle, and I spec he had great times. One day he dee fiddle fur de fishes fur ter dance, and de next he dee larn de young birds how ter whistle wid his fife. Day in and day out he frolicked and had his fun, but by mebbe de weather gun ter get cool and de days gun ter get shorter, and all Granddaddy Cricket hadder keep his hands in his pockets fum soon in de mornin' 10 o'clock. And long 'bout de time when de sun start downhill, he dee hadder put his fiddle under his arm and his fife in his side pocket. Dis was bad nuff, but wuss come. It got so called dat Granddaddy Cricket can't scasely walk 'twell de sun was shinin' right over 999. Mo dan dat, he gun ter get hongry and stay hongry. Ef you'd a seed I am in de hot weather, fiddlin' and dancin', and fiffin' and prancin', you'd a thunk dat he had a stack vittles put by as big as de barn back yander. But by mebbe it got so cold dat he know somethin' got ter be done. He know somethin' got ter be done, but how when he couldn't a tell you ef it had a been de laze see. He went long, creepin' and crawlin' from post ter pillar, and he remembered the days when he went with a hop, skip and a jump, but he was too call fur tur cry. He crope along, try and tur keep on de sunny side de whirl. 12 by maybe. One day he seed smoke Arison way off yander. And he knowed mighty well dat war dare smoke day bleeze tur be fire. He crope and he crawled, and by maybe he come close enough tur to smoke fur tur see dat. It was common out in a chimbly dat had been built on one in UV a house. Twant like de houses what you see up yander in Atlanty. Cays 'twas made out logs, and de chink twixt de logs was stopped up wid red clay. De chimbly was made outen sticks and stones and mud. Grandaddy Cricket was 4 of 'em times bigger dan what his family is these days, but he want so big dat he couldn't crawl unto house. Cays 'twas propped up on pillars. So unto house he went and scrooged close ter de chimbly fur ter see if he can't get some de warmth, but bless you it a stone call. Ef it had a been like de chimblies is these days, all Grandaddy Cricket would a frizz stiff, but 'twas plain, evade mud plastered on some sticks laid crossways. 'Twas hard fur all Grandaddy Cricket fur ter work his way inter de chimbly, but harder fur ter stay out and de calso he sought in ter work. He nigh out and he sawed, he scratched and he clawed, he pushed and he gouged, and he shoved and he scrooged, 12 by maybe, he got where he could feel some de warmth de fire, and 'twant long fo he was feelin' fine. He snickered ter hissef when he hear de wind whistlin' round de cornders, and blowin' des like it come right fresh from de place where de icebugs live at. The little boy laughed and placed his hand caressingly on Uncle Remus' knee. You mean icebergs, Uncle Remus, he said. Nigh as I kin member, replied the old darky, with affected dignity. Icebugs is what I meant. I tell you dat pintedly. What I know about icebergs. The little lad eyed the old darky curiously, but said nothing more for some time. Uncle Remus regarded him from the corner of his eye and smiled, for this was a little chap whose ways he was yet to understand. Finally, he took up the thread of his story. It's des like I tell you, honey. He ain't no sooner get thawed out dan he gun ter feel good. Day was some cracks and crannies into hath de fireplace, and when de chillun eat dare mush and milk, some de crumbs sift through de hath. All Grandaddy Cricket smelt and felt and helt and atter dat you couldn't make I am believe dat he want an hoggy Roman 1000. De place where he was at want room enough for fiddlin', but he tuck out his fife and gun ter play on it, and every time he hear a noise he cut de tune short. He blow a little and den break off, but take de day as it come, he put in a right smart lot fiffin. When night come and everything was dark down dar where he was at, he des turned hisself loose. De chillun in de house, day des licen and laugh, but day daddy shake his head and look sour. Day want no crickets in de country war he come fum, and he want usin' ter But de mammy de chillun ain't pay no tension ter de fiffin. She des went on bout her business like day, ain't no cricket in de round whirl. All Grandaddy Cricket he fifed and fifed des like he was doin' it fur pay. He played de chillun off ter bed and played ter sleep. He played 12 de all man got ter nidnid by de fire. He played 12 day all went ter bed sep de mammy, and he played while she sot by de hath, and dreamt bout de times when she was a gal de all times, dat make de grandchillun feel so funny when day hear tell bout Night atter night de fiffin went on, and by mebby de man gun ter get tired. Do oman, she say dat de crickets brung good luck, but de man, he say he'd druther have mo luck and less fiffin. So he holler down through de crack in de hath, and tell all Grandaddy Cricket fur ter hush his fuss change his tune. But de fiffin went on. De man holler down and say dat ef de fiffin don't stop, he gwine ter pour billin' water on de fifer. All Grandaddy Cricket holler back. Hot water will turn me brown. And den I'll kick yo chimbly down. So he hollered down through de crack. De man, he grin, he did, and den he put de kittle on de fire and kep it dar 12 de water gun turbile. And den, whiles de fiffin was at de loudest, he tucked de kittle and tilted it so de scaldin' water will run down through de cracks. And den de fuss thing he knowed he ain't know nothin'. Kays de water weakened de clay and de hath fellin and all Grandaddy Cricket sot in ter kickin' and de chimbly come down. It did and buried de man, and when day got I am out, he was one-eyed and splay-footed. De oman and de chillun ain't scasely no 999. Day hatter ax I am his name, and where he come from, and how all he was. And atter he satchified dat he was de same man what been livin' dar all de time. De oman say, ain't I tell you dat crickets fetch good luck? And de man, he low, does you call dis good luck? What became of the cricket? Asked the little boy, after a long pause, during which Uncle Remus appeared to be thinking about other things. Oh, exclaimed the old darky. Dat so, I ain't tell you, is I? Well, all Grandaddy Cricket kicked so hard, and kicked so high, dat he ongented both his legs, and when he crawled out from de chimbly, his elbows was where his knees oughter be at. But it was cold weather, suggested the little boy. Where did he go when he kicked the chimney down? Uncle Remus smiled as he took another chew of tobacco. Dey want but one thing he could do, he replied. He went on ter next house and got into Chimbly, and he been livin' in Chimblies off and on down ter dis day and time. Does you call dis good luck? Roman 2. How Wily Wolf rode in the bag. Uncle Remus soon had the wagon loaded with corn, and he and the little boy started back home. The plantation road was not a good one to begin with, and the spring rains had not improved it. Consequently, there were times when Uncle Remus deemed it prudent to get out of the wagon and walk. The horses were fat and strong, to be sure, but some of the small hills were very steep, so much so that the old darky had to guide the team first to the right and then to the left in order to overcome the sheer grade. In other words, he had to seesaw as he explained to the little boy. Drive straight up, and dey fall back, he explained, but on de seesaw dey furgits dat dare gwine uphill. All this was Dutch to the little boy, who knew nothing about driving horses, but he had been well trained, and so he said, yes, that is so. The last time that Uncle Remus had to vacate the driver's seat in order to relieve the horses of his weight, he stumbled into a ditch that had been dug on the side of the road to prevent the rains from washing it into gullies. He recovered himself immediately, but not before he had startled a little rabbit, which ran on ahead of the horses for a considerable distance. Instinct came to its aid after a while, and it darted into the underbrush which grew profusely on both sides of the road. Before the little rabbit disappeared, however, Uncle Remus had time to give utterance to a hunting halloo that aroused the echoes all around and made the little boy jump, for he was not used to this sort of thing. I declare ter gracious, ef it don't put me in min all timest times, dey tell bout in details dat been handed down. Ef dat little rab had a been 5 times as big as he is, and twice as young, it a thunk wed done got back ter de days when my great-granddad's great-granddaddy lived. You mayn't believe me, but ef y'all count fum de time when my great-granddad's great-granddaddy was born down ter dis minute, y'all fin dat yower lookin' back on many a long year, and a mighty heap Christmas coming gone. You may think dat dese times is de best. Well den, you kin have ef y'all des me to all times when de nights was long and de days short, wid plenty wood on de fire, and taters and ash cake in de embers. Han here. Uncle Remus held out his hand as if he thought the little chap had the old times and the ash cakes and the roasted potatoes in his pocket. Den you ain't got he went on, as the child drew away and pretended to hold his pocket tight. You ain't got and you can't get I done been had but I got tur nippin' one night, and some come long and tuck some nigger man, I spec. K's day was a big fat possum mixed up wid and a heap other things liable fur tur make a nigger's move water. Yasser, dey tuck right away from me, and I ain't seed since, and maybe ef I was ter see I would know Were the rabbits very large in old times? Inquired the little boy. Dey mought been runts into fambly, replied Uncle Remus cautiously, but fum all I kin hear from dem what knowed, all Br'er Rabbit was a sight bigger dan any de rabbits you see dese days. Uncle Remus paused to give the little boy an opportunity to make some comment or ask such questions as occurred to him, as the other little boy had been so ready to do. But he said nothing. It seemed that his curiosity had been satisfied, and yet he wanted very much to hear a story such as Uncle Remus had been in the habit of telling his father when he was the little boy. But he had been so rigidly trained to silence, in the presence of his elders, that he hesitated about making his desires known. The old Negro, however, was so accustomed to anticipating the wants of children, especially those in whom he took an interest, that he knew perfectly well what the little boy wanted. The child's attitude was expectant, even if his lips refused to give form to his thoughts. This sort of thing the old Negro could give it no name was so new to Uncle Remus that he chuckled, and presently the chuckle developed into a hearty laugh. The little boy regarded him with surprise. "Are you laughing at me, Uncle Remus?" he inquired after some hesitation. "Why, honey, what put dat itty in yo' head? What I gwinter laugh at you fur? Ef you was a little bigger, I might laugh at you, des ter see how you'd take it. Ef you want me ter laugh at you, y'all hadder do some growin'." "Grandmother says I am a big boy," said the child. "Fur yo' age and size, yower right smart chunk you be a boy," assented Uncle Remus. "But y'all hadder be lots bigger dan what you is fo' I laugh at you." "No, sah, I was gigglin' at de way Br'er Rabbit got away wid all Br'er Wolf and durin' de time when dere chillun played Turgster. And dat little rabbit dat run cross de road put me in min on it. I bet ef it a been dar, it a done mo dan laugh at a holla Roman 500. Yasser, dey ain't no two ways bout it a des flung back my head and a fetched a whoop dat you could a hearn from here ter de big house. Dat's what it a done." "It must have been very funny, then," remarked the little boy. Uncle Remus looked at the child with a serious face. Surely something must be wrong with him. And yet he was still expectant, and patient. The old Negro had never had dealings with such a youngster as this, and he was not in the habit of telling stories des dry as he put it, so he went at it in a new, but still a characteristic, way. If yo pa had been set and why you set he wouldn't gimme no peace twell, I tell I am exactly what I was laughin' 'bout. And he dia pestered me wid his inquirements twell he found out all about it. Does he pester you dat away, honey? K's if he does, I'll tell you to waiter fetch I am up wid a round turn. Des tell I am you gwiner tell his mammy on him, and I bet you he won't pester you much at her dat. This tickled the little boy very much. The idea of asking his grandmother to make his father stop bothering him was so new and so ridiculous that he laughed unrestrainedly. De minute dat little Rab jumped out into bushes, Uncle Remus went on, apparently paying no attention to the child's laughter. It put me in de time when all Br'er Rabbit had a lot chillun and grandchillun Puritan round de neighborhoods war he live at. Dey moutta not been any grandchillun in de bunch, but dey was plenty chillun, both young and all. Br'er Rabbit move sometimes des like de folks does dese days, specially up dar in Latmatantarum, where you come from. The little boy smiled at this new name for Atlanta and snuggled a little closer to Uncle Remus, for the old man had, with this one word, entered the fields that belonged to childhood. He move, but mos allers he take a notion fur ter come back ter his all home. Sometimes he had move, de youther creeters pursued atter I am so close. But dey allers got de ragged and de pursuin', and day was times when day'd be right neighborly wid 999. 'Twas 'bout de time dat Br'er Wolf had kinder made up his min dat he can't outdo Br'er Rabbit. No way he kin fix it, and he say ter hisef dat he better let I am lone twell. He can get I am in a corner war he can't get out. So Br'er Wolf he live wid his family on one side de road, and Br'er Rabbit live wid his family on de yuther side. Not close enough fur ter coil 'bout defense line, and yit close enough fur dare youngest chillun ter play turgeder whiles de all folks was payin' dare Sunday calls. Dey sot dar talkin' 'bout all times. It went on and went on dis way twell it looked like Br'er Rabbit done furget how ter play tricks on his neighbors and Br'er Wolf done disremembered dat he yever is try fur ter catch Br'er Rabbit fur meat fur his family. One Sunday in special, day was mighty friendly. It was Br'er Rabbit's time fur ter call on Br'er Wolf, and both was settin' up into porch des as natural as life. Br'er Rabbit was chowin' his turbecker and spittin' over de railin', and Br'er Wolf was grinnin' 'bout all times, and pickin' his toofies, which dey look mighty white and sharp. Dey was settin' up dar, dey was, des as thick as fleas on a dog's back, and lookin' like butter want melt in dare moof. And whiles day was settin' dar, little Wily Wolf and Riley Rabbit was playin' in de yard des like chillun will. Day run and day romped, day frisk and day frolic, day jump and day hump, day hide and day slide, and it looked like day had mo fun dan a mule kin pull in a wagon. Little Wily Wolf, he run atter Riley Rabbit, and den Riley Rabbit run atter Wily Wolf, and here day headed up and down and round, twell it looked like day'd run daysef ter death. 'Bout de time you'd think day bleeze ter drap, one would holler out King's excuse. And in dem days when you say dat, nobody can't catch you, it ain't make no diffunce who, K's f day das ter lay hands on you atter you say dat, day could be tucked ter to place war day done dare judgin', and f day want mighty sharp day'd get put in jail. Now, whiles Wily Wolf and Riley Rabbit was havin' dare fun, dare daddies was bleased ter hear de racket what day make, and see de dust day raise. Day squealed and day squalled, and ripped around twell you to thunk day was a good size whirlwind blowin' in de yard. Br'er Rabbit chawed his turbecker right slow and shot one eye, and all Br'er Wolf lick his chops and grin. Br'er Rabbit low, de youngsters is gittin' mighty familious, and all Br'er Wolf say, day is indeedy, and I hope dey'll keep it up. You know how we use etter be, Br'er Rabbit? We was constant a playin' tricks on one ainer, and it looked like we was allers at outs. I hope de young uns'll have better manners. Day sot dar, day did, talkin' 'bout all times, twell de sun got low, and de visitin' had ter be cut short. Br'er Rabbit say dat he had ter cut some kindlin' so his all oman kin get supper, and Br'er Wolf low dat he allers cut his kindlin' on Satday so he kin have all Sunday ter hisef, and smoke his pipe in peace. He went a piece de way wid Br'er Rabbit, and Wily Wolf he come too, and him and Riley Rabbit had all sorts a time atter day got into big road. Day was bushes on both sides, and day kep up dare game hide and seek des as fur as Br'er Wolf went, but by mebbe, he say he gone fur enough, and he say he hope Br'er Rabbit'll come again right soon, and let Riley come and play wid Wily and Durin de week. Not ter be outdone, Br'er Rabbit invite Br'er Wolf fur ter come and see him, and likewise ter let Wily come and play wid Riley. Day ain't nothin' but chillun, says he, and look like day done tuck a lickin' tur one ainer. On de way back home, Br'er Wolf make a mighty strong talk tur Wiley. He say, it's mo dan likely dat de little rab will come tur play wid you some day when day ain't nobody here. And when he do, I want you tur play de game ridin' in de bag. Wiley Wolf say he ain't never hear tell dat game, and all Br'er Wolf say it's easy as fallin' off a log. You get in de bag, says he, and let I am haul you round de yard, and den hell get in de bag for you tur haul him round. What you want ter do is tur get I am use tur de bag. You hear dat, don't you? Get I am used tur de bag. So when little Riley come, de two had a great time ridin' in de bag. 'Twas des like ridin' in a wagon, seppin' dat Riley Rabbit look like he ain't got no mo sense dan tur haul little Wiley Wolf over de roughest ground he kin fin. And when Wiley hollered dat he hurt I am, Riley ud say he want do it no mo, but de next chance he got, he de do it again. Get I am used to de bag. Well, day had all sorts of a time, and when Riley Rabbit went home, he up and tall all what day'd been a playin'. Br'er Rabbit ain't say nothin', he des sot dar, he did and chaw his turbecker and shot one eye. And when all Br'er Wolf come home dat night, Wiley tall I am bout de good time day'd had. Br'er Wolf grin, he did and lick his chops. He say, says he, day's two parts tur dat game. When you get tired ridin' in de bag, you tie de bag. He went on, he did, and tall Wiley dat what he want I am tur do is tur play ridin' in de bag twell both got tired, and den play tie in de bag, and at de laws he was tur tie de bag so little Riley Rabbit can't get out, and den tur go tur bed and kiver up his head. So said, so done. Little Riley Rabbit come and played ridin' in de bag, and den when day got tired, day played tie in de bag. 'Twas mighty funny fur tur tie one ainer in de bag, and not know ef 'twas gwiner be auntied. I dunner what would a happened ter little Riley Rab ef all Br'er Rabbit ain't come along wid a big load spicions. He called a little rabbit ter defense. He talk loud and he say dat he want I am fur ter fetch a turn kindlin when he start home, and den he say ter Riley, be tied in de bag once mo, and den when Wiley gets in tie I am in dar hard and faz. Wet de string in yo moof, and pull it des as tight as you kin. Den you come on home, yo mammy want you. De law's time Wiley Wolf got in de bag. Little Riley tied it so tight dat he couldn't a got it loose ef he tried. He tied it tight, he did, and den he low, I got ter go home fur ter get some kindlin', and when I do dat, I'll come back and play 12 supper time. But ef he yever is went back dar, I ain't never hear talk on it. Uncle Remus closed his eyes apparently, but not so tight that he couldn't watch the little boy. The youngster had been listening to the story too intently to ask questions, and now he sat silent waiting for Uncle Remus to finish. He waited and waited until he grew impatient, and then he raised his head. He still waited a few moments longer, but Uncle Remus to all appearances was nodding. Uncle Remus, he cried, what became of Wiley Wolf? Den you come on home, yo mammy want you. The old Negro pretended to wake with a start. Ain't I hear someone talkin'? He looked all around, and then his eye fell on the little boy. Dar you is, he exclaimed with a laugh. I done been ter sleep and dreamt dat I was eatin' a sleesh tater custard as big as de wagon body. The little boy repeated his question, whereupon Uncle Remus held up his hands with a gesture of astonishment. Ain't I tell you dat? Den I muse be gittin' all and wobbly. De fust thing when I get ter de house I'm gwinter be weighed fur ter see how all I is. Now, where was I at? Wiley Wolf was in the bag, the little boy answered. Right war Riley Rab left 999. He was in de bag and dar he stayed twell all Br'er Wolf come fum, or he been workin' in de field de creeters, was mostly farmers in dem days. He come back, he did, and he see de bag, and he know by de bulk on it dat day was sompin' in it, and he us so greedy dat his moof fair dribbled. Now den, when Wiley Wolf got in de bag, he was mighty tired. He'd been a scufflin' and airslin' twell he was plumb woe out. He hear Riley Rab say he was comin' back, and while he was waitin', he drapped off ter sleep, and dar he was when his daddy come home sound asleep. All Br'er Wolf ain't got but one itty, and dat was dat Riley Rab was in de bag, so he went ter de winder, and ax ef de pot was billin', and his all oman say 'twas. Wid dat, he pick up de bag, and fo you could bat yo eye, he had it soused in de pot. In the boiling water, exclaimed the child. Dat's de way de tale runs, replied Uncle Remus. Es dey gun it ter me, so I gin it to you. Romans 3. Br'er Rabbit's laughing place. This new little boy was intensely practical. He had imagination, but it was unaccompanied by any of the ancient illusions that make the memory of childhood so delightful. Young as he was, he had a contempt for those who believed in Santa Claus. He believed only in things that his mother considered valid and vital, and his training had been of such a character as to leave out all the beautiful romances of childhood. Thus, when Uncle Remus mentioned something about Br'er Rabbit's laughing place, he pictured it forth in his mind as a sure enough place that the four-footed creatures had found necessary for their comfort and convenience. This way of looking at things was, in some measure, a great help. It cut off long explanations and stopped many an embarrassing question. On one occasion when the two were together, the little boy referred to Br'er Rabbit's laughing place and talked about it in much the same way that he would have talked about Atlanta. If Uncle Remus was unprepared for such literalness, he displayed no astonishment, and for all the child knew, he had talked the matter over with hundreds of other little boys. "Uncle Remus," said the lad, "when was the last time you went to Br'er Rabbit's laughing place?" "To tell you de truth, honey, I dunno as I ever been dar," the old man responded. "Now, I think that is very queer," remarked the little boy. Uncle Remus reflected a moment before committing himself. "I know as I ever went right spang ter to place and put my hand on it. I spec I could a gone dar wid mighty little trouble, but I was so used ter hearin' 'bout it dat de itty gwine dar ain't never got in my head. It's sorter like all Mr. Grissom's house. Dey say he lives in a queer little shanty not fur fum de 1099. I know right whar de shanty is, yet I ain't never been dar, and I ain't never seed it. It's de same way wid Br'er Rabbit's laughin' place. Dem what tol me 'bout it had likely been dar, but I ain't never had no 'casion fur ter go dar mysef. Yet if I could walk 15 or 60 mile a day, like I use it er, I bound you I could go right now and put my hand on de place. Day was one time but dat's a tale, and, goodness knows, you done hear 'nuff tales one kin and anater fur ter make a hoss sickty ain't no two ways 'bout dat." Uncle Remus paused and sighed, and then closed his eyes with a groan, as though he were sadly exercised in spirit. But his eyes were not shut so tight that he could not observe the face of the child. It was a prematurely grave little face that the old man saw, and whether this was the result of the youngster's environment, or his training, or his temperament, it would have been difficult to say. But there it was, the gravity that was only infrequently disturbed by laughter. Uncle Remus perhaps had seen more laughter in that little face than anyone else. Occasionally, the things that the child laughed at were those that would have convulsed other children, but more frequently, as it seemed, his smiles were the result of his own reflections and mental comparisons. "I tell you what, honey," said Uncle Remus, opening wide his eyes, "dat's de vay thing you oughter have." "What is it?" the child inquired, though apparently he had no interest in the matter. "What you want is a laughin' place, where you can go and tickle Yosef and laugh whether you want or laugh or no. I bound ef you had a laughin' place, you'd gain flesh, and when yo pa comes down from Lantamatentarum, he wouldn't scasely know you." "But I don't want father not to know me," the child answered. "If he didn't know me, I should feel as if I were someone else." "Oh, he de know you by mebbe," said Uncle Remus, "and he de be all de gladder fur ter see you lookin' like somebody." "Do I look like nobody?" asked the little boy. "When you fust come down here," Uncle Remus answered, "you look like nothin' tall, but since you been ramblin' round wid me, you done gun ter look like somebodymos like "I reckon that's because I have a laughing place," said the child. "You didn't know I had one, did you?" "I have one, but you are the first person in the world that I have told about it." "Well, sah," Uncle Remus exclaimed with well-feigned astonishment, "and you been settin' here listenin' at me, and all de time you got a laughin' place yo own, I never would have believed it you. Warbouts is dish your place?" "It is right here where you are," said the little boy with a winning smile. "Honey, you don't tell me," exclaimed the old man, looking all around. "Ef you kin see it, you see Modan I dozedy ain't no two ways 'bout dat." "Why, you are my laughing place," cried the little lad with an extraordinary burst of enthusiasm. "Well, I thank my stars," said Uncle Remus with emotion. "You show does need ter laugh lots mo dan what you does. But what make you laugh at me, honey? Is my britches too big, or is I too big for my britches? You need ter laugh at dis coat, kase it's one dat yo granddaddy use etter have. It's mighty nigh new, kase I ain't wad it mo dan 11 year. It may look shiny in places, but when you see a coat look shiny, it's a sign dat it's des as good as new. You can't laugh at my shoes, kase I made 'em mysef, and ef dey lack shape dats kase I made 'em fur ter fit my rheumatism and my foots both." "Why, I never laughed at you," exclaimed the child, blushing at the very idea. "I laugh at what you say and at the stories you tell." "La, honey, you show to know nothin'. You oughter hear me tell tales when I could tell 'em. I bound you to busted de buttons offen yo what your mackalums. Yo pa use it or set right where you were settin' and laugh twell he can't laugh no mo. But dem was laughin' times, and it look like day ain't never comin' back. Dat as fo everybody was rushin' round trying fur ter git money, what don't belong ter by good rights. I was thinking to myself, remarked the child, that if Br'er Rabbit had a laughing place, I had a better one. Honey, hush, exclaimed Uncle Remus with a laugh. Y'all have me gwine round here wid my head into R, and feelin' so biggity dat I want look at my own sef into looking glass. I ain't too all fur dat kinder talk ter spile me. Didn't you say there was a tale about Br'er Rabbit's laughing place? Inquired the little boy, when Uncle Remus ceased to admire himself. I dunner whether you can call it a tale, replied the old man. It's mighty funny 'bout tales, he went on. Tell 'em as you may and whence you may, some will say 'tain't no tale, and den again some will say dat's a fine tale. Dey ain't no tellin'. Dat de reason I don't like ter tell no tale ter grown folks, specially ef dey white folks. Dey'll take it and put it by decide some other tale, what dey got in dere min and dey'll take on dat slonchitickler grin what allers say. Go way, nigger man. You dunner what a tale is. And I don't ill say dat much fur ter keep someone else from sayin' it. Now, bout dat laughin' placet seem like dat one time de creeters got ter sputin' mongs deyselves, as ter which unkin laughed de loudest. One word fotch on einer twell it looked like dey was gwinter be a free fight, a rumpus and a riot. Dey showed dere claws and tushes, and shucked dere horns and rattled dere hoof. Dey had dere bristles up, and it looked like dere eyes was runnin' blood, dey got so red. Des bout de time when it looked like you can't keep part. Little Miss Squinch Owl flewed up a tree and lo, you all dunner what laughin' ish ha ha ha. You can't laugh when you try ter laugh ha ha ha. De creeters was 'stonished. Here was a little fowl not much bigger dan a jaybird laughin' hersef blin, when dey want a thing in de round whirl fur ter laugh at. Dey stop dere coilin' at her dat and look at one ainer. Br'er Bull say, is anybody ever here to beat dat? Who mought de lady be? Dey all say dey dunno, and dey got a mighty good reason fur dere sesso, kaze Miss Squinch Owl, she flies at night wid de bats and de Betsy bugs. Well, dey quit dere coilin', de creeters did, but dey still had dere spute. De common Miss Squinch Owl ain't settled dat. So dey gree dat dey'd meet summers when de weather got better, and try dere han at laughin' fur ter see which unkin outdo de youther. Observing that the little boy was laughing very heartily, Uncle Remus paused long enough to inquire what had hit him on his funny bone. I was laughing because you said the animals were going to meet and try their hand at laughing, replied the lad when he could get breath enough to talk. Uncle Remus regarded the child with a benevolent smile of admiration. Yower long ways ahead may you show is. Dey ain't ner chap in de whirl what it a cotch on so quick. You put me in min de peerch, what grabbed de bait foe it hit de water. Well, dat's what de creeters done. Dey say dey was gwinter make trial fur ter see, which is de outlaughingest de whole caboodle. And dey named de day, and all promise fur ter be dar, seppin Br'er Rabbit, and he lo dat he kin laugh well nuff fur ter suit hisef and his family, sides dat. He don't keer bout laughin' lesson days sompin fur ter laugh at. Do youther creeters dey beg I am fur ter come, but he shake his head and wiggle his mustache, and say dat when he want her laugh, he got a laughin' place fur ter go ter, or he won't be pestered by de balance creation. He say he kin go dar and laugh his fill, and den go on bout his business. Ef he got any business, and ef he ain't got none, he kin go ter play. Gracious me, and den he howl. Do you the creeters ain't know what ter make all dis? And dey wonder how Br'er Rabbit kin have a laughin' place and dey ain't got none. When dey ax I am bout it, he spawn, he did, daddy spec 'twas des de diffunce twixt one creeter and ainer. He ax fur ter look at folks, how diffunt dey was, let lone de creeters. One man be rich and ainer man po, and he ax how come dat. Well sa, dey des naturally can't tell I am, what make de diffunce twixt folks no mo dan dey kin tell I am de diffunce twixt de creeters. Dey was stumped. Dey done furgit all bout de trial what was ter come off, but Br'er Rabbit fotch back ter it. He say dey ain't no needs fur ter see which can outdo all de balance in de laughin' business. Kaze anybody what got any sense know dat de donkey is a natural laugher, same as Br'er Coon is a natural pacer. Br'er Bar look at Br'er Wolf and Br'er Wolf look at Br'er Fox and den dey all look at one ainer. Br'er Bull he say well, and den he groan, Br'er Bar say who to thunk it, and den he growl and Br'er Wolf say gracious me, and den he howl. Atter dat, dey ain't say much, kaze dey ain't much fur ter say. Dey des stand round and look kinder sheepish. Dey ain't spute wid Br'er Rabbit, do dey to like ter a done it, but dey sot about make marks in de sand des like you see folks do, when dey tryin' fur ter git dere thinkin' machine ter work. Br'er Rabbit he put his hand ter his head. Well sa, dar dey sot and dar dey stood. Dey ax Br'er Rabbit how he know how ter fin his laughin' place, and how he know it was a laughin' place atter he got dar. He tap hissef on de head, he did, and lo dat day was a heap mo and his hat, dan what you could get out wid a fine tooth comb. Den day ax f day can see his laughin' place, and he say he de take de itty tur bed wid I am, and study pon it, but he kin say dis much right den, dat if he did let see it, day'd hatter go dar one at a time, and day'd hatter do des like he say. F day don't dale get de notion dat it's a crayon place. Day greet her dis, de creeters did, and den Br'er Rabbit say dat while day are all dare turged her, day better chosen mongs daysef which uv was gwine fuss, and he de chosen to raise when de time come. Day jowered and by mebbe, day hatter leave it all tur Br'er Rabbit. Br'er Rabbit he put his hand tur his head, and shot his eyeballs and do like he studyin'. He say de mo I think bout who shall be de fuss one, de mo I get de itty dat it oughter be Br'er Fox. He been here long as anybody, and he's purty well thunk uv by de neighbor's eye, ain't never hear nobody breathe a breath again 999. Dey all say dat day had Br'er Fox in min all the time, but somehow dey can't come right out wid his name, and dey vow dat if dey had greed on somebody, dat somebody would show a been Br'er Fox. Den, atter dat, 'twas all plain sailin'. Br'er Rabbit say he de meet Br'er Fox at sech and sech a place, at sech and sech a time, and atter dat day want no mo tur be said. De creeters all went tur de place war dey live at, and done des like dey allers done. De creeters all went tur de place war day live at. Br'er Rabbit make a soon start fur tur go tur de pint war he promised tur met Br'er Fox, but soon as he was, Br'er Fox was dar befo 999. It seemed like he was so much into habits bane, outdone by Br'er Rabbit dat he can't do without it. Br'er Rabbit bo, he did, and passed a time day wid Br'er Fox, and ax I am how his family was. Br'er Fox say day was pert as kin be, and den he lo dat he ready and a waitin' fur tur go and see dat great laughin' place what Br'er Rabbit been talkin' bout. Br'er Rabbit say dat suit him tur a gnat's heel, and off day put. By maybe day come tur one dese here clear places dat you sometimes see in de middle uv a pine thicket. You may ax Yosef how come day don't know trees grow Darwin days trees all round, but you ain't gwiner get no answer, and neither is day anybody what kin tell you. Day got dar day did, and den Br'er Rabbit make a halt. Br'er Fox lo is dis de place? I don't feel no mo like laughin' now Dan I did fo I come. But soon as he was, Br'er Fox was dar befo I am. Br'er Rabbit, he say, des keep yo jacket on Br'er Fox. Ef you get in too big a hurry it might come off. We done come mighty nigh tur de place, and ef you want tur do some all-time laughin', y'all hatter do des like I tell you. Ef you don't want ter laugh, I'll des show you de place, and well go on back where we come from, case dis is one de days dat I ain't got much time tur waste laughin' cryin'. Br'er Fox lo dat he ain't so mighty greedy tur laugh, and wid dat, Br'er Rabbit whirl round, he did, and make out he gwine on back where he live at. Br'er Fox holler at I am, he say, come on back, Br'er Rabbit, I am des aperjikin wid you. Ef you want her project, Br'er Fox, y'all hatter go home and project wid dem what wanter be project wid. I ain't here case I want her be here. You ax me fur tur show you my laughin' place, and I greed. I spec we better be gwine on back. Br'er Fox say he come fur tur see Br'er Rabbit's laughin' place, and he ain't gwine ter be satchfied twell he see it. Br'er Rabbit lo dat f dat de case, den he muse AC de gentleman all de way through, and quit his behavishness. Br'er Fox say hell do de best he kin, and den Br'er Rabbit show I am a place where de bamboo briars, and de blackberry bushes, and de honeysuckles done start tur come into pine thicket, and can't come no furder. 'Twant no thick place. 'Twas des wore de swamp at de foot de hill petered out in tryin' tur come tur dry land. De bushes and vines was thin and scanty, and ef day could a talked day to hollered loud fur water. Br'er Rabbit show Br'er Fox de place, and den tell I am dat de game is fur tur run full tilt through de vines and bushes, and den run back, and through again and back. And he say he de bet a plug turbecker, gin a ginger cake dat by de time, Br'er Fox done dis he de be dat tickled dat he can't stand up fur laughin'. Br'er Fox shuck his head. He ain't nigh believe it, but fur all dat, he make up his min fur tur do what Br'er Rabbit say, spite de fact dat his all oman done tell I am fo he left home dat he better keep his eye open. K's Br'er Rabbit gwinter run a rig on 999. His all oman done tell him dat he better keep his eye open. He tuck a run and start, he did, and he went through de bushes and de vines like he was runnin' a race. He run and he come back in, and he run back, and dat time he struck sompin' wid his head. He tried tur dodge it, but he seed it too late, and he was gwine too faz. He struck it, he did, and time he do dat, he fetched a howl dat you might a hearn a mile, and adder dat. He hollered yap, 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 and ouch, 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 and yow, yow, yow. And whiles dis was gwine on Br'er Rabbit was thumpin' de ground wid his behind foot, and laughin' fit tur kill. Br'er Fox run round and round, and kept on snapping at hisself and doin' like he was tryin' fur ter tar his hide off. He run, and he roll, and wallow, and holler, and fall, and squall twell it looked like he was havin' 40 of 'em duck fits. And dat time he struck somethin' wid his head. He got still atter while, but de mo stiller he got, de wuss he looked. His head was all swell up, and he looked like he been run over in de road by a mule wagon. Br'er Rabbit lo, I am glad you had such a good time, Br'er Fox. Ill hatter fetch you out again. You show done like you was havin' fun. Br'er Fox ain't say a word. He was too mad for ter talk. He des sot around and lick hisself and try ter get his har straight. Br'er Rabbit lo, you ripped around in dar twell I was skeered you was gwine ter hurt Yosef, and I believe in my soul you done gone and bump yo head agin a tree, case it's all swell up. You better go home, Br'er Fox, and let yo all oman poultice you up. Br'er Fox show his tushes and say, you said dis was a laughin' place. Br'er Rabbit lo, I said 'twas my laughin' place, and ill say it agin. What you reckon I been doin' all dis time? Ain't you hear me laughin'? And what you been doin'? I hear you mackin' a mighty fuss in dar, and I say ter myself dat Br'er Fox is havin' a mighty big time. I let you know dat I ain't been laughin', says Br'er Fox, says he. Uncle Remus paused and waited to be questioned. What was the matter with the fox if he wasn't laughing? The child asked after a thoughtful moment. Uncle Remus flung his head back and cried out in a sing-song tone. He run tur de ease and he run tur de wheeze. And jammed his head in a hornet's nest. Roman 4. Br'er Rabbit and the Chickens. Uncle Remus was sorely puzzled as to the best method of pleasing this youngster. He wasn't sure the little boy enjoyed such tales as the one in which Riley Rabbit turned the tables on Wily Wolf. So he ventured a question. Honey, what kinder tales does you like? Oh, I like them all, replied the little boy. Only some are nicer than the others. And then, without waiting for an invitation, he told Uncle Remus the story of Cinderella. He told it very well for a small chap, and Uncle Remus pretended to enjoy it, although he had heard it hundreds of times. It's a mighty purty tale, he said. It's so purty dat you dunner weder ter believe it er not. Yet I spec it so, case one time in 40 of 100 matters will turn out right in up'ards. Now, de creeters never had no godmers, dey des hatter scuffle and scramble and git long de best way dey kin. But they were very cruel, remarked the little boy, and they told stories. When it come ter dat, Uncle Remus replied, de creeters ain't much ahead folks, and yit folks is got preachers fur ter tell 'em when dey er gwine wrong. Mo dan dat, dey got de Bible. And yit when you get a little older, y'all wake up some fine day and say ter Yosef dat de creeters is got de vantage folks, spite de fact dat dey ain't no de diffunce twixt right and wrong. Dey got ter live cordon ter dare nader, case dey ain't no better. I had min a tale bout Br'er Rabbit and de chickens, but I spec it de hurt you feelin's. The little boy said nothing for some time. He was evidently expecting Uncle Remus to go ahead with his story. But he was mistaken about this, for when the old man broke the silence, it was to speak of something trivial or commonplace. The child, in spite of the training to which he had been subjected, retained his boy's nature. Uncle Remus, he said, what about Br'er Rabbit and the chickens? Which Br'er Rabbit was dat, honey? He asked with apparent surprise. You said something about Br'er Rabbit and the chickens. Who, me? I moughter said somethin' bout day fo yistiddy. But it done gone off in my min, I done got so all dat my min flutters like a bird in de bush. Why, you said that there was a tale about Br'er Rabbit and the chickens, but if you told it, my feelings would be hurt. You must think I am a girl. Uncle Remus laughed, not as bad as dat, honey, but I'm feared yower monstus tetchus. I'll tell you de tale, and den you can tell it ter yo pa, case it's when he ain't never hear tell bout. Well den, one time, way back yonder day was a man what lived neighbor ter de creeters. Dey want nothing queer bout dis Mr. Man. He was des a plain, everyday kinder man, and he tried ter get long de best he kin. He ain't had no easy time needer, case 'twant den like tease now, when you kin take yo cotton yo corn ter town and have de money planked down fur you. In dem times dey want no town, and not much money. What folks dey was hatter get long by swappin' and traffickin'. How dey done it, I'll never tell you, but do it dey did, and it seemed like dey was in about as happy as folks is dese days. Well, dish your Mr. Man what I am aitlin' you bout? He had a truck patch, and a rosin-year patch, and a goober patch. He growed wheat and barley, and likewise rye, and kissed de gals and make cry. And on top dat, he had a whole yard full chickens, and dars war de trouble come in. In dem times, all de creeters was meat-eaters, and 'twas in about as much as dey kin do, and sometimes a little fur ter get long so dey want go ter bed hungry. Dey got into habit bane hungry, and dey ain't never get over it. Look at Br'er Wolf gaunt, look at Br'er Fox gaunt. Dey ain't never been able fur ter make dey sef fat. So den, as you see now, dat de way dey was in dem days, and a little mo so. Mr. Man, he had chickens, des like I tell you. Hens as plump as a partridge. Pullets so slick dey'd make yo moof water, and free-sized chickens dat look like dey want ter get right into pan. Now when dat's de case, what you reckon gwinter happen? Br'er Wolf want chicken, Br'er Fox want chicken, and Br'er Rabbit want chicken. And dey ain't got nothin' what dey kin swap for, In dese days dey'd be called po, but I take notice dat po folks gets des as hungry as de rich unsan hungrier, when it comes ter dat. Yes, Lord, lots hungrier. Well, de creeters got mighty friendly wid Mr. Man. Dey'd call on specially on Sundays, and he ain't had no better sense dan ter cluck up his chickens des ter show what a nice passel he had. When dis happen, Br'er Wolf underjaw would trimble, and Br'er Fox would dribble at de moof same as a baby what cuttin' his toofies. As for Br'er Rabbit, he des laugh, and nobody ain't know what he laughin' at. It went on dis way twell it look like Nader can't stan it, and den, by mebbe one night when de moon ain't shinin', Br'er Rabbit take a notion dat he call on Mr. Man. But when he got ter de place, Mr. Man done gone ter bed. De lights was all out, and de dog was quiled up on de house sound asleep. Br'er Rabbit shake his head. He low, sholy days somethin' wrong, K's allers when I come, Mr. Man call up his chickens war I kin look at 'em. I dunner what de matter wid 999. And I don't see no chickens, neither. I bound you somethin' done happen, and nobody ain't tell me de news, K's dey know how sorry it'd be. Ef I could get into house, I'd go in dar and see ef everything is all right, but I can't get in. He walk all round, he did, but he ain't see nobody. He was so skeered he wake 'em up dat he walk on his tiptoes. He low, ef Mr. Man knowed I was here, he come out and show me his chickens, and I des might as well lookin' and see ef dey are all right. Wid dat he went ter de chicken house and peep in, but he can't see nothin'. He went ter de door, and found it unlocked. Br'er Rabbit grin, he did, and lo, Mr. Man mos knowed dat it belong sometime ter day, and done gone and left his chicken house open, so I kin see his pullets and he knowed dat ef I can't see id wanter feel fur ter see how slick and purty day is. Went off home des as gaily as a colt in a barley patch. Br'er Rabbit slap hisself on de leg and laugh fit ter kill. He ain't make fuss nuff fur ter wake Mr. Man, but he woke de fat hens and de slick pullets, and dey ax one ainer what de name goodness is de matter. Br'er Rabbit laugh and say ter hisself dat ef he brung a bag, it make a good overcoat fur 4 or 5 de fat hens, and 6 or 7 de slick pullets. Den he low, why what is I thinkin' bout? I got a bag in my hand, and I furgit dat I had it. It's mighty lucky fur de chickens dat I fotch it, kase a little moan day to been frizz stiff. So he scoopin' de bag as many as he kin tote. He low, ill take warm, and get warm, and termora Mr. Man kin have back if he want And wid dat he mighty nigh choke hisself tryin' fur ter keep from laughin'. De chickens kinder flutter, but dey ain't make much fuss, and Br'er Rabbit flung de sack cross his shoulders and went off home des as gaily as a colt in a barley patch. Wouldn't you call that stealing, Uncle Remus? Inquired the little boy very seriously. Ef Br'er Rabbit had a been folks, it be called stealin', but you know mighty well dat de creeters know de diffunce twixt talkin' and stealin'. When it come ter dat, dey's a plenty folks dat ain't know de diffunce, and how you gwinter blame de creeters? Uncle Remus paused to see what comment the little boy would make, but he was silent, though it is doubtful if he was satisfied. Br'er Rabbit tucked de chickens on home, he did, and made way wid Now dat was de laws de chickens, but des de beginnin's de feathers. All Miss Rabbit she wanter burn into fear, but Br'er Rabbit say de whole neighborhood would smell and he low dat he got a better way dan dat. So, next mornin' at her breakfast, he borried a bag from all Br'er Wolf, and in tur dis he stuffed de feathers and start off down de road. Well, as luck would have it, Br'er Rabbit had her pass by Br'er Fox house, and who should be standin' at de gate wid his walking cane in hand but Br'er Fox. Br'er Fox he fetched a bow, wid Br'er Rabbit war you gwine? Br'er Rabbit low, ef I had to win, Br'er Fox, it'd be gwine to 10.99. Dish year's a turrible load I got, and I dunner how soon it'll gee out. I ain't strong in de back and limber in de knees like I use it or be, Br'er Fox. You may be holdin' yo own, and I hope you is, but I am on de downgrade, dey ain't no two ways bout dat. Wid dat, he sot de bag down by de side de road, and wipe his face wid his hankcher. Br'er Rabbit war you gwine. Br'er Fox he come on war Br'er Rabbit was assatin at, and ax ef it's corn wheat. Br'er Rabbit low dat tain't ne'er one, it's des some stuff dat he gwine ter sell ter de miller. Br'er Fox, he want ter know what tease so bad he ain't know what ter do, and he up and ax Br'er Rabbit pintedly. Br'er Rabbit say he feared ter tell, I am k's de truck what he got in de bag, is de onlyest way he kin make big money. Br'er Fox vow he want tell nobody, and den Br'er Rabbit say dat bane as him and Br'er Fox is such good friends neighbors. As you might say, don't min tellin I am, case he know dat atter Br'er Fox done promise, he want breathe a word bout it. Den he say dat de truck what he got in de bag is roots de winionimus grass, and when dey ground up at de mill, dey wuff $9 a pound. Dis make Br'er Fox open his eyes. He felt de heft de bag, he did, and he say dat it's mighty light, and he done what make Br'er Rabbit pant and grunt when tain't no heftier dan what it is. Br'er Rabbit lo dat de bag wouldn't have felt heavy ter him ef he was big and strong like Br'er Fox. Dat kinder talk make Br'er Fox feel biggity, and he lo dat hell tote de bag ter mill ef Br'er Rabbit feel like it's too heavy. Br'er Rabbit say hell be mighty much obliged, and be glad fur ter pay Br'er Fox somepin ter boot. And so, off dey put down de road, Br'er Fox Atherton and Br'er Rabbit gwine in a canter. Br'er Fox ax what dey does wid de winionimus grass atter day, gets it ground up at de 10.99. Br'er Rabbit lo dat rich folks buys it fur ter make whip me hop me puddin'. Br'er Fox say hell take some home when de miller get it ground and see how it tases, and Br'er Rabbit say he's mo dan welcome. Atter day been gwine on some little time, Br'er Rabbit look back and see Mr. Man Ackerman, and he say ter Br'er Fox, says he Br'er Fox, you is dout doinest man I ever is see. You done got me plumb woe out and I am bleased ter take a raise. You go on an ill catch up would you if I kin, ef not des wait fur me at de 10.99. Br'er Fox lo shucks Br'er Rabbit, you ain't quainted wid me, you done nothing tall bout me. I kin go on dis away all day long and half de night. Br'er Rabbit roll his big eyes and say well sa. And den he sot down by de side de road, and 'twas all he kin do fur ter keep fum bustin' out in a big laugh. By mebbe, Mr. Man come long and say, who dat wid de big bag on his back? Br'er Rabbit make answer dat it's Br'er Fox. Mr. Man say what he got in his bag. Br'er Rabbit lo, I ax I am, and he say it's some kinder grass what he talkin' ter de mill fur ter get ground, but I seed mo dan one chicken feather stickin' ter de bag. Mr. Man say, den he's de chap what tuck my fat hens and my slick pullets, and ill make I am sorry dat he ever is see a chicken. With dat he put out atter Br'er Fox, and Br'er Rabbit, he put out too, but he stay in de bushes, so dat nobody can't see 999. Mr. Man he cotch up wid Br'er Fox, and ax I am what he got in de bag. Br'er Fox say he got winionimus grass what he gwinter have ground at de 10.99. Mr. Man say he wanter see what winionimus grass look like. Br'er Fox sot de bag down and say dat when it's ground up de rich folks buys it fur ter make whip me hop me puddin'. Mr. Man opened de bag, and dey want nothin' in it but chicken feathers. He lo, whip me hop me puddin'? Ill whip you and wop you, and wid dat he grabbed Br'er Fox in de collar, and mighty nigh frailed de life out in 999. Br'er Rabbit seed it well done, and he des fell down into bushes and roll and laugh twell he can't laugh no mo. Well, I don't see why he should think it was funny, the little boy remarked. Uncle Remus looked hard at this modern little boy before he answered. Maybe you dunno Br'er Fox, honey. I don't spec you hear talker de way he tried ter git to in turn on Br'er Rabbit. But on topper dat, Br'er Rabbit was so ticklish dat mos anything would make I am laugh. It sholy was scanless de way Br'er Rabbit kin laugh. Avi, little Mr. Cricket and the other creatures. Uncle Remus was very anxious to know what the child thought about the story of Br'er Rabbit and the chicken feathers, but he made no inquiries. He was willing to let the youngster's preferences show themselves, without any urging on his part. When the little boy did speak, he made no reference to Br'er Rabbit and the chicken feathers, his thoughts were elsewhere. Uncle Remus, he said, I never saw a cricket, what do they look like? You ain't never seen no cricket, exclaimed Uncle Remus, with a great display of amazement. Well, dat bangs my time. What yo mon pas specially yo pa hat day been doin' all dese lonesome years dat they ain't never showed you no cricket? How dey spec you ter get long into whirl ef dey ain't gwine ter tell you bout de things you oughter know, and show you de things dat you oughter see? You ain't never see no cricket, and here you is mos ready ter shave off de down on your face. The child blushed. Why, I have no down on my face, Uncle Remus, he protested. Well, you will have some dese days. And den what will folks think you be a great big man, what ain't never seed no cricket? Mother has never seen one, replied the little boy, somewhat triumphantly. She's a lady, Uncle Remus explained, and dat's diff'ent. She been brung up in Lantamatentarum, and I spec shed fall down and faint ef she was ter see one. Folks ain't like dey used ter be. In my day and time, ef man or boy was ter say dat he ain't never seed no cricket, dem what he tall de news ter would get up and go way from I am. But dese days I bound you day'd huddle up close round I am, and jine in wid I am, and say dey ain't never is seed one nutter. If you had never seen one, you wouldn't talk that way, Uncle Remus, remarked the little boy quite seriously. How can I help myself if I have never seen one? It isn't my fault, is it? To be sho it ain't, honey. Nobody ain't blammin' you. Yet when I see a great big boy what ain't never seed no cricket, I bleeze ter ax myself whar he come from and what he been doin'. I bound you'd a been wid yo grandmammy and me you'd a seed crickets twell you got tired seein' Dat's de kinder folks wheel is. Tain't no trouble ter wheel ter show chillin' what day oughter see. I bet you pa knowed what a cricket was long fo he was all as you is. Dey want nothin' fur ter hender 999. Miss Sally Des turned I am over ter me and say, don't let I am get hurted, and dar he was. Ef he ain't seed all day was ter be seed, it us case it us in a show, and de show in town war he can't get at it. Dat's de way we done wid him, and dat's de way id like ter do wid you. It's a mighty pity you want brung up here at home, stitter up dar in Lantamatentarum. War day ain't nothin' tall but dust and mud and money. De folks up dar ain't want de mud and dust, and de mo day wash it off de mo day gets on. But day does want de money, and de mo day scuffles fur it, de mo day has ter scuffle. Is a cricket like a grasshopper, Uncle Remus? Inquired the little boy, who took no interest in the old man's prejudice against Atlanta. Day Mosley is, and den again day Mosley ain't. Befo de time dat all grandaddy cricket kicked down de chimbly, day want no mo like grasshoppers dan I am like a steer. But atter dat, when he get his knees on wrong soudoutards, day sorter look like grasshoppers seppin when you look at right close, and den day don't look like Dey got lots mo sense dan de uther crawlin' and hoppin' creeters. Dey ought not ter be put wid de hoppin' creeters, case dey don't blong wid and dey wouldn't be a happen in dese days ef all grandaddy cricket hadn't a got cripple when he kicked de chimbly down. In de times when all boss elephant, and Br'er lion, and Br'er tiger was meanderin' round in dese parts, little Mr. Cricket was on mighty good terms wid As dey say folks, he stood mighty well war day knowed mighty wellin, he was bout de sharps de whole caboodle, ef y'all leave out de name Br'er Rabbit. It come bout one time dat de creeters was all sun and daysifit mot been Sunday fur all I knowin, dey des stretch out and sot round lickin' dare chops, and blinkin' dare eyes, and combin dare har. Mr. Elephant was swingin' hissef backwards and forwards, and flingin' de sand on his back fur ter keep off de flies, and all de rays was gwine on cordon ter dare breed in need. Ef y'all watch right close, honey, y'all fin out fur Yosef dat when folks ain't got much ter do, and little nothin' fur ter talk bout, dey'll soon get ter braggin', and dat's des de way wid de creeters. Br'er Fox started up. He say, gents, fo I furged it off in my min, I wanter tell you dat I am de swifts one in dis bunch. Mr. Elephant wink one his little eyeballs, and fling his snout into and whispered and you motta hearn dat whisper a mile de strengkiest, I wanter call yo tention ter dat. Mr. Lion shuck his mane and showed his tushes. He say, don't forget dat I am de king all de creeter tribe. Mr. Tiger stretched hissef and gap Roman 500 he say, I am de purtiest and de mos servigrous. Fum one tur de uther de braggin went round. F twant disidas dat, and F twant dat, twas de uther. Day went on so twel by mebby little Mr. Cricket chirped up and say he kin make all run day heads off, fum all Mr. Elephant down tur de laws one. Day all laugh like it's a good joke. And Br'er Foxy lo dat he had de itty dat day was all doin' some monstus tall braggin', but Mr. Cricket was away ahead de whole gang, and den he say, how you gwiner begin fur ter commence fur ter do all dese great deeds and didos? Mr. Cricket say, des gimme time. Gimme time, and y'all all hear from may all hear, but you want stop fur ter listen, and den he work his jaws fur all de whirl like Br'er Rabbit does when he's chowin' Terbecker. Br'er Fox say, gents, I wanter tell you dat I am de swifts one in dis bunch. Now, all Br'er Rabbit knowed dat Mr. Cricket was up ter some sharp trick and so he wait twell he kin have a confab wid 999. He ain't had long ter wait, case Mr. Crickly Cricket make up his min dat Br'er Rabbit was de one what kin hep him out. Dey both wanter see one ainer, and when dat's de case, dey ain't much trouble bout it. Dey soon got off by daysef, and Br'er Rabbit lo dat Mr. Cricket got a mighty big job on his hands, and Mr. Cricket, he say it's such a big job dat he can't get through wid it lesson Br'er Rabbit will hep I am out. Mr. Cricket say tain't much he gwine ter ax Br'er Rabbit, but little as tease he bleeze ter ax it. Br'er Rabbit look at I am right hard and tweeze his mustache. Outwit it, Mr. Cricket, outwit it, and ill see ef I kin hep you out. But I want you ter take notice dat all de uthers is got a crow fur ter pick wid me, on account de way I been doin'. Mr. Cricket chirp up so I hear, Br'er Rabbit so I hear, and den he went on fur ter tell Br'er Rabbit what he want I am ter do. Br'er Rabbit laugh he did, and say, F dat's all you want, Mr. Cricket, you can count me in. K's I laid off fur ter hep you lots mo dan dat lots mo. Mr. Cricket say dat lil be de greats plenty, and wid dat day went off home fur ter kinder raise daysef. But not fo day fix on a day when day'll have time fur ter work dare trick on de other creeters. Day greed on de day, and dat day met, and at her colligwin turged off day put ter to place war day spected ter fin de other creeters. De fust one day meet was all Mr. Elephant. Day passed de time day did, and Br'er Rabbit say he got bad news. Mr. Elephant flung up his snout like he 'stonished, and swung backward and forwards like he bout ter cry. Br'er Rabbit low dat de wind blow de hickey nut down right pond topper Mr. Cricket and cripple I am so he can't go home, and he ax if Mr. Elephant want tote I am as fur as he kin. Mr. Elephant say to be show he will and be glad and de bargain, and so he kneel down, he did, and let Mr. Cricket crawl on his back. But Mr. Cricket crawl furder dan de back. He crawl on Mr. Elephant neck, and den inter his year. Dis war he wanter get, and soon as he got settle, he flutter his wings right faws and Mr. Elephant think de wind is blowin' through de trees. Mr. Cricket flutter his wings harder, and Mr. Elephant think day's a storm cornin' up. He splunged through de bushes, he did, and ef Mr. Cricket hadn't a been inside his year, he'd a been knocked off by de limbs de trees. As 'twas, he sot back and laugh, and say ter hisef dat Mr. Elephant ain't hear nothin' tall ter what he will hear. Wid dat, he tune up his whistle, and started fur ter blow on it. He blowed kinder low ter begin wid, and den he gun ter get louder. And de louder he got de mo he skeered Mr. Elephant, and he went splungin' through de woods same as a hurricane. He went so faz dat he come mighty nigh runnin' over King Lion, whiles he was talkin' ter all Br'er Tiger. He ain't hear say, Mr. Elephant, where you gwine? But he stop right war day was in gun ter turn round and round. King Lion ax I am what de matter, and Mr. Elephant say he believe he gwine ravin' stracted. He low, I got a singin' and a whistlin' in one my years, and I dunner which it's in. Don't wall hear it. Day listen, day did, and bless gracious, day kin hear it. All King Lion look like he 'stonished. He say, it sounds fur all de whirl, Mr. Elephant, like you des bout ter bile over, and ef dat's what you're gwine ter do, I wanter be outen de wakely and outen de way. Mr. Elephant turned round and round, he did, and ef he'd a been light-headed like some folks I knows, he'd a drapped right dar. Mr. Cricket watch his chance, and when Mr. Elephant got nigh ter King Lion, he tuck a flyin' jump and lit right in King Lion's mane, and twant long fo he made his way ter de year. But while he was mackin' his way dar Mr. Elephant stopped whirlin' round. He stop and listen, he did, and he ain't hear nothin'. He listen some mo and still he ain't hear nothin'. He say, I believe in my soul dat I'm coyote. I'm mighty glad I met you all, 'case I know one on you is a doctor, and ever which on it is, he show has done de work. Mr. Elephant went splungin' through de woods, same as a hurricane. By dis time, Mr. Cricket had got in King Lion year, and twant long fo he start up his whistlin'. He whistle low fur ter start wid, and King Lion haul his head sideways and listen. He say, I still hears it, Mr. Elephant, and ef yower coyote I done cotched a thing you had. Mr. Cricket went a little louder, and King Lion gun ter back off like he had business ter tend ter. Mr. Tiger say, war you gwine? I hope you ain't skeered Br'er Elephant, 'case he ain't gwine ter hurt you. Ef you gwine any war, you better turn round and go right. But King Lion ain't pay no tention ter Mr. Tiger. He des back off, he did, and wave his tail and shake his mane. Mr. Cricket gun ter whistle louder and flutter his wings, and make zoon like a locust. King Lion say, I hear to win a blowin' and I better get home ter my wife and chillun, and off he put, runnin' like he was gwine atter de doctor. Mr. Tiger laugh and say dat some folks is so funny he dunner what ter make an. Day stayed dark and fabbin', and by mebby day hear a fuss, and here come King Lion gwine as hard as he kin. Tryin' fur ter get away from de fuss in his year, he had run all round twell he come back again ter war he start fum. He had his tongue out, and his tail was droopin'. He was mighty nigh woe out. He say, hey what you all doin' here? I had to itty dat I left you back yander where I come fum. Mr. Elephant low, we ain't scasely move out in our tracks. You run away and left us, and here you is back. What de name goodness is de matter wid you? King Lion say, I done got a whistlin' in my head and look like I can't scape fum it. It's in dar yit, and I dunner what I'm gwine ter do bout it. Mr. Elephant say, do like I don'tstin it de best you kin. Br'er Tiger low, I hear it, and it sounds zactly like you was bout ter bile over, and when you does I wanter be out and de way. By dat time, little Mr. Cricket had done made a flyin' jump and lit on Mr. Tiger, and twant long fo he was snug in Mr. Tiger year. Mr. Tiger listen, he did, and den he gun ter back off and wave his tail. Mr. Elephant swing his snout and say, "What de matter, Mr. Tiger? I hope you ain't thinkin' 'bout leavin' us." But Mr. Tiger was done gone. He des flit away. Long 'bout dat time, Mr. Rabbit come loppin' up, laughin' fit ter kill. He low, Br'er Cricket say he gwine ter make you all run and dat's des what he done. Bof on you been runnin' K's I see you pantin'. And ef y'all des wait here, Mr. Cricket will fetch Mr. Tiger back safe and sound, and dey ain't had ter wait long. Nutter K's by mebby, here come Mr. Tiger, tongue out and tail a droopin'. He say, "Hello, how come you all ter outrun me? I got de itty dat you was back yander in de woods where I come fum, and den dey got ter laughin' at I am, and dey laugh twell dey can't laugh no mo." Mr. Cricket jump outer Mr. Tiger's year, and get into grass, and by mebby he show hissef. He come close up wid a howdy do, gents? And day passed a time day wid 999. By mebby Mr. Elephant low, Mr. Cricket, ain't you say to you day dat you was gwinter make wheel run? And Mr. Cricket, he make answer, "Why, I wouldn't talk about runnin' ef id been runnin' same as what you been doin'." Mr. Elephant swing his snout kinder slow and say, "How you know I been runnin'?" Mr. Cricket low, "I know because ef I hadn't helt on monstus tight, it'd a fell off. Mo dan dat, ef I hadn't stopped singin' and whistlin' you'd a been runnin' yit." Mr. Elephant shot his two little eyes and say, "Well, sah." What did the others do? The little boy inquired when he was sure that the story was ended. Dey mostly got way from dem parts, K's dey was skeered Mr. Cricket would get on 'em again. King Lion say he got ter look at her some fresh meat what he got, Mr. Elephant say he bleased ter go and cut some grass, and Mr. Tiger low dat he got ter hunt up some victuals for his family. And as for Mr. Cricket, he clomb on Br'er Rabbit's back, and dey moseyed off summers, I dunner war. All I know is dat dey giggle as day went. Romans 6. When Br'er Rabbit was king. One afternoon, while Uncle Remus was sitting in the sun, he felt so comfortable and thankful for all the blessings that he enjoyed, and for those that he had seen others enjoy, that he suddenly closed his eyes. And he had no sooner done so than he drifted across the dim and pleasant borderland that lies somewhere between sleeping and waking. He must have drifted back again immediately, for it seemed that he was not so fast asleep that he was unable to hear the sound of stealthy footsteps somewhere near him. Instantly he was on the alert, but still kept his eyes closed. He knew at once that the little boy was trying to surprise him. The lad had improved much in health since coming to the plantation, and with the growth of his strength had come a certain degree of boisterousness that his mother thought was somewhat unusual, but which his grandmother and Uncle Remus knew was the natural result of good health. By opening one eye a trifle, Uncle Remus could watch the youngster, who was creeping, Indian-like, upon him, and this gave the old Negro an immense advantage, for just as the little boy was about to jump at him, Uncle Remus straightened himself in his chair and uttered a blood-curdling yell that would have alarmed a much larger and older person than the lad. As a matter of fact, the little fellow was almost paralyzed with fright, and for a moment or two could hardly get his breath. "Why, what in the world is the matter with you, Uncle Remus?" he asked as soon as he could speak. "Was dat you comin' long dar, honey?" said Uncle Remus by way of response. "Well, ef 'twas, you kin des go up dar ter de big house and tell 'em all dat you saved my life, kase dat what you done. Dey ain't no tellin' what would a happen ef you hadn't a come creepin' long and woke me up, kase whiles I was dozin' dar I was on a train, and de bulgin look like it was runnin' away. 'Twant one er dese your committin' trains, kase de man what tuck up de ticket say he want in no hurry fur ter see how fur anybody gwine. Dey was all bound fur de same place, and when dey got dar dey'd know it. De kyars was lined wid caliker, and de brakeman was made outen straw. It went on, it did, and de bulgin run faster and faster twell it run so fast you couldn't hear it toot fur brakes, and des 'bout de time dat everything was a gittin' smashed up. Here you come and woken mean a mighty good thing, kase ef it a stayed on dat train day, wouldn't have been nuff er me left fur de congregation ter sing a song over. I'm mighty thankful dat days somebody got sense nuff fur ter come long and skeer me out er my troubles." This statement was intended to change the course of the little boy's thoughts, cause him to forget that he had been frightened, and it was quite successful. For he began to talk about dreams in general, telling some peculiar ones of his own, such as children have. "Talkin' 'bout dreams," remarked Uncle Remus, "it put me in min de man what been sick off and he had be mighty keerful his eatin'. One night he had a dream. It seemed like dat somebody come long and gie him a great big hunk all-time ginger cake, and it smells so sweet and tastes so good dat he et 'bout a pound. He was eatin' it in his sleep. But de dream was so natural dat de next mornin' dey had her send fur de doctor, and 'twas een bout all day could do fur ter pull im through. De doctor gun im all de truck what he had in his saddlebags, and lo dat he believe in his soul he de hatter send fur mo. And den atter dat he tuck and lay down de law ter de man. He say dat whatsomver else he mought do. He better not eat no ginger cakes in his dreams. K's de next ud be show fur ter take I am off spite all de doctor truck in de round whirl. Then the little boy told of a dream he had had. It seems that he had slipped into the pantry, when no one was looking, and had taken a piece of apple pie. It wasn't stealing, he said, for he knew that if he asked his grandmother for a piece she would have given it to him. But he didn't want to bother her while she was talking to the sewing woman, and so he just went in the pantry and got it for himself. Perhaps he took a larger piece than his grandmother would have given him, but he had nothing to measure it by, and so he was compelled to guess how much she would have given him. I bound you stretched yo guesser, honey, said Uncle Remus dryly. The child admitted with a laugh that perhaps he had, and he was very sorry of it afterwards, for when he went to bed, he dreamed that something scratched at his door and made such a fuss that he was obliged to get up and let it in. He didn't wait to see what it was, but just flung the door open, and ran and jumped back in bed, pulling the cover over his head. In the dream, he lay right still and listened. Everything was so quiet that he became curious, and finally ventured to look out from under the cover. Well, sir, the sight that he saw was enough, for between the door and the bed, a big black dog was lying. He seemed to be very tired, for his tongue hung out long and red, and he was panting as though he had come a long way in a very short time. Uncle Remus groaned in sympathy. The black dog that gallops through a dream with his tongue hanging out was one of his familiars. I know dat dog, he said. He got a bunch white on de his tail, and his eyeballs look like day green in de dark. You call him in hell growl, call him again and hell howl. Id know dat dog if I was ter see him in de daytime id know him, so well dat id run and ask somebody fur ter please. Suh, wake me up and do it mighty quick. The little boy didn't know anything about that. What he did know was that the dog in his dream, when he had rested himself, jumped up on the bed and began to nose at the cover, and he seemed to get mad when he failed to pull it off the little boy. He tried, and then he seized a corner of the counterpane, or the spread, or whatever you call it, and shook it with his teeth. When he grew tired of this, the little boy could hear him smelling all about over the bed, and then he knew the creature was hunting for the piece of apple pie. Uncle Remus agreed with the child about this. "'Cordin' ter my notion," he said, "when folks slip round and take dat what don't belong ter dat what dey ought ter have by good rights, de big black dog is show ter come round growlin' and smellin' atter dey goes ter bed. Dey ain't no two ways 'bout dat. Dey may not know it, dey may be too sleepy fur ter see I am in dere dreams, but de dogs dar. Mo dan dat, dogs will growl and smell round dare in dreams outer dreams. Dey got into habits smellin' way back yander in de days, when all Br'er Rabbit had took into place de king one time, when de king wanter go off down de country fishin'." The little boy seemed to be very much interested in this information, but while they were speaking of this curious habit that is common to dogs, a hound that had been raised on the place came into view. He was going at a gallop, as if he had important business to attend to, but when he had galloped past a large tree, he paused suddenly and turned back to investigate it with his nose. And though he was entirely familiar with the tree, it seemed to be new to him now, for he smelled all around the trunk of it and was apparently much perplexed. Whatever information he received was sufficient to cause him to forget all about the business that had caused him to come galloping past the tree, for when his investigation had ended, he turned about and went back the way he had come. "Now you see dat, don't you?" exclaimed Uncle Remus with some show of indignation. "Ain't it des a little mo den you wanterstan? Here he come gwine, I dunner war, des aglin up like he done been sent fur. He come ter dat ar tree, he did, and went on bicebang by, and den fo you kin bat yo eyeball. Whiff, he turn round and go ter smellin' at de tree, des like he ain't never seed it befo. And he must 'a got some kind news war he smellin' at, k's atter he smell twell it look like he gwinter smell de bark clean off, he furge it all bout war he gwine, and tuck his tail and go on back war he come fum. Maybe you know sompin' bout it, hun you and de balance de white folks, but me im bof blin and deaf when it come ter tellin' you what de dog found out. I may know what make I am smell at de tree, but what news he got I never is ter tell you. Well, you know you said that dogs got in the habit of smelling away back yonder, when old Br'er Rabbit took the place of the king, who had gone fishing. I was wondering if that was a story." "Was you, honey?" Uncle Remus asked with a pleased smile. "Well, you show has got a dumplin' I fur de kinder tales what I tells. I believe ef I was ter take one dem old-time tales and skin it and drag de hide through de house and round de lotif, I was ter do dat, I believe you'd open up on de trail same as all louder follerin on atter Br'er Possum. I show does." Some run fur ter dig bait. The child seemed to appreciate the compliment, and he laughed in a way that did the old Negro a world of good. I have found out one thing, said the little boy with emphasis. Whenever you are hinting at a story, you always look at me out of the corner of your eye, and there's always a funny little wrinkle at the corner of your mouth. Well, sah, exclaimed Uncle Remus, gleefully. Well, sah, and me assitin right here and doin' dat away fo yo face and eyes? I never would have expected it. Peepin' out de cornder my eyeball and orinclin at de moof. It looked like I muse be gettin' all in fibble and de min. He chuckled as proudly as if someone had given him a piece of pound cake of which he was very fond. But presently his chuckling ceased, and he leaned back in his chair with a serious air. I dunno so mighty well bout all de other times you talkin' bout, honey, but when I say what I did bout all Br'er Rabbit talkin' to place dare king, I show had a tale in my min I say tale, but I dunner what y'all say bout it. You kin name it atter you get it. Well, way back yander, Mo's fo de time when folks got into habits dreamin' dreams, day was a king and dish your king kinged it over all on what was dar, most specially de creeters, K's what folks day was ain't no nothin' tall bout whether day need any kingin' not. Look like day didn't count. Well, dish your king, what I am aidlin' you bout had purty well growed up at de business. And de time come, when he got mighty tired settin' in one place, and haulin' a crown on his head fur keep it fum fallin' on de flow. He say hissef dat he wanter get out and get de fresh ar, and have some fun long wid dem what he been kingin' over. He low dat he wanter fix it so dat he ain't a curin' wetter school keeper no, and he ax 'em all what de best thing he kin do. Well, one say one thing and de other say t'other, but by maybe some chipped in and say dat de best way ter have fun is ter go fishin', and dis kinder hit de king right in de middle his notions. He jump up and crack his heels turgeder, he did, and he say dat's what he been thinkin' bout all de time. A fishin' it was an a fishin' he de go, ef his life was sparred twell he kin get ter de creek. And wid dat, day was a mighty stirrin' round mongs dem what he was a kingin' over, some on 'em run off ter get fishin' poles, and some run fur ter dig bait, and some run fur ter get de bottle, and dar day had itty out a thunk dat all creation was gwine fishin'. Uncle Remus, said the little boy, interrupting the old man, what did they want with a bottle? The old man looked at the child with a puzzled expression on his face. De bottle? He asked with a sigh. I believe I did say sompin' bout de bottle. I dunner whether it is a long white bottle a chunky black un. Dem what handed de tail down ter me ain't say what kinder one it was, and I am feared ter say right short off dat it is one de other. Well, des call it a plain, everyday bottle and let it go at dat. But what did they want with a bottle, Uncle Remus? Persisted the little boy. You ain't never been fishin', is you, honey? And you ain't never see yo daddy go fishin'. All I know is dat war days any fishin' gwine on, y'all fin a bottle summers in de neighborhoods y'all scratch about in de bushes. Well, de creeters done like folks long folks got ter doin' dat away, and when Disher King went a fishin', he had ter have a bottle fur ter put de bait in. When everything got good and ready, and de king was 'bout ter start off, all Br'er Rabbit kinder hung his head on one side and set up a snigger. De king, he look 'stonish and den he low, what's de joke, all freen? Well, says all Br'er Rabbit, says he, it look like ter me dat you 'bout ter go off and furgit sompin'. Tain't none er my business, but I couldn't hep from gigglin'. De king, he say up and out wid it, all freen, less here to wust day is ter here. All Br'er Rabbit, he say, says he, I dunner if it makes any difference, but who gwine ter do de kingin whiles you gone a fishin'. De king sot right flat in a cheer. Well, de king looked like he was mightly tuck back. He flung up both hands and sot right flat in a cheer. And den he low, I done got so dat I am de Fergitines creeter what live on top de ground. You may hunt high and low and you want never fin dem what kin beat me a Fergitin. Here I was 'bout fur ter go off and leave de whole business at sixes and sevens. All Br'er Rabbit, he say, says he, oh, I spec dat would have been all right. Day ain't likely ter be no hurricane, ner no fresh whiles you gone. De king, he low, dat ain't de thing. Here I was 'bout ter go off on a frolic and leave everything fur ter look at her itsef. What yo reckon folks would have said? I tell you now, day ain't no fun in bane a king, case yo time ain't yo own, and you can't turn round widout skinnin' yo shins on some bylaw nother. Fo I go, go I does, I got ter pint somebody fur ter take my place and be king whiles I am gone. And twant dat, it de be sompin' else, and so dar you go year in and year out. Day ain't no fun in bane a king. He sought dar, he did, and study, and by mebbe he say, says he, Br'er Rabbit, spossin' you take my place whiles I'm gone? I'll pay you well. All you got to do is ter set right flat in a cheer and make $1 a day. All Br'er Rabbit say dat would suit him mighty well, case he bleeze fur ter have some money so he kin buy his all oman a caliker dress. Well, it ain't take 'em long fur ter fix it all up, and so Br'er Rabbit, he done de kingin whiles de king gone a fishin'. He made de job a mighty easy one, K's stidder settin' up in Holland de crown on his head. He tied some strings on it and fix it so it de stay on his head without haulin'. When de king went a fishin', he went de back way. Well, when de king went a fishin', he went de back way, and he ain't moden got out de gate twell all Br'er Rabbit hear a big rumpus in de front yard. He hear sompin' growlin' and howlin' and winnin', and he ax what it was. Some dem what wait on de king shuck dare heads and say dat ef de king was dar, he wouldn't pay no tention ter de racket fur dare longest. Dey say dat de biggest kinder fuss ain't sturb de king, K's he des set right flat and wait fur some unter come tell somebody what de rumpus is bout, and den dat either somebody would tell someone else. And maybe bout dinner time de king would fin out what gwine on, when all he hadder do was ter look out de winder and see fur hissef. Some dem what wait on de king shuck dare heads. He lay back wid dat crown on top his head, and make out he talkin' a nap. When all Br'er Rabbit hear dat, he lay back as well as he kin wid dat crown on top his head, and make out he talkin' a nap. Atter so long a time, word come dat Mr. Dog was out dar in de entry war day all hadder wait at, and he sont word dat he bleased ter see de king. All Br'er Rabbit he sought dar, he did, and do like he studyin', and atter so long a time, he tell him fur ter fetch Mr. Dog in and let him say what he got ter say. Well, Mr. Dog come creepin' in, he did, and he look mighty umble come a tumble. He was so dat it looked like you can see Evie bone in his body, and he was mangy lookin'. His head hung down, and he was kinder shiverin' like he was call. Br'er Rabbit make out he tryin' fur ter fix de crown on his head so it will set up straight, but all de time he was lookin' at Mr. Dog fur ter see ef he knowed a man show nuff. He did, K's it us de same Mr. Dog what done give him many a long chase. Well, Mr. Dog come creepin' in. Well, Mr. Dog, he stood dar wid his head hangin' down and his tail tween his legs. Everything was so still and solemn dat he gun ter get wanna see, and he look round fur ter see ef days, any way fur ter get out without runnin' over somebody. Dey ain't no way, and so Mr. Dog sorter wiggled de his tail fur ter show dat he ain't mad, and he stood dar spectin' dat evy minute would be de nex'. By mebbe, somebody say, who dat wanter see de king and what business is he got wid I am? When Mr. Dog hear dat, de howl dat he sot up mought a been hearn a mile mo. He up and low, he did, dat him and all his tribe, and most specially his kinnery, is been havin' de wuss times dat anybody ever is here tell un. He say dat war day used ter get meat, day now gets bones, and mighty few dem, and war day used ter be fat, day now has ter lean up agin de fence, and lean mighty hard, ef day wanter make a shatter. Mr. Dog had lots mo ter say, but de long and de short it was dat him and his kinnery want treated right. All Br'er Rabbit, which he playin' king fur de day, he kinder study, and den he clear up his throat and look solemn. He ax ef days any turkentime out dar in de backyard in de cellar war day keep de harness grease, and when day say day spec days a drap two lef, all Br'er Rabbit tell him fur ter fetch it in, and den he tell him ter get a pound red pepper and mix it wid de turkentime. So said, so done. Day grab Mr. Dog, and rub de turkentime and red pepper from head ter heel, and when he holler day run I am outen de place war de kingin was done at. Day run I am outen de place war de kingin was done at. Well, time went on, and one day follered ainer des like day does now, and Mr. Dog ain't never gone back home, or his tribe and his kinnery was waitin' fur 999. Day wait, and by mebbe day gun ter get wanna see. Den day wait some mo, but it get so day can't stand it no longer, and den a whole passel and went ter de house war day do de kingin at, and make some inquirements bout Mr. Dog. Dem dat live at de king's house up and tell dat Mr. Dog done come and gone. They say he got what he come atter, and ef he ain't gone back home day dunner war he is. Day tall bout de po move he put up, and day say dat day gun I am purty well all dat a gentleman dog could ax fur. Do yuther dogs say dat Mr. Dog ain't never come back home, and dem what live at de king's house say day mighty sorry fur ter hear such bad news, and day tell de dogs dat day better hunt I am up and fin out what he done wid dat what de king gi 999. De dogs ax how day gwinter know I am when day fin him, and dem at de king's house say day kin tell I am by de smell, K's day put some turkentime and red pepper on I am fur ter kill de fleas and coyote de bites. Well, since dat day de yuther dogs been huntin' fur de dog what went ter de king's house. And how does day hunt? Tain't no needs fur ter tell you, honey, K's you know pine blank as good as I kin tell you. Since dat day and our day been smellin' fur 999. Day smells on de ground fur ter see ef he been long dar. Day smells de trees, de stumps, and de bushes, and when day comes up wid ainer dog dat day ain't never seed befo, day smells him good fur ter see ef he got any red pepper and turkentime on I am. And ef y'all take notice day sometimes smells at a bush a stump, and dare bristles will rise, and dale paw de ground wid dare foe feet, and likewise wid dare behind feet, and growl like dey er mad. When dey do dat, dey tellin' you what dey gwinter do when dey get holt dat dog what went to de king's house and ain't never come back. I may be wrong, but ill bet you a white ally agin a big long piece mince by dat dale be gwine on dat away when you get ter be all as I is. A whole passel went ter de house where dey do the kingin. Romans 7. How old Cranacrow lost his head. One day, while Uncle Remus was preparing some wild cherry bark for a decoction which he took for his rheumatism, the little boy, who was an interested spectator of the proceedings, chanced to hear a noise overhead. Looking up, he saw a very large bird flying over. He immediately called the attention of Uncle Remus to the bird, which was indeed a singular-looking creature. Its long neck stretched out in front, and its long legs streamed out behind. Its wings were not very large, and it had no tail to speak of, but it flew well and rapidly, apparently anxious to reach its destination in the shortest possible time. Uncle Remus shaded his eyes with his right hand as he gazed upward at the bird. "Lawsamussy," he exclaimed, "is dey anybody yever see to beat dat?" He knew well that the bird was a blue heron going to join its kindred in Florida, but he affected great surprise at sight of the bird, and continued to gaze at it as long as it remained in sight. He drew a long breath when it could no longer be seen, and shook his head sadly. "Ef she ain't got no mo sense dan what her great-granddaddy had, I am mighty sorry fer her," he declared. "What kind of a bird is it, Uncle Remus?" the child inquired. "Folks use it or call cranny-crows, honey. But now dey ain't got no name, but des plain blue cranian I dunner wedder dey wuff sech a big name. Yit I ain't got nothin' agin dat I knows on. Mo dan dat, when I remembers 'bout de all grandaddy crane what drifted in ter dese parts. Many's de long time ago, 'twould take much fur ter make me feel right sorry fur de whole kit, and billin' de sech start natchal fools." "But what is there to be sorry about, Uncle Remus?" the little boy asked. He was rapidly learning to ask questions at the proper time. "'Bout dey havin' sech a little grain sense, honey. Ef you knowed what I does, I dunner ef you'd be tickled, ef you'd feel sorry, and it's de same way wid me. When I think dat all great-granddaddy crane, I dunner wedder ter laugh cry." This was small satisfaction to the little boy, and he was compelled to inquire about it. As this was precisely what the old Negro wanted him to do, he lost nothing by being inquisitive. "Day was one time I dunno de day, and I dunno de year, but 'twas one time de come a big storm. De wind blowed a hurricane, and de rain rained like all de sky and de clouds in it done been turned ter water. De wind blowed so hard dat it lifted all Cranny Crow from his roost in de lagoons way down yan war dey live at, and fotch I am up in dese parts, and when he come a whirlin'. De wind tuck I am up, it did, and turn I am round and round, and when he lit war he did, he staggered des like he was drunko know how you feel when you been turnin' round and round. Well, dat was de way wid him. He was so drunk dat he had her lean up agin a tree. But 'twant long fo he gun ter feel all right, and he look round fur ter see war he at. He look, but he ain't fin out, case he was a mighty fur ways from home. Yit he feel de water halfway up his legs, and ef all Cranny Crow is in a place where he kin do a little waddin', he kinder has de home feelin' you know how dat is Yosef. Well, dar he was, a mighty fur ways from home, and yit up ter his knees in water and he des stood dar. He did, and tuck his ease, hop in fur better times by mebbe. Now de place where he was blowed ter was Long Cane Swamp, and I wish I had time fur ter take you over dar and show you right where he was at when he lit, and I wish I had time fur ter take you all through de swamp and let you see fur Yosef what kinder thing it is. 'Tain't only des a swamp, it's sompin wuss and dat. You kin stand in de middle on it, and Mose hear it catch its breath, and dat what make I say dat 'tain't no swamp, fur all it look like one. Well, dar was all Cranny Crow, and dar was de thing you called de swamp, and by mebbe de sun risen let his lamp shine in dar in places, and den all Cranny Crow had time fur ter look round and see where he was at. But when he fin out, he ain't no mo dan what he know at fuss. Now, you kin say what you please, and you kin laugh ef you wanter, but I am agwine ter tell you dat de swamp knowed, dat day was somebody dar what ain't blong dar. Ef you ax me how de swamp knowed, I'll shake my head and shet my eyes, and ef you ax me how I know it knowed, I'll des laugh at you. Y'all had or take my word leave it, I don't care which, but dar 'twas. De swamp knowed dat somebody was dar what ain't blong dar, and it went ter sleep and had bad dreams, and it keep on havin' dem dreams all day long. The little boy had accepted Uncle Remus' statements up to this point, but when he said that the swamp went to sleep and had bad dreams, the child fairly gasped with doubtful astonishment. "Why, Uncle Remus, how could a swamp go to sleep?" "It's des like I tell you, honey. You can take my word you can leave it. One way do you won't be no better off dan what you is right now. All I know is dis, dat you can't tell no tale tur dem what don't believe it. Do you believe it, Uncle Remus? Mother says the stories are fables. Thus the little boy was imbued, without knowing it, with the modern spirit of scientific doubt. Does you spec id tell you a tale dat I don't believe? Why, I dunner how id put de words one adder to youther. Whensomever you ain't believin' what I am aidlin', honey, des let me know, and I want take de time and trouble fur tur tell it. Well, tell me about the swamp and old cranny crow, said the little boy, placing his small hand on Uncle Remus' knee coaxingly. Well, sa, if so be I must, den I shill. War was I, yasser. De swamp bane wide awake all night long, is bleezed her sleep endurin' de day, and so, wid all cranny crow stannin' in de water when de sun rise up, de swamp know dat sompin was wrong, and it went ter sleep and had mighty bad dreams. De sun riz and riz, it come up on one side de swamp, and adder so long a time stood over it and looked down fur ter see what de matter. But bright as de lamp de sun was, it can't light up de swamp, and so it went on over and went down on ter side. De day wasn't about like dese days is, and whiles de sun was sarchin' round tryin' fur ter fin, out what de trouble is in de swamp, all Cranny Crow was waddin' bout in de water tryin' ter fin some frog steak fur his dinner, or maybe a fish fur ter whet his appetite on. But dey want nary frog ner nary fish, kaze de swamp done gone ter sleep. De mo all Cranny Crow waited de mo shallerer de water got, 12 by mebbe dey want nuff fur ter mo dan wet his foots. He say, hey, how come dis? But he ain't got no answer, kaze de swamp, wid all its bad dreams, was sound asleep. Dey was pools water round and about, and all Cranny Crow went from one tur to yuther, and from yuther tur t'other, but tain't do him no good. He went and stood by he did, but whiles he stannin' dar, dey want a riffle on top on By mebbe he got tired walkin' about, and he stood on one leg fur ter raise hissif do if anybod'll tell me how you gwine raise Yosef wid stannin' on one leg. Ill set up and tell tales from now till Christmas. Kaze if I get tired I kin stand on one leg and do my ristin' dat away. Well den, dar was all Cranny Crow, and dar was de swamp. All Cranny Crow was wide awake, but de swamp was fast asleep and dreamin' bad dreams like a will hoss and wagon gwine downhill. But de swamp want no stiller dan all Cranny Crow, standin' on one leg wid one eye lookin' into tops de trees, and de yuther one lookin' down into grass. But in de swamp out in de swamp, time goes on and night draps down, and dat's de way it done dis time. And when night drapped down, de swamp kinder stretch itself and gun ter wake up. All Br'er Mud Turkle opened his eyes and sneezed so hard dat he roll off de bank and tur de water splashin'. He so close ter all Cranny Crow dat he fetched a hop sideways, and come mighty nice steppin' on Mr. Billy Black Snake. Dis skeered I am so dat he fetched aner hop, and mighty nigh lit on de frog what he been huntin' fur. De frog he say hey, and dove in de mud puddle. Atter dat, when all Cranny Crow moved bout, he lift his foots high, and he done like de ladies does when dey walk in a wet place. De whole caboodle was brand new ter all Cranny Crow, and he look wid all his eyes, and listen wid all his ears. Dey was sompin' ner gwine on, but he can't make out what 'twas. He ain't never is been in no swamp befo, most specially a swamp what got life in it. He been used at mashy places. War day ain't nothin' but water and high grass, but dar war he fin hissef adder de hurricane. Dey want no big sight water, and what grass dey was, want longer and yo finger. Stidder grass and water, dey was vines, and reeds, and trees wid moss on dat made look like Grant's a graybeard, and de vines and creepers look like dey was reachin' out fur 999. He walked about, he did, like de ground was hot, and when he walk he looked like he was on stilts, his legs was so long. He hunt round fur a place fur ter sleep. And whiles he was doin' dat he tuck noticed dat dey was sompin' ner gwine on dat, he ain't never is see de like De jack-o'-malentons, dey lit up and went sailin' round des like dey was huntin' fur I am and de frogs. Dey holler at I am wid, what you doin' here? What you doin' here? Mr. Coon rack by and laugh at I am. Mr. Billy Gray Fox peep out in de bushes and bark at I am. Mr. Mink show I am de green eyes, and Mr. Whippoorwill skull 999. He move bout, he did, and atter so long a time dey let I am lone, and den when dey want nobody ner nothin' pesterin' I am, he gun ter look round fur hissef. Peepin' fust in one bush and den and aner, he tuck notice dat all de birds what fly by day had done gone ter bed widout dare heads. Look war he mought, all Cranny Crow ain't see ne'er bird, but what had done tuck his head off fo he went ter bed. Look close as he kin, he ain't see no bird wid a head on. Dis make I am wonder, and he ax hissef how come dis, and de onlyest answer what he kin think on is dat gwine ter bed wid dare heads on was done gone out fashion in dat part de country. Now you can say what you please bout de creaters and dare kin bout de fowls dat fly, and de feathery creaters what run on de ground you kin say what you please bout but dey got pride. Dey don't wanter be out in de fashion. When it comes ter dat, dey are purty much like folks, and dat us de way wid all cranny crow. He don't wanter be out fashion. He shame fur ter go ter bed like he allers been doin', case he ain't want to youthers fur ter laugh and say he us from de country deestrick. War dey to know much. Yit, study as he mought, he dunner which a way ter do fur ter get his head off. De youthers had dare heads dare wing, but he ain't no dat. He look round, he did, fur ter see ef dey ain't someone he kin ax bout it, and he ain't had her look long nutter, fur dar, settin' right at I am, was all Br'er Popeye. But Uncle Remus, who was old brother Popeye, inquired the little boy. Nobody in all de round world, honey, but Br'er Rabbit. He had one name fur de upland and ainer name fur de bottom land swamps and de dreens. Warsomever dar was any mischievousness gwine on, right dar was Br'er Rabbit as big as life and twice as natural. He was so close to her all cranny crow dat he had her jump when he seed 999. Br'er Popeye say, no needs fur ter be skeered, freen cranny crow. You may be moden show dat I'm a well-wisher. All cranny crow low. It do me good fur ter hear you sasso, Mr. Popeye, and seein' dat it's you and not someone else. I don't min axin you how all de flyin' birds takes dare heads off when dey go ter bed. It show stumps me. Br'er Popeye say, and no wonder, freen cranny crow, case yower stranger in dese parts. Dey ain't nothin' ter hide bout it. De skeeters has been so bad in dis swamp since de year one, and endurin' de time what's gone by, dat dem what live here done got into habits talkin' off dare heads and puttin' in a safe place. De cranny crow low, but how in de name goodness does dey do it, Br'er Popeye? Mr. Popeye laughed her hissef way down in his gizzard. He say, dey don't do it by daysef, case dat 'ud be axin' too much. Oh no, dey got someone hired fur ter do dat kin work. And war kin I fin I am, Br'er Popeye? Says all cranny crow, says he. Br'er Popeye low, hell be round terrickly. He allers had her go round fur ter see dat he ain't miss none. All cranny crow sorter study, he did, and den he low. How does dey get dare heads back on, Br'er Popeye? Br'er Popeye shuck his head. He say, I'd tell you ef I knowed, but I had her stay up so much at night, dat long bout de time when dey gets dare heads put on, I am sound asleep and snoin' right along. Ef you sesso, I'll hunt up de doctor what does de business, and I spec hell commerdate you I kin promise you dat much, since you been so perlite. All cranny crow laugh and say, I done fin out in my time dat dey don't nothin' pay like perlitness, specially ef she's genuine. Wid dat Br'er Popeye put out, he did, fur ter fin Br'er Wolf. Knowin' purty well whar he was, 'twant long fo here dey come gallopin' back. Br'er Popeye say, Mr. Cranny Crow, dis is Mr. Doc Wolf. Mr. Doc Wolf, dis is Mr. Cranny Crow. Glad fur ter make you 'quainted, gents. At this point, Uncle Remus paused and glanced at the little boy, who was listening to the story with almost breathless interest. You ain't got yo hankcher wid you, is you? The old man inquired gently. Mother always makes me carry a handkerchief, the child replied, and it makes the pocket of my jacket stick out. Why did you ask, Uncle Remus? Case we common ter de place whar y'all need it, said the old man. You better take it out and haul it in yo han. Ef you got any tears inside you, dey'll come ter de top now. The child took out his handkerchief and held it in his hand obediently. Well, suh, Uncle Remus went on, atter day been made quainted, all Cranny Crow tell Doc Wolf 'bout his troubles, and how he wanter do like de rest de flyin' creeters. And Doc Wolf rub his chin and put his thumb in his waistcoat pocket fur all de whirl like a show nuff doctor. He say ter all Cranny Crow dat he ain't so mighty certain and show dat he kin hep I am much. He say dat in all his born days he ain't never see no flyin' creeter wid such a long neck, and dat hell hatter be mighty and tickler how he fool wid it. He went close, he did, and feelin' it and fumble wid it, and all de time his moof was waterin' des like yo'n do when you see a piece lemon pie. He say, y'all hatter haul yo head lower, Mr. Cranny Crow, and wid dat he snapped down on it, and dat was de last dat Cranny Crow. He ain't never see his home no mo, and mo dan dat, all Doc Wolf slung I am cross his back and cantered off home. And dat's de reason dat de Cranny Crows all fly so faz when dey come through dis part de country. But why did you ask me to take out my handkerchief, Uncle Remus? Case I wanter be on de safe side, remarked the old man with much solemnity. Ef you got a hankcher when you cry, you kin wipe off de weeps, and you kin hide de puckers in yo face. Roman 8. Br'er Fox follows the fashion. The little boy was not sure whether Uncle Remus had finished the story. It would have been hard for a grown man to keep up with the whimsical notions of the venerable old darky, and surely you couldn't expect a little bit of a boy, who had had no experience to speak of, to do as well. The little lad waited a while, And, seeing that Uncle Remus showed no sign of resuming the narrative, he spoke up. I didn't see anything to cry about, he remarked. Well, some folks cries, and other folks laughs. Dey got dare reasons, too. Now, I dunno dat all Br'er Rabbit was hard-hearted cold-blooded any mo dan de common run de creeters, but it looked like he kin see mo tur tickle I am Danny euthers, and he was constant a-laughin'. Mo's de time he de laugh in his innards, but den again, when sompin tetch his funny bone, he de open up wid a big ha-ha-ha dat make de other creeters take tur de bushes. And dat de way he done when all Cranny Crow had his head tooken off fur tur be into fashion. He laugh and laugh twell it hurt I am tur laugh, and den he laugh some mo for good measure. He laughed plumb twell mornin', and den he laugh whiles he was rackin' on Toad's home. He de lope a little ways, and den he de set down by de side de road and laugh some mo. Whiles he gwine on dis away, he come tur de place whar Br'er Fox live at, and den it look like he can't get no furder. Ef a leaf shook on de tree, it put I am in min de hoppin' and jumpin' and scufflin' dat all Cranny Crow, done when Doc Wolf tuck off his head fur 999. As luck would have it, Br'er Fox was out in his peepetch fur ter see how his crap was gittin' on, and huntin' round fur ter see ef day was any stray tracks whar somebody had been atter his truck. Whiles he was lookin' round he hear some unlaughin' fit ter kill, and he looked over de fence fur ter see who tease. Dar was Br'er Rabbit des a rollin' in de grass and laughin' hard as he kin. Br'er Fox lo, hey Br'er Rabbit, what de name goodness de matter wid you? Br'er Rabbit, in de middle his laughin' can't do nothin' but shake his head and kick in de grass. 'Bout dat time, all Miss Fox stuck head out in de winder fur ter see what gwine on. She say, Sandy, what all dat fuss out dar? Ain't you know dat de baby's desk on ter sleep? Br'er Fox, he say, tain't nobody in de round world but Br'er Rabbit, and ef I ain't mighty much mistooken, he done gone and got a case de hysterics. All Miss Fox say I don't care what he got, I wish he de go on way from dar, hush up his racket. Hell wake de chillun, and dem what ain't sleep hell skeer de wits out numb. Wid dat, all Br'er Rabbit cotch his breath, and passed a time day wid Br'er Fox and his all oman. Den he say, you see me and you hear me, Br'er Fox. Well, des as you see me now, dat de way I been gwine on all night long. I spec maybe it ain't right fur ter laugh at dem, what ain't got de sense dey oughter been born wid, but I can't hep it fur ter save my life. I try, but de mo what I try de wusser I gits. I oughter be at home right now, and I would be ef it hadn't a been fur sompin I seed last night. And den he went ter laughin' again. All Miss Fox, she fixed de bonnet on her head, and den she say, what you see, Br'er Rabbit? It muse be mighty funny, tell us 'bout it, and maybe well laugh wid you. Br'er Rabbit lo, I don't min tellin' you, Mom, ef I kin keep from laughin', but ef I had her stop fur ter catch my breath, I know mighty well dat y'all scusin' me. All Miss Fox say, dat we will, Br'er Rabbit. Wid dat Br'er Rabbit up and tall all 'bout all Cranny Crow common in de swamp, and not knowin' how ter go ter bed. He say dat de funny part it was dat all Cranny Crow ain't know dat, when anybody went ter bed dey oughter take dare head off, and den he start ter laughin' again. All Miss Fox look at her all man and he look at her. Dey dunner what ter say how ter say it. Br'er Rabbit see how dey doin', but he ain't pay no tension. He lo, dat all Cranny Crow look like he had travel fur and wide. He look like he know what all de fashions is, but when he got into swamp and see all de creetersdom, what run and dem what flicely pin wid dare heads off, he show was tuck back. He say he ain't never heard sech doin's as dat. You done seed how country folks dowel, des dat away he done. I been tryin' hard fur ter get home, and tell my all oman 'bout it, but evy time I gets a good start it pop up in my min 'bout how all Cranny Crow done, when he fin out what de fashion was in dis part de country. And den Br'er Rabbit sot inter laughin', and Br'er Fox and all Miss Fox dey jinned in wid I am. K's dey ain't want nobody fur ter get de itty dat dey don't know what de fashion is, specially de fashion in de part de country war dey livin' at. All Miss Fox, she say dat all Cranny Crow must be a funny sort somebody, not ter know what de fashions is, and Br'er Fox he greed twell he grin and show his tushes. He say he ain't keerin' much 'bout fashions hissef, but he wouldn't like fur ter be laughed at on de count plain ignance. Br'er Rabbit, he say he ain't mackin' no pertence doin' everything dat's done, k's he ain't dat finicky, but when fashions is comfortable and coolin', he don't min follerin' fur dare own sake as well as hissin'. He say now dat he done got into habits sleepin' wid his head off, he wouldn't no mo sleep wid it on dan he de fly. All Miss Fox she up and spawn, I believe you, Br'er Rabbit dat I does. Br'er Rabbit he make a bow, he did, and lo, I know mighty well dat I'm all fashion, and dey ain't no nighin' it, Miss Fox, but when de new generation hit on ter sompin dat's cool and comfortable, I ain't demand ter laugh at it des k's it's tolerable new. No, Mom, I'll try it, and ef it work all right I'll foller it, ef it don't I want. De fust time I tried ter sleep wid my head off I was kinder nervious, but I soon got over dat, and now if it was ter go out fashion, id des keep right on wid it, I don't care what de youthers de think. Dat's me all over. By mebbe, Br'er Rabbit look at de sun, and des vow he bleeze ter get home. He wish all Miss Fox mighty well, and made his bow, and put out down de road at a 2:40 gate. Br'er Fox look kinder sheepish when his all oman look at 999. He say dat de itty sleepin' wid yo head off is brand new ter him. All Miss Fox low dat days a heap things in dis whirl what he dunno, and what he want never fin out. She say, here I is a scrimpin' and ourkin my eyeballs out fur ter be as good as de best. And dar you is a projikin round, and not akirin weder yo fambly, is in de fashion not. Br'er Fox low dat f sleepin' wid yo head off is one de fashions. He fur one ain't kirin bout tryin'. All Miss Fox say, no, and you ain't akirin what folks say bout yo wife and fambly. No wonder Br'er Rabbit had ter laugh whiles he was tellin' you bout Cranny Crow, kase you stood dar wid yo moof open, like you ain't got no sense. It'll be a purty tale hell tell his fambly bout de tacky Fox fambly. Wid dat all Miss Fox switch away fum de winder and went ter cleanin' up de house, and by mebbe Br'er Fox went in de house, hoppin' dat breakfast was ready. But dey want no sign nothin' ter eat. Atter so long a time, Br'er Fox ax when he was gwine ter get breakfast. His all oman lo dat eatin' breakfast and gettin' it, too, was one de fashions. Ef he ain't follerin' fashions, she ain't needer. He ain't say no mo, but went off behind de house and had a mighty time thinkin' and scratchin' fur fleas. When bedtime come, all Miss Fox was mighty tired, and she ain't akirin' much bout fashions right den. Des as she was fixin' fur ter roll Ursef into kiver, Br'er Fox come in from a hunt he been havin'. He fotch a weasel and a mink wid and he put 'em into cupboard war day'd keep cool. Den he wash his face and hands, and lo dat he's ready fur ter have his head tooken off fur de night. F is all almonl'll be so good as ter hep 999. By dat time all Miss Fox had done got over de pouts, but she ain't got over de itty follerin' atter de fashions, and so she say shell be glad fur ter hep do what's right, seein' dat he's so hard-headed in general. Den come de naughty part. Ne'er one knowed what day was bout, and dar day sought and jowered bout de best way fur ter get de head off. Br'er Fox say day ain't but one way, lessen you tweeze de head off, and goodness knows he ain't want nobody fur ter be twissin' his neck, kase he ticklish anyhow. Dat one way was ter take de axe and cut de head off. All Miss Fox, she squall, she did, and haul up her hands like she skeer Roman 500 Br'er Fox sot dar lookin' up de chimbly. By mebbe his all oman low, de axe look mighty scary, but one thing I know and dat ain't too, it ain't gwinter hurt you ef it's de fashion. Br'er Fox kinder work his underjaw, but he ain't sayin' nothin'. So his all oman went out ter de woodpile and got de axe. And den she say, I am ready, honey. Whenever you is, and Br'er Fox he spawn, I am des as ready now as I ever is ter be. And wid dat she up wid de axe and blip. She tuck I am right on de neck. De head come right off wid little no trouble, and all Miss Fox laugh and say ter hersef dat she glad dey follerin' de fashion at laws. Br'er Fox sorter kick and squirm when de head fuss come off, but his all oman lo dat was de sign he was dreamin'. And atter he lay right still she say he was havin' a better night's raise dan, what he had in a mighty long time. Den she happen fur ter think dat, whiles her all man done gone and got into fashion, dar she was ready fur ter go ter bed wid her head on. She done her how ter get her head off, and she tried ter wake up her all man, but it looked like he was one dem stubborn kinder sleepers what want be woken atter day one strap off. She shake and holler at but tain't do no good. She can't make stir, spite all de racket she make, and she had her go ter bed wid her head on. She went ter bed, she did, but she ain't sleep good, case she had trouble in de min shed wake up and turn over, and roll and toss, and wonder what de youther creeters say ef dey knowed she was so far outer de fashion as ter sleep wid her head on. And she had bad dreams. She dreamt dat Br'er Rabbit was laughin' at and she start fur ter run at and de fuss news she knowed de dogs was on her trail and gwine in full cry. 'Twas dat away all night long, and she was mo dan thankful when mornin' come. So his all oman went out ter de woodpile and got de axe. She tried ter wake up her all man, but still he want be woke. He lay dar, he did, and want budge, and by mebbe all Miss Fox get mad and go off and leave 999. Atter so long a time she went back ter where he was layin', and he was des like she left 999. She tried ter roust up, but he won't be rousted. She holler so loud dat Br'er Rabbit which he was gwine by, got de itty dat she was callin' him, and he stick his head into doin' low, is you callin' me mom? She say, law, Br'er Rabbit? I ain't know you was anywheres around. I been tryin' fur ter wake up my all man. He mo lazier dis mornin' dan I ever is no I am ter be. Ef my house want all to up, id ax you in and get you ter drag I am out and get I am up. Br'er Rabbit say, F day ain't nothin' de matter wid Br'er Fox hell get up in good time. All Miss Fox low, la, I dunner what you call good time. Look at de units way up yander, and dar he is sleepin' like a log. Fo he went ter bed he made me take his head off and he ain't woke up since. And how did you get it off, mum? Says all Br'er Rabbit, says he. I tuck and tuck de axe and cut it off, sesh. Wid dat Br'er Rabbit flung both hands over his face and moseyed off like he was cryin'. Fummed away he look you to thunk his heart was broke, yit he want cryin'. Then what was he doing, Uncle Remus? The little boy asked. Dessa laughin' fit ter kill. When all Miss Fox see I am gwine long like he was cryin', she spicioned dat somethin' was wrong, and sho nuff 'twas, kase Br'er Fox ain't wake up no mo. She low, all honey look like he dead, but he better be dead dan outer de fashion. I take notice, honey, dat you ain't use yo hankshur yit. What de matter wid you? Is yo weeps all dry up? The child laughed and stuffed his handkerchief back in his pocket. She dreamt dat Br'er Rabbit was laughin' at her. Roman 9. Why the turkey buzzard is bald-headed. Mother, said the little boy one day, do you know why the turkey buzzards are bald? Why, no, replied the young mother, very much surprised. I didn't even know they were bald. But why do you ask such a silly question? Because Uncle Remus said you knew why they are bald. You tell Uncle Remus, said the grandmother, laughing heartily, that I say he is an old rascal, and he had better behave himself. The way of it was this. The little boy had been walking out in the fields with Uncle Remus, and had seen, away up in the sky, 2 or 3 turkey buzzards floating lazily along on motionless wings. From the fields they had gone into the woods, and in these woods they had found what Uncle Remus had said was a buzzard's nest. It was in a hollow tree, flat on the ground, and when they came near, the mother buzzard issued forth from the hollow, with such a hissing and flapping of wings that the little boy was frightened for a moment. Go on way from here, you bald-headed all rapscallion. Ef you don't ill do you wuss dan Br'er Rabbit done you. Honey, he went on, turning to the child, you better put yo hankshur ter yo nose, ef you gwinter look in dat ness, kase all Miss Turkey Buzzard is a scandalous housekeeper. The child did as he was bid, and, peeping in the nest, he saw 2 young ones, as white as goslings. While he was peeping in he got a whiff of the odor of the buzzards, and turned and ran away from the place as hard as he could. Uncle Remus followed suit, and hobbled away as fast as his legs could carry him. When they were both out of range of the buzzard's nest, they stopped and laughed at each other. You needn't be skeered dat anything'll catch you, honey. Day ain't nothin' but a racehus got yo gait. Why, ef I hadn't a been wid you, you'd a been home by now, kase you'd a started when all Miss Buzzard fuss flew out dat hole. The little boy made no denial, for he knew that what Uncle Remus said had much more than a grain of truth in it. Besides, he was thinking of other things just then. He soon made known what it was. Why did you call the buzzard bald-headed, Uncle Remus? A mighty good reason, responded the old man. Dey ain't no mo got fedders on de top dare head den you got har in de pam or yo han. You catch one on and ef you can haul yo breath long nuff ter look, y'all see dat I'm tellin' you de truth. I ain't blammin' fur dat, kase dey got a mighty good reason fur bane bald-headed. Dey's mighty few folks dat know what de reason is, and one on is yo ma. Ef y'all kinder coax I spec shell tell you. This was what led up to the question the child had asked his mother, and was the occasion of the grandmother's laughing remark that Uncle Remus was an old rascal. The little boy gave Uncle Remus the full particulars the next time he saw him. The old man laughed merrily when he heard that his Miss Sally had called him an old rascal. Talk 'bout yo smart women folks, he exclaimed. Dey ain't ne'er man in de world what kin haul a candle ter yo grandma, and des as you see her now, dat des de way she been sense she was a gal. She know what you gwinter say long fo you can get de words out in yo moof. She can look right through you and tell you what you thinkin' 'bout. You may laugh all you wanter, but ef y'all feelin' bad shell know it. When Miss Sally goes and dies, dey won't be ne'er nutter somebody fur ter take her place. Dey ain't no 2 ways 'bout dat. I think she is getting used to mother, the little boy remarked in his old-fashioned way that was a source of constant amazement to Uncle Remus, who could hardly understand how a child could act and talk like a grown person. He regarded the child with a puzzled look and closed his eyes with a sigh. The child had no idea that Uncle Remus was either puzzled or amazed, and so he harked back to the original problem. Why is the buzzard bald-headed? He asked. Ef yo mon yo grandma dunno, replied Uncle Remus, I spec ill hatter tell you, and de best way ter do dat is ter tell de tale dat to all folks tall dare chillun. What make it mo easy? Is dat day ain't nothin' Br'er turkey buzzard in it but his name. Ef he was in it hissef, I don't spec you'd stay long 'nuff fur ter hear me tell it. The child laughed, for he remembered how he wanted to run away from the tree when old Mrs. Buzzard came flopping out. He laughed, but said nothing, and Uncle Remus resumed. Day was a time when Br'er Rabbit live in one side UV a holler tree. One day whiles he was gwine piroutin round, all Miss Turkey Buzzard come knockin' at de do, and when she don't hear nothin' she stuck her head in and look round. Ter see den and see now you wouldn't know she was de same creeter. She had a fine top knot on her head, bigger dan de one on de Friesland hen, which de wind done blow all her feathers de wrong way. Yasser, she had a fine top knot, and she purty good lookin'. Well, she peeped in, she did, and den she seed dat day want nobody in dar, needer Grandaddy Owl, ner Br'er Polecat, ner Br'er Rattlesnake. She take ainer look, and den in she walked, and made herself mighty much at home. It ain't take all Miss Buzzard long fur ter fix her nest, case she ain't want nothin' but 5 sticks and a handful leaves. She went out and fotch and in dar she was. She went right straight ter housekeepin', case she ain't had ter put down no carpets, ner straighten out no rugs, ner move de cheers round, ner wash no dishes. Well, long toad's night, maybe a little later, Br'er Rabbit come home, and like he mows allers done, he come a-laughin'. He been projickin' wid some de yuther creeters, and he was mighty pleased wid hissef. When he fuss come, he ain't take no notice all Miss Buzzard. He come in a-laughin', and he laughed twell he don't wanter laugh no mo. But by mebbe he gun ter take notice dat everything want des like it used ter be. He lo, somebody done been here while I am gone, and whoever 'twas is got a mighty bad breath. He keep still, case 'twas mighty dark and to holler, but he keep on wigglin' his nose and tryin' ter sneeze. By mebbe, he say, I dunner who 'twas. All I know is dat he better go see de doctor. Long toad's night, maybe a little later, Br'er Rabbit come home. Dis is too much for all Miss Buzzard, and she say, I thank you kinly, Br'er Rabbit. Yower and de way mac and freens worsomver you go. Br'er Rabbit, he jump mos out in his skin, he was so skeer Roman 500 he cotch his breath and sneeze, and den he lo, heyo, Sis Buzzard. Is dat you? I thought you stayed in de trees. What wind blow you here, and how is all Br'er Buzzard? She say, oh, he's doin' as well as you can spec a man ter do. He's way from home when he oughter be dar, and when he's dar, he's in de way. Men folks is monstus tryin', Br'er Rabbit, you know dat Yosef. Br'er Rabbit lo, I ain't sputin' what you say, but when women gets out sorts and has all overs, as you may say, de men folks has bar de brunt dare ailments. You kin put dat down for a fac. Day went on dat away, sputin' bout de sec twell all Miss Buzzard gun ter get sleepy. She say, Br'er Rabbit, ef you took mo time for sleep, you'd be lots better off. Br'er Rabbit lo, maybe so, Sis Buzzard, but I can't help my habits. I am a light sleeper, but I was born so, and if you so much as move endurin' de night ill have one eye open. All Miss Buzzard say, ef dat's de case, Br'er Rabbit, ill thank you fur ter wake me if you hear a snake crawlin'. Dey ain't many things I'm afeared on, and one you is a snake. Br'er Rabbit laugh hearty and low, ef snakes was all dat trouble me, Sis Buzzard, it'd be mo dan happy. Many and many's de time when I woke up and found quiled up in my britches leg. Miss Buzzard, she sorter flutter her wings and say, oh hush, Br'er Rabbit, you gimme de creeps, you show do. Dat us de fuss night, said Uncle Remus, flinging away a quid of tobacco and taking a fresh one. By de next day all Miss Buzzard had done took up her bode and lodgin' war Br'er Rabbit was livin' at. He ain't say nothin', case he des wait in de time when he kin play some kinder prank on her and her family. All dat he need fur ter brace I am up was ter have a mighty strong stomach, and he thanked de Lord dat he got dat. Time went on, and as any kinder sound egg will hatch ef you gie it time. So all Miss Buzzard egg hatch, and mo's fo you know it, ef you ain't had her live dar like Br'er Rabbit, she hatch out her eggs and have a pair mighty likely chillin', ef you kin call buzzards likely. All Miss Buzzard was monstus proud dese young uns. All Miss Buzzard was monstus proud dese young uns, and de time come when she was hard put ter get vittles. Shed fly often day'd holler fur sompin ter eat when day hear come back, and it got so at her while dat day'd had her go hungry, day was so ravenous. And den she gun ter look sideways at Br'er Rabbit. He knew mighty well what she thinkin' bout, but he ain't say nothin'. He come and go des like all Miss Buzzard wantin' de back part her head, but all de time, he knowed what she plannin' ter do, and he ack accordin'. He low ter all Miss Buzzard dat he know she wanter be kinder private when she raisin' a fambly, and as day was 2 hollers in de tree, he say he gwinter make his home in de yuther one. Miss Buzzard, she say, she did, dat Br'er Rabbit was mighty good fur ter be thinkin' bout yuther people, but Br'er Rabbit make a bow and say he been raised dat. He sot so still dat all, Miss Buzzard got de itty dat he gone abroad. Went off ter his laughin' place. But fo Br'er Rabbit went into yuther holler he made show dat day was mo dan one way gettin' out. He went in dar, he did, and scratch about and make a new bed, and den he get in it fur ter get it warm. He set dar wid one eye open and ter one shot. He sot so still dat all Miss Buzzard got to itty dat he gone abroad, and so when her chillun cry fur day dinner, she say, "Don't cry, honey babies. Mammy gwine ter get you a good warm dinner fo long, and it'll be fresh meat too, you kin pen on dat." De chillun, dey cry wuss at dis, kaze dey so hungry dey don't wanter wait a minute. Dey say, "Get it now, mammy? Get it now." All Br'er Rabbit was settin' in dar listenin', and he low ter hissef, "It'll taze mighty good when you does get it, honey babies." Wid dat, he skip out from dar and went off ter his laughin' place. Atter so long a time, all Miss Buzzard went round ter de yuther holler and peep in. Ef Br'er Rabbit had a been in dar, she was gwinter ax I am how he like his new house, but he want dar, and she hove a long breath, kaze when you gwinter do mischief, it seem like everybody know what you gwinter do. Anyhow, she is mighty glad dat Br'er Rabbit want dar fur ter look at wid his Popeyes. Den she tell her chillun dat she gwine off at her some vittles, and she flop wings a time or two, and off she flew roman 500 she is mighty glad dat Br'er Rabbit want dar. Dey got long tollable well dat day and de next, but twant long fo dare craw gun ter feel like a windbag, and den dey set up a cry fur mo vittles, and dare mammy ain't got no vittles fur ter gium. Br'er Rabbit went abroad mighty soon dat day, and atter he had his fill fun and turnip greens he come home and went ter bed. He went ter bed, he did and went ter sleep, but he ain't sleep long, kaze he hear some kinder noise. He wake up and open and shet his Popeyes kinder slow, and wiggle his moofin' nose. He kin hear all Miss Buzzard trompin' round at his front door, kinder hummin' a tune ter herself. He say, "Hey, oh dar, who dat projikin at my front do?" All Miss Buzzard, she say, "Take yo raise, Br'er Rabbit, tain't nobody but me. I got to itty dat someone was piroutin' round de place, and I des got up fur ter see dat everything was all right." De mornin' sun was shinin' through a knothole right in Br'er Rabbit's face. Br'er Rabbit say, "It's mighty dark in here, and a mighty good reason," says all Miss Buzzard, "sesh, kaze it's black night out here, sesh. You can't see yo ham befo you, sesh." Dis make Br'er Rabbit laugh, kaze de mornin' sun was shinin' through a knothole right in Br'er Rabbit's face. He laughin' low ter hissef, "Shoot yo shekels, all oman, and shoot hard, kaze yower gwinter get de ruffin' dis business. You hear my horn?" He hear all Miss Buzzard walkin' round out dar, and he holler out, "I can't get out. I believe it's daytime out dar, and I can't get out. Somebody better run here and hep me ter get out. Someone done lock me in my own house, and I can't get out. Ain't somebody gwinter run here and turn me out? I can't get a breath fresh ar." Well, all Miss Buzzard ain't got no mo sense dan ter believe Br'er Rabbit, and she was des certain and show dat he was her meat. She say, "I am de one what shet you up in dar, and I am gwine ter keep you in dar 12 yower done dead, and den ill pull de meat offen yo bones, both fat and lean, and feed my chillun. I done got you shot up wid red clay and white, and I am gwine ter keep you in dar both day and night, 'twell you ain't got no breath in you." Wid dat she went in her own house and sot down wid chillun, fur ter wait and see what gwinter happen. Br'er Rabbit he stay still fur de lunges, kaze he one de most fidgety creeters you yever is lay yo eyes on. He stay right still, he did, 'twell all Miss Turkey Buzzard get tired waitin' and come out fur ter promenade up and down fo Br'er Rabbit front do. She got de hot ashes over her head and neck. He hear de all huzzy, and he say, "I know you des jockin' wid me, Sis Buzzard. Please, Mom, lemme out. My breath gettin' shorter and disher and what in here smell mos as bad as what yo breath do. Please, Mom, make ass and let me out." Den she got mad, "My breath, I hear you say. Well, fo I get through wid you, you won't have no breath, I promise you dat." Atter all Miss Buzzard went back in her part de house. Br'er Rabbit tuck a notion dat he de get out dar, and pay back fur de all in de new. And out his back door he went. He ain't take time fur ter go ter de laughin' placino, suh. Not him. Stitter dat he put off ter war he knowed Mr. Man had been clarin' up a new ground. Day was a tin bucket what Mr. Man had done off and forgot, and Br'er Rabbit tucked dat and fill it full red-hot embers, and went sailin' back home wid it. When he get dar, he stuck his head in Miss Buzzard do, and lo, peep-I, Sis Buzzard. "I hope you done had yo dinner ter day, and ef you ain't I got it right here fur you and you mo dan welcome ter all dats in it." He ain't moed and got de words out in his moof. Fo all Miss Buzzard flewed out at I am des like she flewed out at you, de yuther day. She flewed out, she did, but she ain't flewed fur fo she got de hot ashes over her head and neck, and de way she hopped round was so scandalous dat folks calls dat kinder doin's de buzzardance down ter dis day and time. Some de ashes got on de little buzzards, and fum dat time on none de buzzard tribe is had any har feathers on dare head, and not much on dare neck. And ef you look at 'em right close, y'all fin dat I'm a tellin' you de plain truth. Dey look so bar on dare head and neck dat you wanter gi a piece rag fur to tie round it tur keep from catchin' call. Next. Brother Deer and King Son's daughter. It is only fair to say that the little boy came to the plantation somewhat prejudiced. His mother had never known the advantages of association with the old-time Negroes and was a great stickler for accuracy of speech. She was very precise in the use of English and could not abide the simple dialect in which the stories had been related to the little boy's father. She was so insistent in this matter that the child's father, when asked for a story such as Uncle Remus had told him, thought it best to avoid the dialect that he knew so well. In consequence, the essence of the stories was dissipated for the child, and he lacked the enthusiasm which Uncle Remus had hoped to find. But this enthusiasm came by degrees, as Uncle Remus wandered from one tale to another. The child never told his mother how he enjoyed the stories, and yet he came to play the part that had been played by his father long before he was born, and matters came to such a pass that, if he was long with Uncle Remus without hearing a story, he straightway imagined that the old man was angry or out of sorts. The lad was gaining in health and strength every day he remained on the plantation, and in consideration of this fact and, as the result of wise diplomacy of Uncle Remus' child's mother relaxed the discipline that she had thought necessary for his welfare, so that not many weeks elapsed before his cheeks became ruddy with health. Uncle Remus hailed him as a town rowdy, and declared that the plantation would soon be too small to hold him. "I pity yo grandma," said Uncle Remus. "'Case ef you stay round here, shell hatter by all de ginin plantations ef she gwinter keep you on her land." There was no more corn to be hauled, but there was harness to be mended, and the little boy, sitting on a high stool in the workshop, or leaning against Uncle Remus, watched the operation with great interest. He observed one day that the old man was frowning darkly. His forehead was puckered into knots and seamed with wrinkles that did not belong there, and his eyebrows were drawn together over his nose. "What is the matter with you, Uncle Remus? Are you angry, or are you going to cry?" "I'll tell you de truth, honey. I'm mighty nigh on de pint cryin'. You see my face puckered up, don't you? Well, ef you had as much on yo min as what I got on mine, you'd be boohooing same as a baby. I tell you dat, and des ter show you dat I'm in deep trouble. I'll ax you ter tell me how many times day is." "How many times? How many times what?" the child inquired. Uncle Remus regarded him sorrowfully and then returned to his work with a heavy sigh. "Did I ax you about what?" "No, I ain't. I axed you about times. I say as plain as written, how many times is day? And you spawn, how many times what? It look mighty funny ter me. Dar's daytime and nighttime, bedtime and mealtime, and some time and no time, and high time and fly time, and long time and wrong time, simon time and plum time. Day ain't no use talkin'. It's nuff fur ter make yo head swim. I been tryin' fur ter count 'em up, but de mo I count 'em up de mo day is." The little boy looked at the old man with a half smile on his face. He was plainly puzzled, but he didn't like to admit it even to himself. "Why do you want to know how many times there are?" he asked. "'Case I wanter live and larn," replied Uncle Remus. "Lemme see," he went on, puckering his face again. "Dar's de all time and de new time, de call time and de do timeabless yo soul, honey, I can't count 'em up. No, sah, y'all hatter scusin' me." He paused and looked at the little boy to see what the child could make out of all he had said. He saw nothing in the small countenance but curiosity. "What made you think of it?" was the question the child asked. "Mo's everything I see make me think 'bout it, and y'all think 'bout it yowsef, when you come ter be all as what I is. But de reason it was runnin' in my head dis time was 'case I start ter tell a tale widout knowin' when de time was. I know it was way back yander, but de mont de year I can't tell, and when I try ter fix on de time everything look dim and smoky, and I say ter mysef dat day muse be a fog in my mind." "Can't you tell the story unless you can find out about the time?" inquired the little boy. "To be sho I kin, honey, but you'd believe it lots quicker ef you knowed what time it happened. Fo yo great-grandma died she had a trunk full almanacs, and I bound you ef I had 'em here where you could look at 'em, we wouldn't have no trouble. I spec dey done got strode about endurin' de wartime. Well, anyhow, once 'pon a time, when dey was mighty few folks in de world, ef any, Br'er Deer fell in love wid all King Son's daughter." Having made this preliminary statement, Uncle Remus paused to see what effect it had on the child. Amazement and incredulity were written on the little boy's face, observing which the old man smiled. "You neenter get de itty in yo head dat all King Son is like he was in dem days. No, bless you, he was des as different as dem times was from dese times, and when you get ter readin' in de books y'all fin out what de diffunce was. He was closer by, and he ain't hide out at night like he does now. He was up in de sky, but he ain't live as high up. He was mo neighborly, as you may say. He lived so close by dat he use it or send a housegull down ter de spring fur drinkin' waiter. 3 times a day shed come ter fetch it. Shed climb down wid de bucket in her hand, and shed climb back wid de bucket on her head, and shed sing both ways, common and gwine. In dem times dey all knowed dat all king's son had a daughter, but dey ain't know what name is, and dey know she was purty. Well, Br'er Deer he hear talk on and he tuck a notion dat he gwinter marry but he done how he gwinter get up dar war she live at. He study and study, but he can't fin no way. He was settin' down by de road studyin' out a plan fur ter get word ter de gal, when all Br'er Rabbit come loppin' down de lane. He muse a been playin' hoss, case when he see Br'er Deer, he shied and sneezed, he did, and make like he gwinter run away. But he ain't run. He passed de time day, wid Br'er Deer and ax how his copperosity seemed to segashuate. Br'er Deer lo dat his copperosity is segashuatin' all right, but he got trouble in his min and he can't get it out. He looked mighty solemncholy when he say dis, and Br'er Rabbit say he sorry. He sot down, Br'er Rabbit did, and cross his legs, and rub his chin same like de doctor do when he gwinter slap a dose bitter truck on yo insides. He rub his chin, he did, and look like he know all day is fur ter be no Roman 500 he say, Br'er Deer, when I was growin' up I use it or hear to all folks say dat a light heart made a long life, and I believe I show does. Dey knowed what dey was talkin' bout, case I done had disputes on it. Br'er Deer shuck his head and grieve. Ef he dia had a hankshire, he a had need on it right den and dar, but he wink his eye faws fur ter get de tears out and He lo, I spec yower tellin' me de truth, Br'er Rabbit, but I can't hep it ef you is. I am what I am, and I can't be no ammer. I feels mo like cryin' Dan, I does like eatin', and I am dat fractious dat I can't scasely see straight. All Mr. Ram tol me howdy a while ago, and I ain't done a thing but run it I am and butt him slanchways. You needer tell me dat I ain't got no business fur ter do dat away. I des can't hep it. Br'er Rabbit kinder edge hisself away from Br'er Deer. He say, dat bane de case, Br'er Deer, I spec I better gie you mo room. When I left home dis mornin' my all oman lo, you better take keer Yosef honey, and I am gwinter do dat identical thing. I dunno dat I'm skeered gittin' hurted, but I'm monstus ticklish when de horned creeters is round. Br'er Deer say, you need ter be feared me, Br'er Rabbit. I been knowin' you a long time, and many's de night dat we both graze in de same pasture, you anablin on de green grass and me a crappin' it. I'm monstus glad I run cross you. Case ef I can't tell my troubles ter some I believe in my soul ill bust wide open. Wid dat Br'er Deer went on fur ter tell Br'er Rabbit dat he done fell dead in love wid all King's son's daughter. He dunner how come it ter be so, but anyhow so it is. He ain't had no talk wid He ain't mo dan cotch a glimp de gal, yet dar he was dead in love wid Br'er Rabbit mought laugh at I am ef he want hell des set dar and take it. He talk and talk, he did, 12 Br'er Rabbit got right sorry fur 999. He sought dar, he did, and study, and he tell Br'er Deer dat hell hep I am ef he kin, and he mos know he kin. Br'er Deer went on fur ter tell Br'er Rabbit. Br'er Deer raise his head and open his eyes. He say, Br'er Rabbit, you stonish me you show does. Ef y'all hep me out in dis, ill stand by you through thick and thin. But Br'er Rabbit say he ain't doin' it fur no pay. He done lay by his crap, and he ain't got nothin' much ter do, and he say hell hep Br'er Deer des fur ter keep his hand in. Br'er Deer look like he was mightly hulp up. Fust he smole a smile, and den he broke out in a laugh. He say, yower demand fur my money. Br'er Rabbit kinder wiggle his nose. He say, ef you keep yo money twell you think you got too much, y'all have it by you fur many a long year ter come. Wid dat, he got up and brushed de dust off in his britches, and shuck hands wid Br'er Deer. He say, I hope fur ter have some good news for you de next time we meet in de big road. He bowed, he did, and den off he put, lip-a-tick-lip. He looked back fur ter see ef Br'er Deer was follerin' I am, but Br'er Deer had sense enough fur ter hunt I am a cool place in de woods, where he kin take de fust nap what he had in many a night and day. Br'er Rabbit lope off toads de spring, case he knowed dat de spring was de place where King's son's housegull come at her waterin' she had her tote a mighty heap on it. It looked like de mo water what King's son drunk de mo he want, and dat bane de case. De gal had bout as much totin as she kin do. Br'er Rabbit went down ter de spring, but dey want nobody dar, and he lookin' it and see hisseff in de water. Dar he was, his har all comb, his face clean, and he look slicker dan sin. He laugh, he did, and say ter de rabbit what he see in de water, you show is mighty good lookin', whoever you is, and ef you blame anybody, don't blame me, case I can't hep it. Now, down at de bottom de spring was all man spring lizard. He was talkin' his mornin' nap, when we hear someone talkin'. He raise up, he did, and listen. Den he look and see Br'er Rabbit lookin' at hisseff in de water, and he holler out, maybe you ain't as good lookin' as you think you is. Br'er Rabbit holler back, hello, dar. Dis is de fust time I know dat yo shatter into water kin talk back at you. Wid dat, Mr. Spring Lizard come from under de green moss, and float tur de top de water. He passed de time day wid Br'er Rabbit, and ax I am war he gwine, and what he gwine tur do when he get dar. Br'er Rabbit lo dat he try and fur tur do a good turn tur a freen what's in trouble and den, he went on and told de all Spring Lizard bout Br'er Deer and King Sun's daughter. De Spring Lizard say she's a mighty likely gal, case he seed her one time when she slip off and come wid de housegirl at her water. He say she got long hair dat look like spun silk, and eyes dat shine like de mornin' star. Br'er Rabbit say he don't spute it, but what he want her know is how he can get word ter King Sun bout Br'er Deer. De Spring Lizard say dat's easy. He say dat when de housegirl come at her water, she had her let down de step ladder, and Br'er Rabbit kin slip by and go up, he hissef kin get in de bucket and go up. Br'er Rabbit say he kinder jubis bout gwine, case he's a kinder home body, and den de Spring Lizard lo dat ef Br'er Deer will write a note, hell take it. Well, Br'er Deer can't write and Br'er Rabbit kin, so dey fix it up twix and twant long fo dey had de note writ, and Br'er Rabbit tuck it and gie it ter de Spring Lizard. He say, don't let it get wet whatever you does, and de Spring Lizard ax how it gwiner get wet when he put it in his pocket. He say dat everybody but him, de fishes and de frogs got a wrong itty bout water, case tain't wet as it mought be, seppin' on a rainy day. Time went on des like it do now. Night swung by and day swung in, and here come King Sun's housegirl atter a bucket water. She let down de stepladder and come singin' ter de Spring. She drapped her bucket in, and de Spring Lizard stepped in, and crope round ter war de shatter was de heaviest. De gal clomb up de stepladder, and pulled it atter her, and went long de path ter King Sun's house. She took de water in de settin' room fur ter gie King Sun a fresh drink, and he grabbed up de gourd and drunk twell it look like he gwinter bust. Atter dat he went into liberty, and de Spring Lizard crope out and left Br'er Deer note on de table, and den he crope back in de bucket. Atter while, King Sun's daughter come bouncin' in de room atter a drink water, and she see de note. She grab it up and read it, and den she holler, Pa, oh pa, here's a letter fur you, and I mo's no days sompin in it bout me? La, I dunner who tease dat's got to impidence fur ter put my name in a letter. All King Sun run his fingers through his beard, des like he can bin it, and den he clear up his throat. He take de letter and haul it off from and den put on his specs. He lo, well, who to thunk it? And den he look at his daughter. She look at de flow and pat foot. He say, I ain't never hear sech impidence. De gal lo, what do he say, pa? Wid dat, he hand de letter, and when she read it, she got red in de face, and den she got white. She think one way, and den she think ain'ter. She got mad and she got glad, and den she had all overs, des like gals does dese days when someone ax fur ter have So den, dar 'twas, Br'er Deer want ter marry de gal, and de gal dunner whether she want her marry not. Den all King Sun got his pen, and put a little water into ink, case it was mighty nigh dried up, and den he writ a letter back ter Br'er Deer. He say dat ef de one what writ de letter will send I am a bag gold, he kin have de gal. He fall de letter up and hand it ter de gal, and she not knowin' what else ter do, tuck and put it on de table war she fin de other one. De Spring Lizard had his eye on and when she went out in de room, he clomb up on de table and got de letter, and went back in de bucket again. Dat even in de housegirl had her fetch water fur de night, and she let down de stepladder and went ter de Spring. When she dipped de bucket in, de Spring Lizard, he slide out, and went ter his bed de long green moss. Twant long fo Br'er Rabbit had de letter, and atter dat, twant no time fo Br'er Deer knowed what de intense was. Twix and Twinum day got up a bag gold, and Br'er Rabbit tuck it ter de Spring war de housegirl got water. De next mornin' de daughter come case she wanter see what kinder man Br'er Deer is. At de Spring she fin a bag gold. She clap hands and holler out. Look what I fin finey. It's min miney. Br'er Rabbit was settin' in de bushes, and Br'er Deer want fur off, and dey both watched de gal prancin' and dancin', and den by maybe Br'er Deer went out war she kin see and he des walk up ter and say, look what I fin, honey, yower mine. And dat us de way Br'er Deer got all King Sun's daughter. Zay. Br'er Rabbit's cradle. I wish you'd tell me what you tote a hankshire fur, remarked Uncle Remus, after he had reflected over the matter a little while. Why, to keep my mouth clean, answered the little boy. Uncle Remus looked at the lad and shook his head doubtfully. Yoo-ha, he exclaimed. You can't fool folks when dey get as all what I is. I been watchin' you now mo days dan I kin count, and I ain't never see yo move dirty nuff fur ter be wiped wid a hankshire. It's allers clean to clean ter suit me. Dar's yo pa now. When he was a little chap like you, his moof use etter get dirty in de mornin' and stay dirty plum 12 night. Day was scarcely a day dat he didn't look like he been playin' wid de pigs in de stable lot. Ef he ever is tote a hankshire, he ain't never show it ter me. He carries one now, remarked the little boy with something like a triumphant look on his face. To be show, said Uncle Remus, to be show he do. He start ter totin' one when he tuck a notion fur ter go aquartin. It had his name in one cornder, and he use it or sprinkle it wid stuff out in a pepper sauce bottle. It show was rank, dat stuff was. It smell so sweet it make you fur, it war you live at. I take notice dat you ain't got none on yon. No, mother says that cologne, or any kind of perfumery on your handkerchief, makes you common. Uncle Remus leaned his head back, closed his eyes, and permitted a heartrending groan to issue from his lips. The little boy showed enough anxiety to ask him what the matter was. Nothin' much, honey. I was des tryin' fur ter count how many different kinder people day is in dis big whirl, and fo I got mo dan half done wid my countin'. A pain struck me in my misery, and I had ter break off. I know what you mean, said the child. You think mother is queer, grandmother thinks so too. How come you ter be so wise, honey? Uncle Remus inquired, opening his eyes wide with astonishment. I know by the way you talk, and by the way grandmother looks sometimes, answered the little boy. Uncle Remus said nothing for some time. When he did speak, it was to lead the little boy to believe that he had been all the time engaged in thinking about something else. Talkin' dirty folks, he said. You oughter seed yo pa when he was a little bit chap. Day was long days when you couldn't tell ef he was black white. He was dat dirty. He'd come out into big house in de mornin' as clean as a new pin, and fo 10 o'clock you couldn't tell what kinder cloth his clothes was made outen. Many's de day when I've seed all Miss Stats yo great grandmamacombe nuff trash out in his head fur ter fill a basket. The little boy laughed at the picture that Uncle Remus drew of his father. He's very clean now, said the lad loyally. Maybe he is and maybe he ain't, remarked Uncle Remus, suggesting a doubt. Dat's neither here nor dar. Is he any better off clean dan what he was when you couldn't put yo hands on I am without having ter go and wash Yo grandmammy use it or call I am a pig, and clean as he may be now, I take notice dat he makes mo complaint headache and de heartburn, dan what he done when he was runnin' round here half-nicked and full mud. I hear tell dat some nights he can't get no sleep, but when he was little like Yowno, I'll not say dat, because he was bigger dan what you was fum de time, he kin toddle round without nobody heppin' him. But when he was all as you and twice as big, day ain't nary night dat he can't sleep in not only all night, but half de day f day to let 999. Day ought ter let you run round here like he done, and get dirty. Day ain't nothin' mo wholesomer dan a peck two clean dirt on a little chap like you. There is no telling what comment the child would have made on this sincere tribute to clean dirt, for his attention was suddenly attracted to something that was gradually taking shape in the hands of Uncle Remus. At first it seemed to be hardly worthy of notice, for it had been only a thin piece of board. But now the one piece had become 4 pieces, too long and too short, and under the deft manipulations of Uncle Remus, it soon assumed a box-like shape. The old man had reached the point of his work where silence was necessary to enable him to do it full justice. As he fitted the thin boards together, a whistling sound issued from his lips, as though he were letting off steam, but the singular noise was due to the fact that he was completely absorbed in his work. He continued to fit and trim and trim and fit, until finally the little boy could no longer restrain his curiosity. Uncle Remus, what are you making? He asked plaintively. Laros fur ter catch meddlers, was the prompt and blunt reply. Well, what are laros to catch meddlers? The child insisted. Nothin' much and sumpin' mo. Dicky, kilt a chickie, and fried it quickie in de oven like a sloven. Den ter his daddy's Sunday hat, he tuck and hitched de all black cat. Now what you reckon make him do dat? Ef you can't tell me word for word and spellin' for spellin', well go out and come in and take a walk. He rose, grunting as he did so, thus paying an unintentional tribute to the efficacy of age as the partner of rheumatic aches and stiff joints. You hear me gruntin'? He remarked well, dat's because I ain't de chickie fried by Dicky, which he et enough fur ter make I am sicky. As he went out the child took his hand, and went trotting along by his side, thus affording an interesting study for those who concern themselves with the extremes of life. Hand in hand the two went out into the fields, and thence into the great woods, where Uncle Remus, after searching about for some time, carefully deposited his oblong box, remarking, Ef I don't make no mistakes, dis ain't so mighty fur fum to place ward de creeters has dare playground, and dey ain't no tellin' but what one um'll creep in dar when dey are playin' hidden, and ef he do, hell show be our meat. Oh, it's a trap, exclaimed the little boy, his face lighting up with enthusiasm. And dey want nobody here fur ter tell you? Uncle Remus declared, astonishment in his tone. Well, F dat don't bang my time, I ain't no free nigger. Now, F dat had a been yo pa at the same age, it a had tur tell I am four of 'em times, and den he wouldn't a believed me twell he see sompin in dar tryin' fur tur get out. Den he say it was a trap, but not befo. I ain't blammin' I am, Uncle Remus went on. K's tain't evie chap dat kin tell a trap time he see it, and mo dan dat, traps don allers catch what day sought fur. He paused, looked all around and up in the sky, where fleecy clouds were floating lazily along, and in the tops of the trees, where the foliage was swaying gently in the breeze. Then he looked at the little boy. Ef I ain't gone and got lows, he said, ain't so mighty fur fum to place war, Mr. Man. Once pon a time not yo time ner yit my time, but some time tuck and sawed a trap for Br'er Rabbit. In dem days, dey hadn't larnt how to be carpenters, and dish your trap what I'm tellin' you 'bout was a great big contraption. Big as Br'er Rabbit was, it was lots too big fur him. Now, whiles Mr. Man was fixin' up dis trap, Mr. Rabbit want so mighty fur off. He hear de sawirash, arash, and he hear de hammer bang, 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 and he ax hisself what all dis racket was 'bout. He see Mr. Man come out in his yard totin' sumpin', and he got furder off. He see Mr. Man common toads de bushes, and he tuck tur de woods. He see I am common toads de woods, and he tuck tur de bushes. Mr. Man tote de trap so fur and no furder. He put it down, he did, and Br'er Rabbit watch I am. He put in de bait, and Br'er Rabbit watch I am. He fixed de trigger, and still Br'er Rabbit watch 999. Mr. Man look at de trap and it satchify him. He look at it and laugh, and when he do dat, Br'er Rabbit wunk one eye, and wiggle his mustache, and chaw his cud. And dat ain't all he do, neither. He sawed out in de bushes, he did, and study how tur get some game in de trap. He study so hard, and he got so irritated, dat he thumped his behind foot on de ground twell it sound like a cow dancin' out dar in de bushes, but twant no cow, ner yet no calf was des Br'er Rabbit studyin'. Atter so long a time, he put out down de road toads dat part de country war mos de creeters live at. Evie time he hear a fuss he dodge in de bushes, case he wanter see who common. He keep on and he keep on, and by mebbe he hear all Br'er Wolf trottin' down de road. It so happened dat Br'er Wolf was de vey one what Br'er Rabbit wanter see. Dey was perlite tur one ainer, but dey want no friendly feelin' twixt 'em. Well, here come all Br'er Wolf, hungrier dan a chicken hawk on a frosty mornin', and as he come up he see Br'er Rabbit settin' by de side de road lookin' like he done lows all his family and his friends tur boot. Day passed a time day, and den Br'er Wolf kinder grin and say, Lawsamassy, Br'er Rabbit, what ail you? You look like you done had a spell fever and ague. What de trouble? Trouble, Br'er Wolf? You ain't never see no trouble twell you get where I am at. Maybe you wouldn't min it like I does, case I ain't usin' turret. But I bound you done seed me light-minded fur de lost time. I am done im plum woe out, says Br'er Rabbit, says he. Dis make Br'er Wolf open his eyes wide. He say, dis de fust time I ever is hear you talk dat away, Br'er Rabbit. Take yo time and tell me 'bout it. I ain't had my breakfast yit, but dat don't make no diffunce, long as yower in trouble. I'll hep you out if I kin, and mo dan dat, I'll put some heart into work. When he say dis, he grin and show his tushes, and Br'er Rabbit kinder edge way from 999. He say, tell me de trouble, Br'er Rabbit, and I'll do my level best fur tur hep you out. Wid dat, Br'er Rabbit lo dat Mr. Man done been hire him fur tur take cure his truck patch, and keep out de minks, de mushrats, and de weasels. He say dat he done so well settin' up night atter night, when he des might as well been in bed, dat Mr. Man promise I am sumpin' extry sides de mess greens, what he gun I am evie day. Atter so long a time, he say, Mr. Man lo dat he gwinter make I am a present you via cradle, so he kin rock de little rabs tur sleep when day cry. So said, so done, he say. Mr. Man make de cradle and tell Br'er Rabbit he kin take it home wid 999. He start out wid it, he say, but it got so heavy he had her set it down in de woods. And dat's de reason why Br'er Wolf seed I am settin' down by de side de road, lookin' like he in deep trouble. Br'er Wolf sot down, he did and study, and by mebbe he say he de like mighty well fur tur have a cradle fur his chillun, long as cradles was de style. Br'er Rabbit say dey been de style fur de longest, and as fur Br'er Wolf wantin' one, he say he kin have de one what Mr. Man make fur him, case it's lots too big fur his chillun. You know how folks is, says Br'er Rabbit, says he. Dey try tur do what dey done or how tur do, and dar's dare house bigger dan a barn, and dar's defense wid mo holes in it dan what dey is in a sane, and case dey have great big chillun dey got de itty dat evie cradle, what dey make muse fit dare own chillun. And dat's how come I can't tote de cradle what Mr. Man make fur me mo dan 10 steps at a time. Br'er Wolf ax Br'er Rabbit what he gwinter do fur a cradle, and Br'er Rabbit lo he kin manage fur tur get long wid to all one twell, he kin swayed Mr. Man tur make I am aner one. And he don't spect dat'll be so mighty hard tur do. Br'er Wolf can't hep but believe days some trick in it, and he say he ain't see de all cradle when laws he was at Br'er Rabbit house. Wid dat, Br'er Rabbit bust out laughin'. He say, dat's been so long back, Br'er Wolf, dat I done forget all bout it. Sides dat, ef day was a cradle dar, I boun you my all oman got better sense dan tur set it into parlor, war company comes, and he laughed so loud and long dat he make Br'er Wolf right shamer himself. He lo, all Br'er Wolf did, come on, Br'er Rabbit, and show me where de cradle is. Ef it's too big fur yo chillun, it'll des bout fit mine. And so off day put tur war Mr. Man done sought his trap. Twant so mighty long fo day got war day was gwine, and Br'er Rabbit say, Br'er Wolf, dar yo cradle, and may it do you mo good dan it's yever done me. Br'er Wolf walk all round de trap and look at it like 'twas live. Br'er Rabbit thump one his behind foots on de ground and Br'er Wolf jump like some undone shot a gun right at 999. Dis make Br'er Rabbit laugh twell he can't laugh no mo. Br'er Wolf, he say he kinder nervious bout dat time de year, and de lee's little bit noisel make I am jump. He acts how he gwiner get any purchise on de cradle, and Br'er Rabbit say hell hatter get inside and walk wid it on his back, k's dat de way he done. Br'er Wolf acts what all dem contraptions onto inside is, and Br'er Rabbit spawn dat day de rockers, and day ain't no needs fur tur be skeered on k's day ain't nothin' but plain wood. Br'er Wolf say he ain't zactly skeered, but he done got tur to pint war he know dat you better look fo you jump. Br'er Rabbit lo dat ef days any jumpin' fur tur be done, he de one tur do it, and he talk like he done furget what day come fur. Br'er Wolf he fool and fumble round, but by mebbe he walk into cradle, sprung de trigger and dar he was. Br'er Rabbit he holler out, come on Br'er Wolf, des hump Yosef and ill be wid you. But try as he will and grunt as he may, Br'er Wolf can't budge dat trap. By mebbe Br'er Rabbit get tired waitin' and he say dat ef Br'er Wolf ain't gwinter come on he's gwine home. He lo dat a freen what say he gwinter hep you, and den go in a cradle and drap off ter sleep, dat's all he want her know bout And wid dat he made fur de bushes, and he want a minute too soon, k's here come Mr. Man fur ter see ef his trap had been sprung. He look, he did, and show nuff it us sprung, and day was sumpin' in dar, too, k's he kin hear it rustlin' round and kickin' fur ter get out. Mr. Man look through de crack, and he see Br'er Wolf, which he was so skeered twell his eye look right green. Mr. Man say, aha, I got you his eye. Br'er Wolf say, who? Mr. Man laugh twell he can't scasely talk, and still Br'er Wolf say, who? Who you think you got, Mr. Manlo I don't think I knows. Yower all Br'er Rabbit, dat's who you is. Br'er Wolf say, turn me outer here and ill show you who I is. Mr. Man laugh fit ter kill. He lo you need ter change yo voice, id know you ef I met you in de dark. Yower Br'er Rabbit, dat's who you is. Br'er Wolf say, I ain't not, dat's what I'm not. Mr. Man look through de crack again, and he see de short years. He lo, you done cut off yo long years, but still I knows you. Oh yes, and you done sharpen yo moof and put smut on it, but you can't fool me. Br'er Wolf say, nobody ain't tryin' fur ter fool you. Look at my fine long bushy tail. Mr. Man lo, you done tied aner tail on behind you, but you can't fool me. Oh no, Br'er Rabbit, you can't fool me. Br'er Wolf say, look at de har on my back, do dat look like Br'er Rabbit? Mr. Man lo, you done wallered into red sand, but you can't fool me. Br'er Wolf say, look at my long black legs, do dey look like Br'er Rabbit? Mr. Man lo, you kin put aner jint in yo legs and you kin smut but you can't fool me. Br'er Wolf say, look at my tushes, does dey look like Br'er Rabbit? Mr. Man lo, you done got new toofies, but you can't fool me. Br'er Wolf say, look at my little eyes, does dey look like Br'er Rabbit? Mr. Man lo, you kin squinch yo eyeballs, but you can't fool me, Br'er Rabbit. Br'er Wolf squall out, I ain't not Br'er Rabbit, and you better turn me out dis place so I can take hide and har off and Br'er Rabbit. Mr. Man say, ef both hide and har was off, id know you, k's taintin' you fur ter fool me. And it hurt Br'er Wolf feelin' so bad fur Mr. Man ter spewed his word, dat he bust out in ter a big boo-boo, and dat's bout all I know. Did the man really and truly think that Brother Wolf was Brother Rabbit? Asked the little boy. When you pin me down dat away, responded Uncle Remus, I am pleased ter tell you dat I ain't too certain and show bout dat. De tale come down from my great-granddaddy's great-granddaddy. It come on down ter my daddy, and des as he gun it ter me, des dat away I done gun it ter you. Roman 12. Brother Rabbit and Brother Bullfrog. The day that the little boy got permission to go to mill with Uncle Remus was to be long remembered. It was a brand new experience to the citibrid child, and he enjoyed it to the utmost. It is true that Uncle Remus didn't go to mill in the old-fashioned way, but even if the little chap had known of the old-fashioned way, his enjoyment would not have been less. Instead of throwing a bag of corn on the back of a horse and perching himself on top in an uneasy and a precarious position, Uncle Remus placed the corn in a spring wagon, helped the little boy to climb into the seat, clucked to the horse, and went along as smoothly and as rapidly as though they were going to town. Everything was new to the lad road, the scenery, the mill, and the big mill pond. And best of all, Uncle Remus allowed him to enjoy himself in his own way when they came to the end of their journey. He was such a cautious and timid child, having little or none of the spirit of adventure that is supposed to dominate the young, that the old Negro was sure he would come to no harm. Instead of wandering about and going to places where he had no business to go, the little boy sat where he could see the water flowing over the big dam. He had never seen such a sight before, and the water seemed to him to have a personality of its own, a personality with both purpose and feeling. The river was not a very large one, but it was large enough to be impressive when its waters fell and tumbled over the big dam. The little boy watched the tumbling water as it fell over the dam and tossed itself into foam on the rocks below. He watched it so long, and he sat so still that he was able to see things that a noisier youngster would have missed altogether. He saw a big bullfrog creep warily from the water, and wipe his mouth and eyes with one of his four legs, and he saw the same frog edge himself softly toward a white butterfly that was flitting about near the edge of the stream. He saw the frog lean forward, and then the butterfly vanished. It seemed like a piece of magic. The child knew that the frog had caught the butterfly, but how? The fluttering insect was more than a foot from the frog when it disappeared, and he was sure that the frog had neither jumped nor snapped at the butterfly. What he saw as plainly as you can see your hand in the light of day. And he saw another sight, too, that is not given to everyone to see. While he was watching the tumbling water, and wondering where it all came from and where it was going, he thought he saw swift-moving shadows flitting from the water, below up and into the mill pond above. He never would have been able to discover just what the shadows were if one of them had not paused a moment while halfway to the top of the falling water. It poised itself for one brief instant, as a hummingbird poises over a flower. But during that fraction of time, the little boy was able to see that what he thought was a shadow was really a fish going from the water below to the mill pond above. The child could hardly believe his eyes, and for a little while it seemed that the whole world was turned topsy-turvy, especially as the shadows continued to flit from the water below to the mill pond above. And he was still more puzzled when he reported the strange fact to Uncle Remus, for the old Negro took the information as a matter of course. With him, the phenomenon was almost as old as his experience. The only explanation that he could give of it was that the fish are some kinds of fish, and he didn't know rightly what kind it wash had a habit of falling from the bottom of the falls to the top. The most that he knew was that it was a fact, and that it was occurring every day in the year when the fish were running. It was certainly wonderful, as in fact everything would be wonderful if it were not so familiar. "We ain't got but one way looking at things," remarked Uncle Remus, "and ef y'all believe me, honey, it's a mighty one-sided way. Ef you could get on a perch summers and see things like day really is, and not like day seem ter us, I be bound you'd haul yo breath and shet yo eyes." The old man, without intending it, was going too deep into a deep subject for the child to follow him, and so the latter told him about the bullfrog and the butterfly. The statement seemed to call up pleasing reminiscences, for Uncle Remus laughed in a very hearty way. And when his laughing had subsided, he continued to chuckle until the little boy wondered what the source of his amusement could be. Finally, he asked the old Negro point blank what had caused him to laugh at such a rate. "Yo pa would a knowed," Uncle Remus replied, and then he grew solemn again and sighed heavily. For a little while he seemed to be listening to the clatter of the mill, but finally he turned to the little boy. "And so you done made d'acquaintance all Br'er Bullfrog? Is you take notice whether he had a tail no?" "Why, of course he didn't have a tail," exclaimed the child. "Neither toad frogs nor bullfrogs have tails. I thought everybody knew that." "Oh well, ef dat de way you feel bout 'tain't no use fur ter pester wid It done got so now dat folks don't believe nothin', but what dey can see, and mo dan half on want believe what dey see less and dey can feel on it too. But dat ain't de way wid dem what's all nuff fur ter know. Ef it a-tall you bout de fishes swimmin' agin fallin' water, you wouldn't a believed me, would you? No, you wouldn't and yit, dar 'twas right fo yo face and eyes. Dar dey was askytin from de bottom de dam, right up in de mill pond, and you settin' dar lookin' at Spossin' you was ter say dat you want believe lesson you kin feel Does you spect de fish gwinter hang dar in de fallin' water and wait twell you kin wade cross de slippy rocks and put yo hand on Did you look right close fur ter see ef de bullfrog, what you seed is got a tail no?" The little boy admitted that he had not. He knew as well as anybody that no kind of a frog has a tail, unless it is the Texas frog, which is only a horned lizard, for he saw one once in Atlanta, and it was nothing but a rustiback lizard with a horn on his head. I ain't sputin' what you say, honey, said Uncle Remus, but to creeter what you seed mought have been a frog and you not know it. One thing I does know is dat in times gone by de bullfrog had a tail, kaze I hear de all folks sesso, and mo dan dat, dey know des how he lows it war, and de when, and de which way. For all I know it was right here at dish your idential millpond. I ain't gwine in ter court and make no a full dave on it, but ef anybody was ter walk up and pint dare finger at me, and say dat dis is de place where all Br'er bullfrog lose his tail, it up and low, yasser, it muse be de place, kaze it look mightly like de place what I been here tell bout. And den id shut my eyes and see if I can't get it straight in my dream. Uncle Remus paused and pretended to be counting a handful of red grains of corn that he had found somewhere in the 1099. Seeing that he showed no disposition to tell how Brother Bullfrog had lost his tail, the little boy reminded him of it, but the old man laughed. Br'er Bullfrog ain't never had no tail, he said. How to name goodness he gwinter lose Ef he ever is had a tail, why den dat's a gray hoss uv ain't color. Day's a tale bout I am having a tail and lossin' it, but how kin day be a tail when day ain't no tail? Well, the little boy didn't know at all, and he looked so disconsolate and so confused that the old negro relented. Now den, he remarked, ef all Br'er Bullfrog had a tail and he ain't got none now, day must have been somethin' happen. In dem times, what all dese tales tells you bout Br'er Bullfrog stayed in and around still water des like he do now. De bad call dat he had in dem days, he's got it yit same Popeyes and de same bal head. Den, as now, dey want a buncher har on it dat you could pull out wid a par tweezers. As he bellers now, des dat away he bellered den, most specially at night. And talk bout settin' up late all Br'er Bullfrog could beat dem what fust got into habits settin' up late. De you'ther creeters can't get no sleep. Dey's one thing dat y'all hadder gi I am credit fur, and dat was keepin' his face and hands clean, and in talkin' cure his clothes. Nobody, not even his mammy, had patch his britches tack buttons on his coat. See I am wore you mayin' when you mought, he was allers lookin' spick and span des like he done come right out in a bandbox. You know what de riddle say bout I am? When he stand up he sets down, and when he walks he hops. He a been mighty well thunk on, ef it hadn't but a been fur his habits. He holler so much at night dat de other creeters can't get no sleep. He holler and holler, and bout de time you think he bleeze ter be shame hollerin' so much, he up and holler again. It got so dat de creeters hadder go way off summers ef dey wanter get any sleep, and it seem like dey can't get so fur off but what Br'er Bullfrog would wake 'em up time dey get ter dawsin' good. He set and listen, and den he laugh fit ter kill. He raise up and low, here I is. Here I is, warbouts is you? Warbouts is you? Come along, it us des dat away de whole blessed night, and de you'ther creeters, dey say dat it sholy was a shame dat anybody would set right flat-footed and ruin dere good name. Look like he pestered everybody but all Br'er Rabbit, and de reason dat he liked it was kaze it worried de you'ther creeters. He set and listen, all Br'er Rabbit would, and den he laugh fit ter kill kaze he ain't a curin' whether no, he get any sleep not. F days anybody what can set up 12 de laws day in de mornin', and not get redide and heavy-headed. It's all Br'er Rabbit. When he wanter sleep, he des shet one eye and sleep. And when he wanter stay wake, he des open both eyes. And dar he was wid all his foots under I am. And a chowin' his turbecker same, as ef dey want no Br'er Bullfrog in de whole United State Georgie. His way led I am down toads de Milpon. It went on dis way fur I dunner how long all Br'er Bullfrog ablerin, all night long and keepin' de you'ther creeters wake. And Br'er Rabbit a laughin'. But by mebbe, de time come when Br'er Rabbit hadder lay in some mo calamus root, agin de time when 'twould be too call fur ter dig it, and when he went fur ter hunt fur it, his way led I am down toads de Milpon war Br'er Bullfrog live at. Day was calamus root a plenty down dar, and Br'er Rabbit, adder lookin' de ground over, promise hisef dat he fetch a basket de next time he come, and make one trip do fur too. He ain't been down dar long fo, he had a good chance fur ter hear Br'er Bullfrog at close range. He hear him, he did, and he shake his head and say dat a mighty little bit dat music would go a long ways. Kaze day ain't nobody what can stand flat-footed and say dat Br'er Bullfrog is a better singer dan de Mockingbird. He listen again, and hear Br'er Bullfrog mumblin' and grumblin'. Well, whiles Br'er Rabbit was piroutin' round fur ter see what mought be seed, he get de itty dat he kin hear thunder way off yander. He listen again, and he hear Br'er Bullfrog mumblin' and grumblin' ter hisef, and he musta had a mighty bad call, kaze his talk sound des like a bummelai be been cotch in a sugar barrel, and can't get out. And dat creeter musta knowed dat Br'er Rabbit was down in dem neighborhoods, kaze, while he gun to talk louder and yit mo louder. He say, war you gwine, and den don't go too fur. and atter so long a time come back, come back. Come back soon. Br'er Rabbit he sought dar, he did, and work his nose and wiggle his moof, and wait fur ter see what gwinter happen next. Whiles Br'er Rabbit set in dar, Br'er Bullfrog fall ter mumblin' again, and it looked like he bout ter drap off ter sleep. But by mebbe he talk louder, be my freen, my freen. Oh, be my freen. Br'er Rabbit wunk one eye and smole a smile, case he done hear a heap talk like dat. He wipe his face and eyes wid his pockethankshire, and sot so still dat you'd a thunk he want nothin' but a chunk wood. But Br'er Bullfrog, he knowed how ter stay still hissef, and he ain't so much as bubble a bubble. But atterwhiles, when Br'er Rabbit can't stay still no mo, he got up from where he was settin' at and moseyed out by de millrace war de grass is fresh and de trees is green. Br'er Bullfrog holla, jujerum, wade and here'll gie you some. Now day ain't nothin' dat all Br'er Rabbit like better dan a little bit dram fur de stomachache, and his moof gun ter water right den and dar. He went a little closer ter de millpond, and Br'er Bullfrog keep on attikin bout de jug rum, and what he gwine do ef Br'er Rabbit will wade in dar. He look at de water, and it look mighty call. He look again, and it look mighty deep. It say, lap lap, and it look like it's acre rep and higher. Br'er Rabbit drawed back wid a shiver, and he wish mighty much dat he de a fotch his overcoat. In he went gerchug. Br'er Bullfrog say, knee deep, wade in, and he make de water bubble des like he talkin' a dram. Den and dar, sompin ner happen, and how it come ter happen Br'er Rabbit never kin tell. But he peeped in de pond fur ter see ef he kin catch a glimp de jug, and in he went gerchug. He ain't never know whether he fall in, slip in, or ef he was pushed in, but dar he was. He come mighty nigh not gettin' out. But he scramble and he scuffle twell he get back ter de bank whar he kin climb out. And he stood dar, he did, and kinder shuck hissef, case he mighty glad fur ter fin dat he's in de whirl once mo. He knowed dat a leetle mo and he de a been gone fur good. Case when he drapped in, jumped in, fell in, he was over his head in years. And he had her do a sight kickin' and scufflin' and swallerin' water foe, he kin get war he kin grab de grass on de bank. He wonder how in de world dat plain water kin be so watery. He sneeze and snows, and wheeze and hose, twell it look like he de drown right whar he was standin' any way you kin fix it. He say ter hissef dat he ain't never gwinter get de taze river water outer his moof and nose, and he wonder how in de world dat plain water kin be so watery. All Br'er Bullfrog, he laugh like a bull in de pasture, and Br'er Rabbit gie a sidelong look dat otter tall I am, as much as a map kin tell one dese your school scholars. Br'er Rabbit look at I am, but he ain't say nary a word. He des shuck hissef once mo, and put out fur home war he kin set in front de fire and git dry. Atter dat day, Br'er Rabbit riz mighty soon and went ter bed late, and he watched Br'er Bullfrog so close dat day want nothin' he kin do, but what Br'er Rabbit know bout it time it us done. And one thing he knowed better dan all he knowed dat, when de winter time come Br'er Bullfrog would have ter pack up his duds and move over in de bog war de water, don't get frizz up. Dat much he knowed, and when dat time come, he laid off fur ter make Br'er Bullfrog's journey, short as it was, as full happenin's as de day when de all cow went dry. He tuck and move his bed and board ter de big holler poplar, not fur fum de millpond, and dar he stayed and keep one eye on Br'er Bullfrog both night and day. He ain't lose no flesh whiles he waitin', case he ain't one dese your kin what mopes and gets solemncholy. He was all de time betwixt a grin and a giggle. He knowed mighty well none better dat time, goes by turns in dese low grounds, and he wait fur de day when Br'er Bullfrog gwinter move his belongins fum pond ter bog. And by mebbe dat time come, and when it come, Br'er Bullfrog is done furget off in his mind all bout Br'er Rabbit and his splashification. He rig hissef out in his Sunday best, and he look scrumptious ter dem what like dat kinder doin's. He had on a little sojer hat wid green and white speckles all over it, and a long green coat, and satin breeches, and a white silk waistcoat, and shoes wid silver buckles. Mo dan dat, he had a green umbrel fur ter keep from havin' freckles, and his long spotted tail was done up into umbrel kiver so dat it want drag on de ground. Uncle Remus paused to see what the little boy would say to this last statement, but the child's training prevented the asking of many questions, and so he only laughed at the idea of a frog with a tail, and the tail done up in the cover of a green umbrella. The laughter of the youngster was hearty enough to satisfy the old Negro, and he went on with the story. Whiles all dis gwine on, honey, you better believe dat Br'er Rabbit want so mighty fur fum dar. When Br'er Bullfrog come out and start fur ter promenade ter de bog, Br'er Rabbit show hissef and make like he's skeered. He broke and run, and den he stop fur ter see what tissin den, he run a leetle ways and stop again, and he keep on dodgin' and runnin' twell he fool Brer Bullfrog and ter believin' dat he was skeered mighty nigh ter death. You know how folks does when dey get to itty dat somebody's feared unumef? You don't y'all fin out long fo yo whiskers gets ter hangin' to yo knees. When folks take up dis itty, dey gets biggity, and dey ain't no stayin' in de same country wid 'em. He shuck his umbrel like he mad. Well, Brer Bullfrog, he get to itty dat Br'er Rabbit was feared un-I-am, and he shuck his umbrel like he mad, and he beller. War my gun. Br'er Rabbit flung up both hands like he was skeered gettin' a load shot in his vitals, and den he broke and run as hard as he kin. Br'er Bullfrog holler out, "Come yer, you villain, and lemme gie you de frailin' what I done promise you." But all Br'er Rabbit, he keep on agwine. Br'er Bullfrog went hoppin' at her, but he ain't make much headway, 'case all de time he was hoppin' he was tryin' to strut. 'Twasn't about as much as Br'er Rabbit kin do fur ter keep from laughin', but he led Br'er Bullfrog ter to holler poplar, where he had his hatchet hid. As he went in, he low, "You can't get me?" He went in, he did, and out he popped on ter side. By dat time Br'er Bullfrog was mighty cert and showed dat Br'er Rabbit was skeered as he kin be, and in ter de holler he went, widout so much as talkin' de trouble ter shet up his umbrel. When he got into holler, in cose he ain't see hide ner har Br'er Rabbit, and he beller out, "War is you? You may hide, but ill fin you, and when I does." He ain't say all he want or say, case by dat time Br'er Rabbit was lammin' on de tree wid his hatchet. He hit it some mighty heavy whacks, and Br'er Bullfrog get de itty dat somebody was cuttin' it down. Br'er Rabbit run round ter war, he was in chop his tail off. Dis kinder skeered I am, case he know dat ef de tree fell while he in de holler, it de be all night isum wid him. But when he make a move fur ter turn round and dar fur ter come out, Br'er Rabbit run round ter war he was, and chop his tail off right smick move. The veteran storyteller paused and looked at the clouds that were gathering in the sky. "'Twouldn't stonish me none," he remarked dryly, "ef we was ter have some fallen weather." "But, Uncle Remus, what happened when Brother Rabbit cut off the bullfrog's tail?" inquired the little boy. The old man sighed heavily and looked around, as if he were hunting for some way of escape. "Why, honey, when de frog tail was cut off, it stayed off, but dey tells me dat it kep on a wigglin' plum twell de sun went down. Dis much I does know, dat since dat day, none de frog family has been troubled wid tails. Ef you don't believe me, you can catch 'em and see." Roman 13. Why Mr. Dog is tame. There were quite a number of dogs on the plantation: foxhounds, harriers, a sheep-dog, and 2 black Enton hounds that had been trained to tree coons and possums. In these, the little boy took an abiding interest, and he soon came to know the name and history of each individual dog. There was Jonah, son of Hodo, leader of the foxhounds, Jewel, leader of the harriers, and Walter, the sheep-dog, who drove up the cows and hogs every evening. Indeed, it was not long before the little boy knew as much about the dogs as Uncle Remus 999. He imagined he knew more, for one day he informed the old man that once upon a time all dogs were wild, and roamed about the woods and fields just as the wild animals do now. "You see me settin' here," Uncle Remus remarked. "Well, suh, all as I is, id like mighty well ter fin out how you come ter know 'bout dese happenin's way back yander." The little boy made no secret of the matter. He answered with pride that his mother had been reading to him out of a great big book with pictures in it. Uncle Remus stretched his arms above his head and opened wide his eyes. Astonishment took possession of his countenance. The child laughed with delight when he saw the amazement of Uncle Remus. "Yes," he went on, "Mother read about all the wild animals. The book said that when the dogs were wild, they used to go in droves, just as the wolves do now." "Yasser, dat's so," exclaimed Uncle Remus with admiration, "and ef you keep on like you gwine, 'twont be long fo y'all know lots mo 'bout de creeters dan what I dos lots mo." Then he became confidential. "Was dey anything in de big book, honey, 'bout de time dat de dog start in fur ter live wid Mr. Man?" The little boy shook his head. If there was anything about it in the big book from which his mother had been reading, she had kept it to herself. "Well, I am mighty glad dey ain't nothin' in dar 'bout it. Kase ef dey had a been, it'd a been bleeze ter gee up my job. Kase when dey gets ter puttin' tales in a book, dat's a sign." "A sign of what, Uncle Remus?" "Des a sign, hun, a plain sign. Ef you dunner what a sign is, I'll never tell you." "When did the dog begin to live with Mr. Man?" the little boy inquired. "Once he was wild, and now he is tame. How did he become tame?" "Ahi, den you got de itty dat all man. Remus know sompin ner what ain't down in de books." "Why, you asked me if there was anything in the big book that told about the time when the dog went to live with Mr. Man," the little boy replied. "Dat's what I done," exclaimed Uncle Remus with a laugh. And I done it case I laid off ter tell you bout it one dese odd shorts when de moon ridin' high, and de wind playin' a tune in de big pine. Why not tell it now? The little boy asked. Lemme see, is I well or is I sick? Is I full or is I hungry? Ef I done forget what I had fur dinner day fo yistiddy, den tain't no use fur ter try ter tell a tale bout all times. Was it cake? No, twant cake. Was it chicken pie? No, twant chicken pie. What den? Now I knows, 'twas tater custard, and it seemed like I kin tase it yit. Yasser, day fo yistiddy was so long ago dat it looked like a dream. It wasn't any dream, the little boy declared. Mother wouldn't let me have any at the house, and when grandmother sent your dinner, she put 2 pieces of potato custard on a plate, and you said that one of them was for me. And you ate it, Uncle Remus declared. You ate it, and you liked it so well dat you sought yo eye on my piece, and ef I hadn't a grabbed it, I bound I wouldn't a had no tater custard. The little boy laughed and blushed. How did you know I wanted the other piece? He asked. I know it by my nose and my 2 big toes, Uncle Remus replied. Put a boy in smellin' distance, UV a piece tater custard, and it seem like de custard will fly up and hit him in de moof, no matter how much he try ter dodge. Uncle Remus paused and pulled a raveling from his shirt sleeve, looking at the little boy meanwhile. I know very well you haven't forgotten the story, remarked the child, for grandmother says you never forgot anything, especially the old-time tales. Well, suh, I spec she knows. She been knowin' me every since she was a baby gal, and mo dan dat, she know right pint blank what I am athinkin' bout when she kin get her eye on me. And she says she never caught you tellin' a fib. Is she say dat? Uncle Remus inquired with a broad grin. Ef she did, I'm lots sharper dan I looks turby, case many and many's de time when I been skeered white, thinkin' she done cotch me. To be show, to be show. But what about the dog, Uncle Remus? What dog, honey? Oh, y'all had her scusin' me im lots older dan what I looks turby. You mean de dog what tuck up at Mr. Man's house. Well, all Br'er dog was ean about like he is dese days, scratchin' fur fleas, and growlin' over his vittles stitter sayin' grace, and buryin' de bones when he had one too many. He was des like he is now, seppin' dat he was will. He galloped wid Br'er Fox and loped wid Br'er Wolf and cantered wid Br'er Coon. He went all de gates, and he had des as good a time as any and des as bad a time. Now, one day, summers twixt Monday mornin' and Saturday night, he was settin' in de shade scratchin' hissef, and he was tooken wid a spell thinkin'. He des come through a mighty hard winter wid de other creeters, and he up and say ter hissef dat ef he had ter do like dat one mo season, it be de en him and his family. You could count his ribs, and his hip bones stuck out like de horns on a hat rack. Whiles he was settin' dar, scratchin' and studyin' and scratchin', who should come meanderin' down de big road but all Br'er Wolf. And it us hello, Br'er Dog. You look like you ain't seed de inside UV a smokehouse fur quite a wet. I ain't sayin' dat I got much fur ter brag on, case I ain't in no better fix dan what you is. De colder it gets, de scacer de vittles grows. And den he ax Br'er Dog whar he gwine and how soon he gwinter get dar. Br'er Dog make answer dat it don't make no diffunce whar he go ef he don't fin dinner ready. Br'er Wolf lo dat de way ter get dinner is ter make a fear. Case tain't no use fur ter try ter eat ef dey don't do dat. Ef dey don't get nothin' fur ter cook, dey'll have a place whar dey kin keep warm. Br'er Dog say he see whar Br'er Wolf is dead right, but whar dey gwine get a fear. Br'er Wolf say de quickest way is ter borry a chunk from Mr. Man his all oman. But when it come ter sayin' who gwine atter it, dey both kinder hung back, case dey knowed dat Mr. Man had a walking cane, what he kin pint at anybody and snap a cap on it and blow de light right out. But by mebbe, Br'er Dog sail go atter de chunk fear, and he ain't no mo dan say dat, fo off he put, and he travels so pert, dat twant long fo he come ter Mr. Man's house. When he got ter de gate he sot down and done some mo studyin', and ef de gate had a been shot, he turned right round and went back like he come. But some de chillun had been playin' out in de yard, and dey left de gate open, and so dar 'twas. Study as he mought, he can't fin no 'scuse fur gwine back widout de chunk fear. And in he went. Well, talk 'bout folks bane umble. You ain't seed no umble come a tumble twell you see Br'er Dog when he went in dat gate. He ain't take time fur ter look round. He so skeer roamin' 500 he hear hogs agrantin' and pigs a squealin', he hear hens a cacklin' and roosters crowin', but he ain't turn his head. He had sense nuff not ter go in de house by de front way. He went round de back way whar de kitchen was, and when he got dar he frayed ter go any furder. He went ter to do, he did, and he frayed ter knock. He hear chillun laughin' and playin' in dar, and fur de fust time in all his born days, he gun ter feel lonesome. By mebbe, some unopened to do and den shot it right quick, But Br'er Dog ain't see nobody. He us too umble come a tumble fur dat. He was lookin' at de ground, and wonderin' what us gwinter happen next. It must have been one de chillun what opened to do. K's twant long fo here come Mr. Man wid de walking cane what had fear in it. He come tur to do, he did and he say what you want here. Br'er Dog was too skeered fur tur talk. All he can do is tur des wag his tail. Mr. Man, he low, you in de wrong house, and you better go on war you got some business. Br'er Dog he crouched down close ter de ground and wag his tail. Mr. Man, he look at I am, and he ain't no wetter fur ter turn loose his gun not, but his all oman, she hear him talkin', and she come ter to do, and see Br'er Dog crouchin' dar. Umbler dan de umblest, and she say, po feller, you ain't gwine ter hurt nobody, is you? And Br'er Dog low no mom, I ain't. I des come fur ter bory a chunk fear. And she say, what in de name goodness does you want wid fear? Is you gwine ter burn us out in house and home? Br'er Dog low no mom, dat I ain't, I des wanter get warm. Den do oman say, I clean forget bout to call wetter come in de kitchen here and warm Yosef much as you wanter. Dat was mighty good news fur Br'er Dog, and in he went. Day was a nice big fear on de hath, and de chillun was settin' all round eatin' dere dinner. Day make room fur Br'er Dog, and down he sot in a warm cornder, and twant long fo he was feelin' right splimmy, but he was mighty hungry. He sot dar, he did, and watched de chillun eatin' dere ashcake and buttermilk, and his eyeballs faller evie mooful day et. Do oman, she noticed dis, and she went ter de cupboard and got a piece warm ashcake, and put it down on de hath. Br'er Dog ain't need no second invite des gobble up de ashcake fo, you can say Jack Robertson wid yo move shot. He ain't had enough, but he knowed better dan ter show what his appetites was. He gun ter feel good, and den he got down on his hunkers, and lay his head down on his foppaws, and make like he gwine ter sleep. Atter while he smell Br'er Wolf, and he raise his head and look toads to do. Mr. Man he tuck notice, and he say he believe days some unsneakin' round. Br'er Dog raise his head, and snuff toads to do, and growl ter hissef. So Mr. Man tucked down his gun from over de fireplace and went out. De fust thing he see when he get out into yard was Br'er Wolf runnin' out de gate, and he up wid his gun bang, and he hear Br'er Wolf holler. All he got was a handful har, but he come mighty nigh gettin' de whole hide. Well, atter dat, Mr. Man fin out dat Br'er Dog could do I am a heap good, fuss one way and den ainer. He could head de cows off when day make a break through de woods, he could take keer de sheep, and he could warn Mr. Man when some de other creeters was prowlin' round. And den he was some company when Mr. Man went huntin'. He could trail de game, and he could fin his way home from anywheres, and he could play wid de chillun des like he was one on 'em. Twant long fo he got fat, and one day when he was amblin' in de woods, he meet up wid Br'er Wolf. He howdied at I am, he did, but Br'er Wolf want scasely look at 999. Atter while he say, Br'er Dog, why'n't you come back dat day when you went atter fear? Br'er Dog pint ter de collar on his neck. He low, you see dis? Well, it'll tell you lots better dan what I kin. Br'er Wolf say, you mighty fat, why can't I come dar and do like you does? Br'er Dog low, dey ain't nothin' fur ter hinder you. So de next mornin', bright and early, Br'er Wolf knock at Mr. Man's do. Mr. Man peep out and see who tease, and tuck down his gun and went out. Br'er Wolf tried ter be perlite, and he smile. But when he smile, he showed all his tushes, and dis kinder skeer Mr. Man. He say, what you doin' sneakin' round here? Br'er Wolf try ter be mo perliter dan ever, and he grin from year ter year. Dis show all his tushes, and Mr. Man lammed a loose at 999. And dat Uzdalaw's time dat Br'er Wolf ever try ter live wid Mr. Man, and fum dat time on down ter dis day, it is war twixt Br'er Wolf and Br'er Dog. Roman 14. Br'er Rabbit and the Gizzard Eater. It seem like termy dat I hear somebody say, not longer dan day fo yistiddy, dat day'd be mighty glad if day could fin some unfur ter bet wid said Uncle Remus, staring hard at the little boy, and then suddenly shutting his eyes tight so that he might keep from laughing at the expression he saw on the child's face. Receiving no immediate response to his remark, the old man opened his eyes again and found the little boy regarding him with a puzzled air. My mother says it is wrong to bet, said the child after a while. He was quite serious, and it was just this aspect of seriousness that made him a little different from another little boy that had been raised at Uncle Remus' knee. Mother says that no Christian would want to bet. The old man closed his eyes again, as though trying to remember something. He frowned and smacked his mouth before he spoke. It looked like dat, I never is ter get de taze dat chicken pie, what yo grandma sont me out in my moof. I dunner when I been had any chicken pie what stayed wid me like dat chicken pie. But 'bout dat bettin', he remarked, straightening himself in his chair, I spec I muse a been a dreamin'. I know mighty well it couldn't have been you. So well des up and say it was little Dreamus, and let it go at dat. All I know is dat day was a little chap loungin' round here tryin' fur tur larn, how tur play mumblepeg wid, one de case knives, what he tuck fum de white folks dinner table. And whiles he was in de middle his larnin', de all speckled hen run from under de house here, and sot up a mighty cacklin', case she feared some un was gwinter interrupt de eggs what she been nussin' and warmin' up. She cackle, and den she cackle some mo fur tur keep fum furgitin how. And long bout dat time, dish your little boy what I been tellin' you bout I spec well be bleezed her, call him dreamush up wid a rock and flung it right at and F shed a been in de way de rock, he dia come mighty nigh hittin' her. Dis make de all hen both skeered and feared and likewise mad, and she hitched a squall on her cackle, and flop her wings. Seein' dat de hen was mad, dis little chap which he named Dreamus, he got mad too and he lowed, I bet you I make you hush. And dar day had it de all hen runnin' and squallin', and de little chap zoonin' rocks at her. I spec de hen would a bet F shed a knowed howen she show would a won to bet, K's de law's news I hear from she was runnin' and squallin'. The little boy squirmed uneasily in his chair. He remembered the incident very well, so well that he hardly knew what to say. But after a while, thinking that it was both necessary and polite to say something, he declared that, when he made that remark to the hen he knew she wouldn't understand him, and that what he said about betting was just a saying. Dat mought be, honey, said Uncle Remus, but don't you fool Yosef bout dat hen not knowin' how ter talk. K's day has been times and places when de creeters kin do lots mo talkin' dan folks. When you get ter be all as what I is, y'all know dat talkin' ain't got nothin' in de round world ter do wid fedders, and needer wid fur. I hear you say you want ter bet wid de all hen, and ef you still want and you got a mighty good chance dis day ef de sun is mighty nigh down. I'll bet you a thrip agin a ginger cake dat, when you had yo dinner you ain't fin no chicken gizzard in yo part de pie. No, replied the child, I didn't, and when I asked grandmother about it, she said she was going to raise some chickens next year with double gizzards. Did she say dat? Did Miss Sally say dat? Inquired Uncle Remus, laughing delightedly. Well, dat show do bang my time. How come she no dat some de creeters got double gizzards? She show is doubt doinest white oman what's yever been bornded in de whirl. She done sont me de chicken, gizzard des, so I kin tell you bout de double gizzards and de whatnots. Double gizzards, de vay name flings me way back yander all folks in all times. Lawsamassy, I wonder what Miss Sally gwine do next. Anybody what guess it oughter be president by good rights. Uncle Remus paused, and lowered his voice to a confidential tone. She ain't tell you bout de time, when de yallergator was honin' fur all Br'er Rabbit's double gizzards, is she, honey? No, she didn't tell me that, but she laughed, and when I asked her what she was laughing at, she said I'd find out by the time I was 7 feet tall. You hear dat, don't you? Uncle Remus spoke as though there were a third person in the room. What I been tellin' you all dis time? And then he laughed as though this third person were laughing with him. You may try, and you may fly, but you never is ter see to beat Miss Sally. Was grandmother talking about a tale, Uncle Remus? It must have been a very funny one, for she laughed until she had to take off her spectacles and wipe them dry, said the little boy. Dat's her, dat's Miss Sally up and down, and dey can't nobody get ahead her. She knowed mighty well dat time you say sompin' bout double gizzards my min would fly right back ter de time when de yalligator was dribblin' at de moof, and all Br'er Rabbit was shaking in his shoes. If it's a long story, I am afraid you haven't time to tell it now, suggested the little boy. The child was so polite that the old Negro stood somewhat in awe of him, and he was afraid, too, that it was ominous of some misfortune other was something uncanny about it from Uncle Remus' point of view. Bless you, honey. I got des as much time as what day is it all blongs ter me and you. Maybe you wanter go summers else. Maybe y'all wait twell some other day fur de platted whip dat I hear you talkin' bout. No, I'll wait and get the story and the whip toge if you are not too tired. The old Negro looked at the little boy from the corner of his eye to see if he was really in earnest. Satisfying himself on that score, he promptly began to plait the whip while he unraveled the story. He seemed to be more serious than usual, but one of the peculiarities of Uncle Remus, as many a child had discovered, was that he was not to be judged by any outward aspect. This is the way he began. Ever since I been Puritan round in dese lowgrounds, it's been to talk dem, what knowed dat Br'er Rabbit was a mighty man at a frolic. I don't spec he dee show up much in dese days, but in de times when de creeters was bossin' dey own jobs, Br'er Rabbit was up fur purty nigh everything dat was gwine on ef dey want too much work in it. Dey couldn't be a dance a quiltin' nohars around but what he dee be dar. He was fust ter come and last ter go. He hollered fur de man what run de ferry. Well, day was one time when he went too fur and stayed too late. Because a big rain come during de time when day was playin' and dancin', and when Br'er Rabbit put out fur home, he found dat a big freshet done come and gone. De dreens had got turby creeks, de creeks had got turby rivers, and de river swell. I ain't gwine ter tell you what de rivers was case you'd think dat I done told de truth goodbye. By mackin' big jumps and gwine out his way, Br'er Rabbit managed fur ter git as close ter home as de creek, but when he git dar, de creek was so wide dat it make him feel like he been low so long dat his family done forget him. Many and many a time had he crossed dat creek on a log, but de log done gone, and de water was spread out all over creation. De water was wide, but dat want mo dan half it look like it was de wettest water dat Br'er Rabbit ever lay eyes on. Dar was all Br'er Bar settin' at de foot de tree. Day was a fairy dar fur times like dis, but it looked like it was a bigger fresh dan what Day had counted on. Br'er Rabbit, he sot on de bank and wiped de damp out in his face and eyes, and den he hollered fur de man what run de fairy. He hollered and by mebbe, he hear someone answer him, and he looked a little closer, and dar was de man which his name was Jerry, way up in de top limbs of a tree. And he looked still closer, and he seed dat Jerry had company, case dar was all Br'er Bar settin' at de foot de tree, waitin' fur. Jerry fur ter come down so he can tell I am howdy. Uncle Remus paused to see what effect this statement would have on the little boy. The youngster said nothing, but his shrewd smile showed the old man that he fully appreciated the reason why Jerry was in no hurry to shake hands with Brother Bear. Well, Br'er Rabbit took notice dat day was sompin' mo dan dampness twix and he start in ter holler again, and he hollered so loud, and he hollered so long, dat he woke up all Br'er Yalligator. Now, it ain't make all Br'er Yalligator feel good fur ter be woken up at dat hour. Case he des had a nice supper pine knots and sweet taters, and he was layin' out at full length on his mud bed. He low ter hissef, he did, who in de nation is dis tryin' fur ter holla de bottom out de creek? He listen, and den he turn over and listen again. He shot one eye, and den he shot de other one, but Day ain't no sleepin' in dat neighborhood. Jerry in de tree, he holla back, can't comeget come nigh. Br'er Yalligator, he hear dis, and he say ter hisef dat f nobody can't come, he kin, and he riz ter de top wid no mo fuss dan a featherbed makes when you let it lone. He riz, he did, and his two eyes looked des perzactly like two bullets floatin' onto water. He riz and wunk his eye, and ax Br'er Rabbit howdy, and most specially how is his daughter. Br'er Rabbit, he say dat day ain't no tellin' how his daughter is, case when he left home her head was a swellin'. He say dat some de neighbors chillin' come by and flung rocks at her, and one on 'em hit her on top de head right ward de cowlick is, and he had her run at her de doctor. He risen wunk his eye, and ax Br'er Rabbit howdy. Br'er Yalligator low, you don't tell me Br'er Rabbit, dat it's come ter dis. Yo chillin' gittin' chunked by yo neighbors chillin'? Well, I wish you'd tell me warbouts it's all agwine tureen at. Why, it'll get so adder while dat day ain't no peace anywhere seppin' at my house in de bed de creek. Br'er Rabbit say, ain't it de truth? And not only does Br'er Fox chillin' chunk my chillin' on day cowlicks, but no sooner is I gone adder de doctor dan here come de creek Arison. I may be wrong, but I ain't skeered ter say dat it beats anything I yever is lay eyes on. Over yander in de fir woods is what my daughter is layin' wid de headache, and here's her pa, and twix us is de Billin' Creek. Ef I was ter try ter wade, 10 ter 1 de water would be over my head, and ef not dat bad, all de pills what de doctor gie me would melt in my pocket. And Day might pisen me, case de doctor ain't say Day was ter be tuck outside. Ef you think you kin stay in one place long enough, I'll try ter put you cross de creek. All Br'er Yalligator float on de water like he ain't way no mo dan one d's your postage stamps, and he tried ter drop a tear. He groan, he did, and float backwards and forwards like a tired canoe. He say, Br'er Rabbit, ef Day yever was a rover you is one. Up you come and off you go, and Day ain't no mo keepin' up would you dan ef you had wings. Ef you think you kin stay in one place long enough, I'll try ter put you cross de creek. Br'er Rabbit kinder rub his chin whiles he wiggle his nose. He low, says he, Br'er Gator, how deep is dat water what you floatin' in? Br'er Yalligator say, says he, Br'er Rabbit, ef me and my all oman was ter gine heads, and I was ter stan on de tipping my tail, dey'll still be room enough fur all my chillin' foe we touch bottom. Br'er Rabbit, he fell back like he gwinter faint. He low, Br'er Gator, you don't tell me. You surely don't mean dem last words. Why, you make me feel like I'm furder from home and dem what's done lost fur good. How to name goodness you gwiner put me cross dis slippery water? Br'er Yalligator, he blow a bubble or two out in his nose, and den he say, says he, ef you can stay still in one place long enough, I am gwinter take you cross on my back. You need ter say thank ye, yet I want you ter know dat I ain't everybody's water hoss. Br'er Rabbit he low, says he. I can well believe dat, Br'er Gator, but somehow, I kinder got a notion dat yo tail mighty limber. I hear all folks say dat you can knock a chip from de back yo head wid de tipping yo tail and never half try. Br'er Yalligator smack his moof, and say, says he, limber my tail may be, Br'er Rabbit and furry chin, but don't blame me. It was dat away when it was gun ter me. It's all jinted up cordon ter nater. Br'er Rabbit, he study, and de mo he study, de wuss he like it. But he bleeze ter go home de want no two ways bout datin' he low, says he. I spec what you say is summers in de neighborhoods de troof, Br'er Gator and mo dan dat, I believe ill go long wid you. Ef y'all ride up a leetle closer, ill make up my mind so I won't keep you waitin'. Br'er Yalligator, he float by de side de bank, same as a cork out in a pickle bottle. He ain't do like he in a hurry, kase he drapped a word two about de wetter, and he say dat de water was mighty call down dar in de slushes. But Br'er Rabbit tuck notice dat when he smole one his smiles, he showed up a double row tushes. Dat look like dey'd do mighty good work in a Soroman 1099 Br'er Rabbit. He gun ter shake like he havin' a chill. He low, I feel dat damp, Br'er Gator, dat I mought des as well be in water up ter my chin. Br'er Yalligator ain't say nothin', but he can't hide his tushes. Br'er Rabbit look up, he look down, and he look all around. He ain't scasely know what ter do. He low, Br'er Gator, yo back mighty ruffnin', how I gwine ter ride on it. Br'er Yalligator say, says he, de ruffnin' will help you ter haul on, kase y'all hatter ride straddle. You can des fit yo foots on de bumps and kinder brace Yosef when you think you see a log floatin' at us. You can des set up dar same as if you was settin' at home in yo rockin' cheer. Br'er Gator, ef I ain't mighty much mistooken, you ain't headin' fer de lannin'. Br'er Rabbit shuck his head, but he got on, he did, and he ain't no sooner get on dan he wish mighty hard he was off. Br'er Yalligator say, says he, you can pant ef you wanter, Br'er Rabbit, but ill do de paddlin', and den he slipped through de water des like he greased. Br'er Rabbit show was skeered, but he keep his eye open, and by mebbe he tuck notice dat Br'er Yalligator want mackin' fur de place war de lannins at, and he up and sesso. He low, Br'er Gator, ef I ain't mighty much mistooken, you ain't headin' fur de lannin'. Br'er Yalligator say, says he, you show is got mighty good eyes, Br'er Rabbit. I been waitin' fur you a long time, and I am de wust kinder waiter. I most know you ain't forget dat day in de stubble, when you say you gwinter show me all man trouble. Well, you ain't only show I am ter me, but you made me shake hands wid 999. You sought to dry grass a fire, and burn me scandalous. Dat de reason my back so rough, and dat de reason my hide so tough. Well, I been a waitin' sense dat time, and now here you is. You burn me twell I hatter squench de burnin' in de big quagmire. Br'er Yalligator laugh, but he had to laugh all on his side, kase dat was one de times when Br'er Rabbit ain't feel like gigglin'. He sought dar a shackin' and ashiverin. I mebbe he low, says he, what you gwine do, Br'er Gator? Br'er Yalligator say, says he, it look like termy dat since you sought to dry grass a fire, I been havin' symptoms. Dat what de doctor say. He look at my tongue, and feel my pulse, and shake his head. He say dat Baines he's my freen, he don't mind tellin' me dat my symptoms is gittin' mo wusser dan what dey been, and if I don't take somethin' ill be failin' and ter one deezer inclines what make folks flabby and weak. Br'er Rabbit, he shuck and he shiver omen 500 he low, says he, what else did doctor say, Br'er Gator? Br'er Yalligator keep on a slippin' along. He say, says he, de doctor ain't only look at my tongue measured my breath, and he hit me on my bosom tip-tip-tap. And he say dey ain't but one thing dat lil coyote. I ax I am what dat is, and he say it's rabbit gizzard. Br'er Yalligator slip and slide along, and wait for ter see what Br'er Rabbit gwinter say ter dat. He ain't had ter wait long, kase Br'er Rabbit done his thinkin' like one dese your machines what got lightnin' in it. He low, says he, it's a mighty good thing you struck up wid me dis day, Br'er Gator, kase I got des perfectly de kinder physic what you lookin' fur. All de neighbors say I'm mighty quare and I spec I is, but quare or not quare, I'm long been lookin' fur de gizzardiator. Br'er Yalligator ain't say nothin'. He des slide through de water, and listen ter what Br'er Rabbit sayin'. Br'er Rabbit low, says he, de last time I was tooken sick, de doctor come in a hurry, and he sot up wid me all night not a wink sleep did dat man git. He say he can tell by de way I was gwine on, rollin' and tossin', and moanin' and groanin', dat day want no physic gwinter do me no good. I ain't never see no doctor scratch his head like dat doctor did. He done like he was stumped, he show 999. He say he ain't never see nobody wid my kind trouble, and he went off and callin' one his Br'er doctors, and de two knock dey heads turged her, and say my trouble all come from havin' a double gizzard. When my all oman hear dat, she des flung her apron over her head, and fell back in a dead faint, and a little mo and it had ter pay a doctor bill on her accounts. When she squalled, some my chillun got skeered and tucked ter de woods, and dey ain't all got back when I left home last night. Br'er Yalligator, he des went a slippin' long through de water. He listen, but he ain't sayin' nothin'. Br'er Rabbit, he low, says he, it's de fatal truth, all dis dat I'm atelin' you. De doctor, he flewed round twell he fotch my all oman too, and den he say dey ain't no needs ter be skittish on accounts my havin' a double gizzard. K's all I had ter do was ter be kinder keerful wid my chowins and nyowins, and my commons and gwines. He say dat id hatter suffer wid it twell I fin de gizzardiator. I ax I am warbouts is he, and he say dat id know him when I seed him, and ef I fail ter know I am, hell make hisef beknown ter me. Dis kinder irritate me, k's when a man's a doctor, and is got de itty kaiwin anybody, dey ain't no needs ter deal in no riddles. But he say dat tain't no use fer ter tell all you know, specially faux dinner. Br'er Yalligator went a slidin' long through de water. He listen and smack his moof, but he ain't sayin' nothin'. Br'er Rabbit he talk on. He low, says he, and dey was one thing he tell me mo plainer dan all de rest. He say dat when anybody was flicted wid de double gizzard, dey da sent cross water wid it, k's days anything dat a double gizzard want stan it's de smell water. Br'er Yalligator went slippin' long through de water, but he feel like de time done come when he bleeze ter say sompin'. He say, says he, how come yower crossin' water now, ef de doctor tell you dat? Dis make Br'er Rabbit laugh. He low, maybe I ought ter tell you, but fo I kin cross water dat double gizzard got ter come out. De doctor done tell me dat ef she ever smell water, dey'll be such a swellin' up dat my skin want haul me. And no longer dan las night, fo I come ter dis creek was a creek den, whatsomever you may call it now I tuck out my double gizzard and hid it in a hickory. Holler, and ef yower de gizzardiator. Now is yo chance, k's ef you put it off, you may rue de day. Ef yower in de notion, ill take you right dar and show you de stump war I hid it ater ef you want or be lonesome bout it. Ill let you go by Yosef and ill stay right here. Br'er Yalligator, he slip and slide through de water. He say, says he, ward you say you'd stay? Br'er Rabbit low, says he, ill stay right here, Br'er Gator, or anywheres else you may chosen. I don't care much where I stays what I does, so long as I get rid dat double gizzard what's been a terrifyin' me. You better go by Yosef, k's bad as dat double gizzard is done me. I got a kinder tendersome feelin' fur it, and I am feared ef I was ter go long wid you, and see you grab it, dey'd be some boohooin' done. Ef you go by Yosef, des rap on de stump and say ef yower ready, I am ready and a little mo so, you want have no trouble wid her. She's hid right in dem woods yander, and de holler hickory stump ain't so mighty fur fum war de bank de creek oughter be. Br'er Rabbit make a big jump and land on solid ground. Br'er Gator ain't got much mo sense dan what it ud take fur ter climb a fence atter somebody done pulled it down, and so he kinder slewed hisef around, and steered fur de woods same woods war days so many trees, and war all sis owl starts all. De whirlwinds by fannin' her wings. Br'er Yalligator swum and steered, twell he come close ter lan, and when he done dat Br'er Rabbit make a big jump and lan on solid ground. He mought got his feet wet, but ef he did 'twas as much. He low, says he. You po all gator, ef you know de fum izzard. You know mighty well dat id keep my gizzard. And wid dat, he was done gonadone clean gone. Roman 15. Br'er Rabbit and Miss Nancy. One day, when Uncle Remus had told one of the stories that have already been set forth, the little boy was unusually thoughtful. He had asked his mother whether there was ever a time when the animals acted and talked like people, and she, without reflecting, being a young and an impulsive woman, had answered most emphatically in the negative. Now, this little boy was shrewder than he was given credit for being, and he knew that neither his grandmother nor Uncle Remus would set great store by what his mother said. How he knew this would be difficult to explain, but he knew it all the same. Therefore, when he interjected a doubt as to the truth of the tales, he kept the name of his authority to himself. Uncle Remus, said the little boy, how do you know that the tales you tell are true? Couldn't somebody make them up? The old man looked at the little child, and knew who had sown the seeds of doubt in his mind, and the knowledge made him groan and shake his head. Maybe you think I done it, honey, but ef you does, de sooner you furget it offen yo min, de better fur you. K's id set here and dry up and blow way fo I kin tell a tale my own makeup. And ef days anybody dese days what kin make 'em up, id like fur ter snuggle up ter I am, and ax I am ter larn me how. Do you really believe the animals could talk? Asked the child. What difference do it make what I believe, honey? Ef dey kin talk in dem days, ef dey can't, believin' not believin' ain't gwinter hep matters. All folks what live in dem times dey say de creeters kin talk, k's dey done talk wid and dey tell it ter dare chillun and dare chillun tell it ter dare chillun, right on down ter dese days. So den what you gwinter do bout it believe dem, what had it fum to all folks dat knowed? Dem what ain't never hear nothin' tall about it twell, they get it second hand from all nigger man. The child perceived that Uncle Remus was hitting pretty close to home, as the saying is, and he said nothing for a while. I haven't said that I don't believe them, he remarked presently. Ef you said it, honey, you ain't say it wore I kin hear you. But I take notice dat you haul yo head on one side and kinder wrinkle yo face up when I tell dese tales. Ef you don't believe 'tain't no mo use fer me ter tell dan tease fer me ter fly. My face always wrinkles when I laugh, Uncle Remus. And when you cry, responded the old man so promptly that the child laughed, though he hardly knew what he was laughing at. I'm going to tell you one now, remarked Uncle Remus, wiping a smile from his face with the back of his hand, and you can take it or leave it, des as you please. If you see anything wrong in it anywhere, you can pint it out as we go long. I been tellin' you dat Br'er Rabbit was a heap bigger in dem days dan what he is now. It looks like de family done run ter seed, and I bet you dat 99,000 year from dis vay day, de Rabbitumahash crowd one be bigger dan Filmus, I bet you dat. He want only bigger, but he was mighty handy bout a farm, when he tuck a notion, specially ef Mr. Man had any greens in his truck patch. Well, one time, times was so hard dat he had her hire out fur his vittles and clothes. He had to itty dat he was gettin' a mighty heap fur de work he done, and Mr. Man tell his daughter dat he gettin' Br'er Rabbit mighty cheap. Dey was both satchified, and when dat's de case, everybody else oughter be satchified. Br'er Rabbit kin hoe taters, and chop cotton, and fetch up brushwood, and split de kindlin, and do right smart. He say ter hisef, Br'er Rabbit did, dat ef he ain't gettin' no money and mighty few clothes, he bound he de have a plenty vittles. De fust week or two, he ain't cut up no shines, he was gettin' usin' ter de place. He stuck ter his work right straight along twell Mr. Man, say he won de best hands on de whole place, and he tell his daughter dat she better set cap fur Br'er Rabbit. De gal she toss her head and make a moof, but all de samey she gun ter cast sheep eyes at 999. One fine day, when de sun shinin' mighty hot, Br'er Rabbit gun ter get mighty hungry. He say he want some water. Mr. Man say, dar de bucket and yan de spring. Everything fix so you can get water monstus easy. Br'er Rabbit get de water, but still day was a niowin in his stomach, and by mebbe he say he want some bread. Mr. Man say, "'Tain't been so mighty long since you had breakfast, but no matter bout dat. Yan's de house, in de house y'all fin my daughter, and shell gie you what bread you want." Wid dat Br'er Rabbit put out fur de house, and dar he fin de gal. She say, "La, Br'er Rabbit, you oughter be at work, but stitter dat here you is at de house. I hear pap say dat yower mighty good worker, but ef dis de way you does yo work, I dunner what make I am sesso." Br'er Rabbit say, "I am here, Miss Nancy, kase yo daddy sont me." Miss Nancy lo, ain't you shame or Yosef fur ter talk dat away? You know pap ain't sont you. Br'er Rabbit say, "Yashum, he did," and den he smole one dese your lopsided smiles. Miss Nancy kinder hang her head and low, "Stop lookin' at me so brazen." Br'er Rabbit stood dar wid his eyes shot, and he ain't say nothin'. Miss Nancy say, "Is you gone ter sleep? You oughter be shame fur ter drap off dat away war days ladies." Br'er Rabbit make a bow, he did, and lo, you tell me not ter look at you, and ef I ain't ter look at you, I des as well ter keep my eyes shot. De gal she giggle and say Br'er Rabbit ought ter make fun her right befo her face and eyes. She ax what her pap sont I am fur, and he low dat Mr. Man sont I am for $1.50, and some bread and butter. Miss Nancy say she don't believe I am, and wid dat she run down toads to feel where her pa was workin' and holler at pap. "Oh, pap," Mr. Man make answer, "Hey?" And de gal say, "Is you say what Br'er Rabbit say you say?" Mr. Man he holler back dat dat's des what he say, and Miss Nancy she run back ter dare house, and gie Br'er Rabbit $1.50 and some bread and butter. Time passed, and Evie once in a while Br'er Rabbited go ter de house and durin de day, and tell Miss Nancy dat her daddy say fur ter gie im money and some bread and butter. And de gal, shed go part de way ter war Mr. Man is workin', and holler and ax ef he sesso, and Mr. Man d holler back, "Yes, honey, dat what I say." It got so adder while dat day ain't so mighty much money in de house, and bout dat time Miss Nancy, she had a beau, which he use at her come ter see her Evie Sunday, and sometimes Saturday, and it got so, adder while, dat she want scasely look at Br'er Rabbit. De beau got ter flingin' his sass round Br'er Rabbit. Dis make I am laugh, and he kinder studied how he gwinter get even wid kase de beau got ter flingin' his sass round Br'er Rabbit, and de gal, shed giggle as gals will. But Br'er Rabbit des sot dar, he did, and chaw his turbecker and spit into fear. But one day Mr. Man hear I am talkin' ter hisef whiles dey are workin' in de same field, and he ax Br'er Rabbit what he say. Br'er Rabbit lo dat, he des try and fur ter larn a speech what he hear a little bird say, And wid dat he went on diggin' into ground des like he don't care whether anything happen er not. But dis don't satisfy Mr. Man, and he ax Br'er Rabbit what de speech is. Br'er Rabbit lo dat de way de little bird say it day, ain't no sense ter it fur as he kin see. But Mr. Man keep on axin' I am what tease, and by mebbe he up and low, de beau kiss de gal and call her honey. Den he kiss her again, and she gi I am de money. Mr. Man say, which money? Br'er Rabbit lo, yower too much fur me. Dey tells me dat money's money, no matter where you get it or how you get it. Ef de little bird want singin' a song, den I'm mighty much mistooken. But dis don make Mr. Man feel no better dan what he been feelin'. He went on workin', but all de time de speech dat de little bird made was runnin' in his min. De beau kiss de gal, and call her honey. Den he kiss her again, and she gi I am de money. He keep on sayin' it over in his min, and de mo he say it de mo it worry him. Dat night when he went home, de beau was dar, and he was mo gaily dan ever. He flung sass at Br'er Rabbit, and Br'er Rabbit des sot dar and chaw his turbecker, and spit into fear. Den Mr. Man went ter de place where he keep his money, and he fin it mo's all gone. He come back, he did, and he say, war my money? De gal shan't wanter have no words fo her beau, and spawn, you know war tease des as well as I does. And de man say, I spec yower right bout dat, and since I does, I want you ter pack up and get right out ter dis house and take yo beau wid you. And so dart was. De gal, she cry some, but de beau muched her up, and dey went off and got married. And Mr. Man tuck all his things and move off summers, I dunner war, and dey want nobody left in dem neighborhoods but me and Br'er Rabbit. You and Brother Rabbit? Cried the little boy. Dat's what I said, replied Uncle Remus. Me and Br'er Rabbit. De gal, she tall her chillin' bout how Br'er Rabbit had done her and her pa, and fum dat time on, deyer been pursuin' on atter him. De gal, she cry some, but dey went off and got married. Romans 16. Thus hard-headed woman. Uncle Remus had observed a disposition on the part of the little boy to experiment somewhat with his elders. The child had come down to the plantation, from the city, such a model youngster, that those who took an interest in his behavior, and who were themselves living the free and easy life possible only in the country places, were inclined to believe that he had been unduly repressed. This was particularly the case with the little fellow's grandmother, who was aided and abetted by Uncle Remus himself, with the result that the youngster was allowed liberties he had never had before. The child, as might be supposed, was quick to take advantage of such a situation, and was all the time trying to see how far he could go before the limits of his privileges knew, and inviting so far as he was concerned would be reached. They stretched very much farther on the plantation than they would have done in the city, as was natural and proper. But the child, with that adventurous spirit common to boys, was inclined to push them still farther than they had ever yet gone, and he soon lost the most obvious characteristics of a model lad. Little by little he had pushed his liberties, the mother hesitating to bring him to task for fear of offending the grandmother, whose guest she was, and the grandmother not daring to interfere, for the reason that it was at her suggestion, implied rather than direct, that the mother had relaxed her somewhat rigid discipline. It was natural, under the circumstances, that the little fellow should become somewhat willful and obstinate, and he bade fair to develop that spirit of disobedience that will make the brightest child ugly and discontented. Uncle Remus, as has been said, observed all these symptoms, and while he had been the first to deplore the system that seemed to take all the individuality out of the little fellow, he soon became painfully aware that something would have to be done to renew the discipline that had been so efficacious when the mother was where she felt free to exercise her whole influence. You ain't sick, is you, honey? The old man inquired one day in an insinuating tone. "'Case ef you is, you better run back ter de house and let de white folks dose you up. Yo mammy knows des 'zactly de kinder physic you need, and how much, and ef I ain't mighty much mistooken, 'twont be so mighty long fo shell take you in hand." The child looked up quickly to see whether Uncle Remus was in earnest, but he could find nothing in that solemn countenance that at all resembled playfulness. "You may be well," the old man went on, "but dey's one thing cert and sure you don't look like you did when you come ter Wheel's house, and you don't do like you done. You may look at me ef you wanter, but I am aitlin' you de fatal truth. 'Case you ain't no mo de same chill, what you's at tend ter his own business all day and night you ain't no mo de same chill, den I am dat all hen out dar. I load I mought be mistooken, but I hear yo granny and yo mammy talkin' ter night atter you done gone ter bed, and to talk dat day talk show did open my eyes, 'case I never spected fer ter hear talk like dat." For a long time the little boy said nothing, but finally he inquired what Uncle Remus had heard. I ain't no eavesdropper, the old man replied, but I hear enough fur ter last me whiles you stay wid us. I dunner how long dat will be, but I don't spec it'll be long. Now des look at you. Dar you is fumblin' wid my shoe knife, and mo's fo you know it one in yo finger will be down dar on de flow, and y'all be a squallin' like somebody done kilt you. Put it right back where you got it fum. Why ain't you put it down when I ax you? And don't scatter my pegs, put down dat all. Y'all stab Yosef right into vitals, and den Miss Sally will blame me. Lawsamassy, take yo hand outer dat peg box. Y'all get 'em all over de flow, and dey'll drap through de cracks. I be bound if I take my foot in my hand, and go up yan and tell yo mammy how good you is, shell make you take off yo clothes and go ter bed at's des zactly what shell do. And dar you is foolin' wid my fillins. And bless gracious, ef you ain't settin' right flat-footed on my shoemaker's wax, and it right saft. Ill hatter ax yo mammy ter please 'em, not let you come down here no mo 12 the day you start home. I think you are very cross, complained the child. I never heard you talk that way before. And grandmother is getting so she isn't as nice as she used to be. Ahi, exclaimed Uncle Remus in a triumphant tone. I knowed it. You done got so dat you want do a blessed thing dat anybody ax you ter do. You done got a new name, and tain't so new but what I can put both hands behind one, and shet my eyes and call it out. Everybody on de place know what tease, and I hear de all red rooster callin' it out de yuther day when you was chunkin' at 999. At once the little boy manifested interest in what the old negro was saying, and when he looked up, curiosity shone in his eyes. What did the rooster say my name is, Uncle Remus? Why, when you was atter him, he flewed up on de lot fence, and he low, Mr. Hardhead. Mr. Hardhead, and dat show is yo name. You kin squirm and frown and tweeze, but dat rooster is show got yo name down fine. Ef he a des named you once, maybe folks would a forget it often dare min, but he called de name twice des as plain as he kin speak. And dar you sets wid Mr. Hardhead writ on you des as plain as ef de rooster had a put it on you wid a paintbrush. You can't rub it off and you can't walk round it. But what must I do, Uncle Remus? Des set still a minute and try ter be good. It may throw you in a high fever fur ter keep yo hands outer my things, or it may gie you a agar fur ter be like you use it or be, but it'll pay you in de long run, it most surely will. Well, if you want me to be quiet, said the child, y'all have to tell me a tale. Ef you sit still too long, honey, I'm afeard de creeters on de plantation will get de itty dat sumpin done happen. Dars de all so you, ain't run her round de place in de last 10 minutes or such a matter. And dars de calf, and de chickens, and de guinea hens, and de all grey goostel get de itty dat you done broke yo leg yo arm. And dey'll be fixin' up fur ter have a frolic if dey miss you fur longer dan 15 minutes and a half. How you gwinter have any fun ef you set and listen ter a tale stitter chunkin' and runnin' de creeters? I mos know you ailin', and by good rights de doctor oughter come and look at you. The little boy laughed uneasily. He was not the first that had been sobered by the irony of Uncle Remus, which, crude though it was much more effective than downright quarreling. Yasser, Uncle Remus repeated, de doctor oughter come and look at you on when I say doctor, I mean doctor, and not one dees your kin what goes round wid a whole passel pills what ain't bigger dan a gnat's heart. What you want is a great big double-jinted doctor wid a big black beard and specs on, what'll fill you full de rankest kin physic. As you look now, you put me in min do oman in de dinner pot? Dey ain't no two ways 'bout dat. If it is a tale, please tell it, Uncle Remus, said the little boy. Oh, it show is a tale all right, exclaimed the old man, but you ain't no mo got time fur ter here at dan de birds in de tree. You'd hatter set still and listen, and dat ud put you out a whole lot. K's dars de chickens ter be chunked, and de pigs ter be crippled and a whole lot other things fur ter be did, and dey ain't nobody else in de round world dat kin do it as good as you kin. Well, you can get up and mosey long if you wanter, but I'm gwiner tell dish your tale ef I hatter rar my head back and shet my eyeballs and tell it ter myself fur ter see, ef I done furget it off in my min. Well, once pon a time it mought a been in de year one fur, all I knowed was a oman dat live in a little cabin in de woods, not so mighty fur from water. Now, dis oman and dis cabin mought a been in de United State Georgie, day mought a been in de United State Yallerbamru kin, put 'em where you please des like I does. But at one place de yuther, and at one time or another, dis oman live dar des like I'm aidlin' you. She lived dar, she did, and fuss and law's day was a mighty heap talk about her. Some say she was black, some say she was mighty nigh white, and some say she want as black as she mought be. But dem what knowed, dey say she was 9 parts Injun and 1 part human, and I spec dat's des as close ter truth as we kin get in dis kinder weather ef we gwinter keep cool. From all I kin hearin' I been keepin' both ears wide open. She was a monstus busy oman, K's it was to talk mongst de neighbor's dat, she done a heap things what she ain't got no business ter do. She had a mighty bad temper, and her tongue was erinin from mornin' twel night. Folks say dat 'twas long and loud and mighty well hung. Dey listen and shake der head, and at her while word went round dat de oman done kilt her daughter. As ter dat, I ain't never is here to rights on it. She mought, and den again she mought de ain't no tellin' but dey was one thing certain and show she done so quare, dat folks say she cut up des like a Friday-born fool. Her all man, he done de best dat he could. He went long and tend ter his own business, and when her tongue gun ter clack, he sot down and made fish baskets and axe helves. But dat ain't make no difference ter do man, case she was one dee's your kin what could coil all day wetter day, was anybody fur ter coil it or not. She coiled and she coiled. De man, he ain't say nothin' but dis des make her coil de mo. He split up kindlin' and chopped up wood and still she coil. He fotch home meal and he fotch home meat but still she coil. And she fuse fur ter cook what he want her to cook. She was hard-headed des like you, and shed have her own way ef she died fur it. Ef de man, he say, please cook me some grits, shed whirl and imbile greens. Ef he ax fur fried meat, shed bake him a hoecake corn bread. Ef he want roas tater, shed bile him a mess beans, and all de time, shed be jiven I am de wuss kinder sass. Oh, she was a honey, and when it come ter low-down meanness, she was rank and ripe. Shed take de sparrowgrass what he fotch and kindle de fire wid it. Shed burn de sparrobs and scorch de tripe, and shed do evie kinder way but de right way, and dat she wouldn't do, not ter save yo life. Den he shuck a gourdvine flour over de pot. Well, dis went on, and de man ain't make no complaints, he des watch and wait and pray. But atter so long a time, he see dat ain't gwine ter do no good, and he tuck and change his plans. He spit into ashes, he did, and he make a cross mark, and turn round twice so he kin face de sunrise. Den he shuck a gourdvine flour over de pot, and somepin tall I am fur ter take his raisin wait twel de moon come up. All dis time do man, she was a coilin', but by mebbe, she went on bout her business, and de man had some peace but not fur long. He ain't no more Dan had time fur ter put some thunderwood buds and some calamus root into pot. Dan here she come, and she come a coilin'. She come in she did, and she slammed things round des like you slams de gate. At her kickin' up a rippit, and mackin' de place hot as she kin, do oman made a big fire on de pot, and flewed round dar des like she tryin' fur ter cook a show nuff supper. She made some dumplins and flung into pot. Den she put in some peas and big pods red pepper, and on top all she flung a sheep's head. De man, he sot dar, and looked straight at de crossmark what he done made into ashes. A turwell he gun to smell de calamus root akokin and he knowed by dat sompin was gwinter happen. De pot, it biled, and fuss news you know, de sheep's head gun ter but de dumplins out, and de peas, dey flewed out and rattled on de flow like a bag bullets done busted. De oman, she run fur ter see what de matter is, and when she got close ter de pot de steam from de thunderwood hit her in de face and eyes and come mighty nigh talkin' her breath away. Dis kinder stumped her fur a minute, but she had a temper big nuff fur ter drag a bull down, and all she had ter do, when she lose her breath was ter fling her hands into and fetch a snort, and dar she was. She moughter been mad befo, but dis time she was mighty nigh plumb crazy. She look at de pot, and she look at her all man, she shot her eyeballs and clinched her hands, she yerked off her head hankcher and pulled her har loose from de roppin' strings. She stomped her foot and smashed her toofies turged her. She railed at de pot, she low, what ail you, you black dickens? I believe yower de own Br'er ter all boy. You been foolin' wid me fur de longest, and I ain't gwine ter put up wid it. I am gwine ter tame you down. Wid dat, she flung off de homespun sack what she been wearin' and run outer de house and got de axe. Her all man say, where you gwine, honey? She low, I'm a gwine where I'm a gwine, dat's where I'm a gwine. De man, he ain't spawned ter dat kinder talk, and do man, she went out in backyard fur ter hunt fur de axe. Look like she gwinter keep on gittin' in trouble, kase de axe was on top de wood what de man done pile up out dar. It was layin' up dar, de axe was, des as slanchendickler as you please, but time it see her common. But, Uncle Remus, the child exclaimed, how could the axe see her? The old Negro looked at the little boy with an expression of amazed pity on his face. He looked all around the room, and then raised his eyes to the rafters, where a long cobweb was swaying slowly, in a breeze so light that nothing else would respond to its invitation. Then he sighed and closed his eyes. I wished yo pa was here right now. I mos sholy dos yo pa. What yous at set right war yower settin'. You done been raised in town war day can't tell a axe from a wheelbarrow. Axe ain't got no eye. Well, whoever is here to beat dat. Ef anybody else has got dat itty, it'll be much erbly, ef y'all show 'em ter me. Here you is mighty nigh big nuff fur eat raw tater without having de doctor called in, and acetin dar sayin' dat axes ain't got no eyes. Well, you ax yo grandma when you go back ter de house and see what she say. Now lemme see, warbouts was I at? Oh, yes, de axe was on top er woodpile, and when it see Domon common, it des turned loose and slipped down onto either side. It want try and fur ter show off, like I've seed some folks foe now. It des turned loose everything and fell down onto either side de woodpile. And whiles Domon was gwin round atter it, de axe, it clumb back on top de woodpile and fell off on ter side. Dem what handed de tail down ter me ain't say how long Domon and de axe keep dis up. But if a axe is got eyes, it ain't got but one leg, and it must not have been so mighty long fo Domon cotch up wid it'n, when she was so mad dat she could have bit a railroad track in two. F day'd have been one anywheres round dar. De axe, it clumb back on top de woodpile, and fell off on dare side. Well, she got de axe, and it looked like she was madder dan ever. De man, he say, better let de pot lone, honey, ef you don't y'all surely wish you had her. De Oman, she squall out, ill let you lone ef you fool wid me, and ef I do you want never pester nobody no mo. Man, he say, I am aitelin' you de truth, honey, and dis may be de last chance y'all get ter hear it. De Oman raised de axe like she gwinter hit de man, and den it look like she tuck a ner notion, and she start toads de pot. De man, he low, you better hear me, honey. You better drap de axe and go outdoors and cool Yosef off, honey. It seemed like he was a mighty soft-spoken man, with nice feelin's fur all. De Oman, she say, don't you dast her honey meef you does ill brain you stitter de pot. De man smole a long smile and shuck his head. He say, all de same, honey, you better pay tention ter dese laws words I am aitelin' you. But Domon, she des keep right on. She'd a gone faster dan what she did, but it looked like de axe got heavier evie step she tuck heavier and heavier. And it looked like de house got bigger and bigger, and it seemed like de do got wider and wider. She moughter seed all dis, and I spec she did, but she des keep right on, shackin' de axe and moofin' ter hersef. De man, he holler once mo in fertilaw's time, don't let all Nick fool you, honey, ef you does he show will get you. But she keep on and keep on, and de house got bigger and de do got wider. De pot see her common, and it got from a straddle de fire, where it had been settin' at, and skipped out de doin' out in de yard. Uncle Remus paused to see what effect this statement would have on the child, but save the shadow of a smile hovering around his mouth, the youngster gave no indication of unbelief. Oman, said Uncle Remus, with a chuckle that was repressed before it developed into a laugh, looked like she 'stonished, but her temper kept hot, and she run out at her de pot wid de axe as high as she kin haul it. But de pot keep on gwine, skippin' long on 3 legs faster dan Domon kin run on 2, and de axe kep on gettin' heavier and heavier twell by mebbe Domon had her drap it. Den she lit out at her de pot like she was runnin' a foot race, but fast as she run, de pot run faster. Den she lit out at her de pot like she was runnin' a foot race. De chase led right inter de woods and down to Spring Branch, and away over yander bay and de creek. De pot went so fast and it went so fur dat at her, while de Oman gun ter get weak. But de temper she had helt her up fur de longest, and mo dan dat, evie time shed sorter slack up, de pot would dance and caper round on its 3 legs, and do like it's jiven her a darin she keep agwine twell she can't hardly go no furder. De man he stayed at de house, but de Oman and de pot ain't get so fur but what he kin hear scufflin' and scramblin' round in de bushes, and he set dar. He did, and look like he right sorry fur anybody what's as hard-headed as de Oman. But she look like she bleezed ter catch dat pot. She say ter hersef dat folks will never get done talkin' 'bout her ef she let hersef be outdone by a all dinner pot what been in de fambly yever sense dey been any fambly. So she keep on, twell she tripped up on a vine de bamboo briar, and down she come. It seemed like de pot seed her, and stood her runnin' from here it come airin' in right at wid a chunk red fire. Oh, you kin laugh, honey, and look like you don't believe me, but dat ain't make no diff'ence, kase de truth ain't never been hurted yit by dem what ain't believe it. I dunner where de chunk fire come from, and I dunner how de dinner pot come ter have motion, but dar tease in de tala take it leave it, des as you bleeze. Well, when de Oman fell, de pot made at her wid a chunk red fire. De Oman see it common, and she set up a squall dat modder been heard a mile. She jump up, she did, but it seemed like she was so weak and tired dat she can't stand on her foots, and she start fur ter fall again, but de dinner pot was dar fur ter catch when she fell. And dat was de last dat anybody yever is see de hard-headed Oman. Lee's ways, she ain't never come back ter de house where de man was settin' at. De pot, well, de way dey got it in detail is dat de pot des laughed twell, it had her haul its sides fur ter keep from crackin' open. It come a pin and ask a pin up de spring path. It hopped along, it did, twell it come ter de house, and it made a run and jump into do. Den it wash its face, and scraped de mud offen it foots, and wiped off de grease what de oman been too lazy fur ter clean off. Den it went ter de fireplace, and kinder spraddle out so it'll fit de bricks what been put dar fur it ter set on. De man watch all dis, but he ain't say nothin'. Atter while he hear a mighty billin' and bubblin', and when he went ter look fur ter see what de matter, he see his supper cookin' and atter so long a time, he fish it out and eat it. He eat in peace, and atter dat he allers had peace. And when you wanter be hard-headed and have yo own way, you better bar in min de oman and de dinner pot. The end.